Why could life be so unfair? Was this the price the main character had to pay for his own strength? But he had something that could change his entire life. Could save him. After all, it was the Grail, the thing that could grant any wish. So he made a wish. Because the guy never wanted to be. He was blinded by the light radiating from the Grail. Soon, his wish would come true. He was just an ordinary guy working a regular job. Like all the losers, he had a really mean boss who paid a pittance. However, that evening, he was genuinely feeling unwell, and his boss let him go. The main character was heading home. The people who worked with him noticed that something was off with the guy. But when the boss heard them talking about him behind his back, he got furious. He was ready to fire anyone who dared to do that. After all, everyone in the company knew what the main character had been through. Besides, lately, the boss had been quite nice to Kim because he felt sorry for him. On his way home, Kim stopped by a flower shop since it was his wife's birthday that day. He also picked up some groceries to make dinner. After that, he decided to head home. But no one was there to greet him. He felt lonely in his own house. Kim started cooking dinner, and after a while, he set the table for the celebration. It was the first time he tried to cook something like his wife used to. It saddened him that he couldn't be with her. After taking a shower, the guy continued to work. Kim was tired after a long workday, but he couldn't fall asleep. Lately, he hadn't been able to sleep well at all, so he decided to do some work. His notebook was his diary, and it was the only place he could share his biggest secrets. Celebrating his wife's birthday together was their tradition. Every time, he would come home early and make her favorite vegetable soup. He really wanted to hear her voice again, but that was impossible. He could never cook like she did. And for his child, he bought a toy. His daughter wasn't there with him either. It was hard for him to write about it, but he tried to hold it together. Kim remembered all those happy moments they had spent together. The main character desperately wanted to see them, even if just for a few minutes. After all, everything had happened so suddenly. And he hadn't had time to do anything to try to save them. The guy missed them terribly. And because of that, he couldn't hold back and started to cry. His tears dripped onto the pages of his notebook. He felt really bad. He sat there until the early morning of the next day. The pages in the notebook were stained from his tears. Suddenly, something happened that he never expected to see. A bright light began to emanate from the notebook. It lit up the entire room in his face. What was that? Strange things started happening to him. All the entries in his diary had vanished. Before him lay an empty notebook, and in a panic, he tried to find something, anything. But it was all in vain. However, on one of the pages, he saw just one word. But how could it have appeared there? Was someone trying to send him a message? Again. He could meet them again. Kim had the chance to see his wife and daughter. The notebook told him so. The next day, he wanted to leave work early again. But the boss knew it was his wife's birthday the day before, so he let him go again. The man tried to cheer him up, understanding how hard it must be for him. That day, he canceled the meeting again because he really wanted to see the main character and waited until he felt better. When he got home, the man tried to figure out where his entries had gone. After all, he had been keeping a diary for over 6 months, and he was really sorry that everything had just disappeared. Moreover, starting from the first page, new notes began to fill it right before his eyes. And everything that had been written in his diary was coming to life. But the most important thing was that he could meet his loved ones again. And if this became true, he would have to venture into another world to make it happen. Because that's what was written in his diary. And it was supposed to happen that very evening at 10 o'clock. Kim began to panic. Realizing that time was running out, he literally had just a few minutes to prepare. And the less time he had, the more nervous he became. After all, what awaited him there, in the other world? Suddenly, the clock struck 10. Immediately, strange things began to happen to him. He started traveling through time and felt that he was about to enter a new world. And it happened. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, he couldn't remember what had happened to him and tried to recall everything. He found himself in a forest, surrounded by many other people who had ended up there just like him. Kim understood that everything written in his diary was true. But this was just the first step into another world. Everything was just beginning. From that place, their training was supposed to start. But the guy already knew what would happen next and was ready for anything. To begin with, people had to envision the weapon they desired. Moreover, they were not allowed to use firearms. Those who thought of it were given bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the second part of the trial began as waves of zombies started attacking the people. No one could move when they saw those monsters in front of them. But the main character knew he had to fight. After all, he had nothing to lose. The world he lived in had been destroyed after the death of his loved ones. The battle began. Kim fought for the chance to be with his loved ones. To stop a zombie, you had to decapitate it. Moreover, for each kill, he earned experience points and achievements. He felt that with every new achievement, he was becoming stronger. So he started killing them with even more fury. His physical strength was also increasing. And he saw how other people were dying from zombies because they couldn't decapitate them with bows. However, he wasn't planning to help anyone, as he was only thinking about his own rank. He charged forward into a new wave of the undead heading his way. He had to become stronger. And when it was all over, he gained hundreds of experience points and many achievements. But he felt extremely exhausted. Additionally, information began to appear directly in his mind as his intellect level had also increased. The game was the foundation of that world, and immediately after the trial ended, a leaderboard appeared before the people. He saw that other people were also trying to fight to raise their ranks. From his diary, he knew that the most important thing was to level up magic, but at that moment he needed strength and agility. After the trial, only 198 people remained alive, but only the top 100 would move on. And all the others were simply doomed to die. At that moment, Kim realized that only he knew what would happen next, as he was the only one who had received the diary. There were two ways to earn skill points. The first was to kill monsters. The second option was to kill other people. For that, you could earn half of their points. At that moment, the second stage of training began. People started fighting among themselves. And the hero realized that it was possible not to kill monsters at all, as there was a chance to earn much more points. A real panic broke out among the people. No one wanted to die. But those who were weaker were doomed. And when people saw the main character and that he had the most strength and points, they were terrified for their lives, as none of them were a match for him. Kim tried to unite the people and wanted to stop the fighting among them. After all, they could join forces and continue killing monsters together. Moreover, he knew that they would need many more people going forward and they couldn't let everyone die now. But a new wave of zombies was approaching, and he went to keep fighting and survive in this brutal world. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. Turning around, he saw a woman he recognized. It was Jung Yu, and she wanted to go with him, as she couldn't defend herself alone. She also believed she could help him. But the hero refused. After all, she would only be a burden and would get in the way. Besides, she couldn't defend herself at all, as she had never killed. She only hid and watched as others killed to survive. And he left, leaving her behind. The main character had wasted his time talking to her. From his diary, he knew that a cave was very close. The path through the cave led to the mountains and was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. After a while, Kim managed to find the entrance to the cave. He also knew that there were many monsters inside, so he prepared himself. Moreover, the monsters were strong, and it was very dangerous in there. But those who could survive in the cave would become stronger than anyone else, as it would bring them a lot of points and power. The cave was incredibly spacious. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He managed to defeat the monster attacking him and sliced it in half. Kim knew that this would attract even more creatures to him. So there was no time to relax. For killing the monster in the cave, he earned a whopping 10 points, while a zombie only gave 1. He also knew that at the end of the training, the rewards would correspond to the number of points earned and his level. Kim wanted to explore the entire cave and kill all the monsters inside. He was scared, but he wasn't about to stop. So he ventured into the dark, narrow passage filled with wicked and grotesque creatures. He constantly felt his body adapting to the fight, growing stronger. He also found some moss. And he knew that at this moment, giant ants were supposed to appear, and they were very strong. They were dangerous because they always traveled in groups. Suddenly, they appeared. There were a lot of them. And when they noticed the main character, they began to attack. They were drawn to the bread that Kim had. Realizing this, he threw it to the ants, which distracted some of them. He started killing the others that remained. For each ant he killed, he earned 8 points. But it was easy. They didn't resist and weren't as tough as the worms. They had no armor, so Kim could handle them with ease. After a while, there were very few ants left, as most of them were dead. And he kept fighting, not stopping. The last remaining ants were the strongest, and they were tough to deal with. But even that didn't help them escape. In the end, all the creatures were destroyed. When it was over, he received a huge number of achievements and an ant's skin. This was a special skill he could learn. He was overjoyed, knowing that gaining a skill during training was practically impossible. Because of this, he managed to increase 5 stats, and the more he had, the better he could master his skills. If the diary was to be believed, the next day other people were supposed to come to the cave. But when he tried to turn the page to see who they would be, he couldn't. He wasn't able to do that yet. Kim tried to remember and understand who could be sending him information through the diary, and he was very curious about what would happen on the next page that he couldn't turn. Moreover, it mentioned the Grail. But what could that mean? Meanwhile, the leaderboard updated and the main character was in first place. The man in second place was furious when he realized this. He had started killing everyone and was very strong, but even that didn't help him. Many people recognized the main character. They had seen that he was the one who had pushed ahead right from the start and separated from everyone else. The man understood who she was talking about, as he had seen with his own eyes how he had distanced himself from them. Meanwhile, Kim wasn't sitting still, he continued to kill monsters. Besides, the girl said she knew where he had gone. However, she didn't want to share that information so easily. In exchange for the information, Young Yu asked for the life of the poor boy. And then, the big guy agreed. But he also had certain conditions that she had to meet. She understood what he was hinting at. Suddenly, she grabbed a sword. She had been working towards this goal for a long time and wanted to seize the moment to kill him and take half of his points and power. Kim didn't stop. His level was so high that the ants were no longer a serious threat to him. After all, he had slaughtered hundreds of them. When the fight was over, he reviewed his list of achievements and points. His strength and endurance were at a very high level. It hadn't even been 2 days of trials and he had already managed to pull far ahead of everyone else. But his mana was low, and he wasn't planning to stop. He was trying to find a more serious opponent for himself. And he did find one, as after a while he managed to locate the Queen Ant, who was a true boss. But when he saw her, he realized he had made a huge mistake. She was gigantic, several times larger than the other ants. He tried to hide, knowing he wouldn't be able to win in an open fight. Moreover, there were many regular ants around her guarding her. He thought that by killing the ants, he could better prepare for the battle with her. However, he couldn't let her go and decided to try to defeat her the next day. He was starting to doubt. Suddenly, a leaderboard appeared before him. Because he was the leader, his strength and all stats increased and leveled up. His stats rose by 8 points. Also, he had plenty of bread for bait, so he decided to give it a shot. At first, he tried to distract the smaller ants from the queen and lured them with bread. And he began to kill them one by one. This allowed him to further boost his strength before the duel with the boss. However, there were so many ants, and he was exhausted from the continuous fights. Moreover, he realized he had angered the queen. But he noticed she wasn't attacking. Instead, a new wave of ants was approaching him, and with his last strength, he began to fend them off. Additionally, a new type of fly started attacking him, and they were very hard to fight. However, he was close and wasn't planning to retreat. He was confident that his strength was enough to take on hundreds of enemies. With each new kill, he gained experience points and grew stronger. But at the same time, he was getting very tired. Soon, his stats would grow and he would feel relief. But he couldn't stop because the enemies were closing in and had even started attacking him. He fought back. A bug bite was saved by the skill he had gained during the fight. He had to fight to earn a new D-class skill for defeating the Queen Ant. So he charged at her. This was supposed to be the decisive battle as he was confident he had enough strength. After taking down all the ants, he realized that he was left alone with her. And this moment was crucial for both of them. The queen prepared to attack. However, he was ready for it and wasn't planning to flee. He grabbed his sword and got ready. He was scared, but he believed he had enough strength. Suddenly, a strike. He had been waiting for this moment, and when it came, Kim managed to kill her with one precise move. Meanwhile, other people had found the cave and were already there. The villain was trying to find the boy to kill him and take his power. He knew that killing in the cave earned more points than killing zombies, but he was focused on destroying people. The man wanted to catch and kill the main character, but he understood that he wouldn't stand a chance in an open fight. However, he realized that the main character was tired, so he wanted to take advantage of that. After all, if he caught him, he would take the top spot in the leaderboard. When he killed the boss, he received a massive amount of points and experience. Moreover, he finally managed to learn another skill. Now, a powerful shell was forming on his skin, which would protect him. And in dangerous situations, this could save his life. This could be considered an achievement because he immediately had an advantage over everyone else. But that wasn't all. As a bonus, he was supposed to receive items. Points were the foundation. Thanks to them, one could gain true superpowers. Skills were something one could control. And the last were items which could raise stats and help learn new skills. It was through items that one could gain incredible strength. So this was the most valuable thing he could find. At that moment, he found a chest. Kim was able to acquire a bunch of different skills and points, and he wanted to check how they worked. The first thing he found was very strange, because it didn't resemble ordinary magic. The main character was satisfied and didn't regret risking his life to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, the people moved on, and by the number of corpses, they realized they were almost there. Suddenly, the villain stopped. Next, he wanted to go alone to check what was ahead. There, he saw something that shocked him the most since arriving in this world. Right in front of him lay the body of the dead queen. And he felt scared, because at that moment, he locked eyes with the main character for the first time. It became very quiet, and no one dared to speak first. But Kim couldn't understand why people had come to the cave, as the diary had said they would come much later. Did they all come for him? But when the boy saw Young Yu, he understood everything. She was the one responsible for them finding him. The future in the diary changed because he was doing things his way, not as it was written. The villain began to get angry. He couldn't believe that Kim could take down all the corpses by himself. And besides, he didn't look tired at all. Everything was completely different from what he had expected. Killing him wouldn't be so easy. He also knew that the main character's stats were greater than all of theirs combined. And even together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. At that moment, the main character approached him and ordered him to back off. The bandit was frightened and, having no choice, stepped back. He simply allowed the main character to move on. After all, he had no chance against him. Kim was no longer an ordinary person. And then he realized that he needed to kill monsters to increase his own stats. Still, he promised to catch him another time. Meanwhile, people continued to kill each other. In their quest for points, they were so ruthless that they were ready to kill each other with their bare hands. A real slaughter was happening among them. The weaker ones were doomed, as they couldn't defend themselves. Suddenly, time was up, and out of the 148 people who were alive, only 100 could move on. In a panic, she started begging to be chosen. But most were doomed. After a while, a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. All the people outside were killed. Those who managed to survive found themselves in a new place. They were all locked in a cramped chamber. They had no idea where they were or what was happening. Few of them knew each other. And the main character was relieved that the bad guy and his gang weren't with him. It was at that moment that the third stage of training was about to begin. 3 doors appeared before the people. Only 10 could enter the red door, 5 the blue, and just 1 the white. Each of them had to make their own choice and move on to the new level of training behind the doors. The red door was the hardest, with no guarantees that those who went in would survive. The blue door was a bit easier. But what did the white door mean? As soon as someone entered the white door, their training would end right then and there. Suddenly, one of the men ran forward. He wanted to be the first to enter the white door. Others tried to catch him, but the door wouldn't open. The order of choosing doors depended on each participant's score, and everyone was supposed to choose in turn. So, the main character had to choose first. But for him, the choice was obvious. Without hesitation, he chose red. This surprised the others, as they thought he would pick white to finish his trial. Many wanted to go with him, believing he could protect them. They all thought they could survive if they went with him. Next was the guy in third place, and unexpectedly for everyone, he chose the white door. Immediately, the crowd started yelling at him for making such a choice. After all, he had no guarantees that he would stay alive after choosing the red door behind the main character. And he wanted to survive the trial and didn't want to pass up that chance. Other people also began to choose, and some picked the blue door. They were scared to go for red since they didn't know what awaited them. The decision was very tough, as so much depended on the team that chose the same door. However, the main character didn't pay attention to the others' choices. He believed he had made the right choice and wanted to see the trial through to the end. He had a conflict with the guy who chose the white door. But once everyone had chosen, the doors opened. One of the people who was last in line was terrified. As soon as he saw the white door open, He decided to force his way in and win the right to live for himself. He started running, but when he tried to enter, an invisible barrier stopped him. The others were angry at him for acting that way, and they wanted to punish him. But Kim intervened in the fight. He stopped the man who wanted to take revenge on the jerk for trying to enter his door. He was also very angry at the main character but understood that he had no chance against him. Besides, time was running out, as in a few minutes the doors would close forever. All those who didn't make it inside would be dead. Still, he went through the white door and vanished. The door closed behind him immediately, and it was unclear what awaited him ahead. The hero, along with his team, was left alone and was also preparing to enter their door. Meanwhile, the man who had been beaten lay on the ground. He didn't want to take the risk and was very scared, so he decided to stay. All the doors closed. The poor man didn't get up, but he didn't even know what awaited him ahead. Suddenly, he understood everything. Because when he felt the searing heat, he saw that the room was on fire and all those who remained outside were doomed to burn alive. This was the end. Meanwhile, the people who entered the doors found themselves at a new level. The main character and his team ended up in some strange place. After exploring it, he realized there were no people there. It also seemed abandoned. His teammates joined him, having decided to follow him. The boy wanted to get to know them. The girl's name was Kim Eun-ki and the other guy was Yoo Young-gyu. However, his clothes were stained with blood. It became clear that he might have killed people to gain more experience and points. After all, the blood on his clothes didn't look like monster blood. Immediately, he felt ashamed, because he did it to stay alive and not die. And for that, he didn't consider himself a coward. They were supposed to be informed of the rules for training at the 3rd level. It was to last 10 days. People listened carefully to the rules so they would know what they had to do. Twice a day, monsters were supposed to come to the village, and they had to defend it from them. Also, inside the village was a stone that they had to protect at the cost of their own lives. Because if it was destroyed, they would die too. Anyone trying to leave the settlement would be automatically moved inside to protect the stone. After all, it was safe outside the village and the monsters didn't bother people. The hero understood that he shouldn't count on their support and would likely have to do everything himself. To start, he wanted to head to the center of the settlement to see the stone they needed to protect. At that moment, he realized that defending the village alone would be a very tough task. Soon, the attack was set to begin, so they couldn't afford to delay. He immediately asked the people if they would fight, but despite being very scared, they decided to stay. It was supposed to be 10 people, but there were only 3 of them. However, the hero believed there should be many more people in the settlement and they were all outside, safe. So when the attack began, they would all be moved to the stone and help them defend it. And if one person left, everyone else would follow. So they needed to stick together and protect each other. After all, they were a team. Moreover, those who fled would sooner or later return to the settlement to protect the stone. So there was no sense in that, because their lives depended on the stone they needed to protect. At that moment, the hero realized that their small number could work to their advantage, because no one would dare to leave. Meanwhile, they managed to reach the center of the village where they saw the very statue they had to protect. Killing monsters at the 3rd level gave way more points. Moreover, they could increase their own stats and become stronger each time. And at the next stage, they would have an advantage over those who chose other doors. After all, the people who managed to go through the red doors were much stronger than all the others. However, Kim Eun-ki was angry at the hero because for him it was just a game. Suddenly she fell silent, because the monster attack was about to begin very soon. Suddenly the first one appeared. They were grotesque goblins. They were armed and there were a lot of them. The hero wanted to run forward while the others stayed by the stone to protect it at the cost of their own lives. He didn't have time to explain anything and was already running ahead. And he started killing monsters one by one. Kim realized they weren't very strong. However, there were just too many of them. Yoo Young-gyu panicked as he saw that even the main character couldn't handle them, because at that moment, one of the monsters lunged at him. This made him very scared, and he realized that at that moment, the life of his team depended on him. So he gathered his strength and began to defend himself. More and more monsters attacked him. The hero understood that they might not be able to handle them. But just at that moment, when he got distracted, he was nearly killed. At the last moment, he managed to dodge and miraculously stayed alive. And he continued to fight. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared behind him. He realized he wouldn't have time to dodge. So he used his ability which he had gained after killing the boss. A hard shell appeared on his skin, and the monster trying to hit him didn't understand what was happening. Its sword broke, and at that moment it was left weaponless. Kim killed it with one precise move. However, a new problem arose. His friends couldn't handle the monsters, so he needed to go help them. Moreover, the girl was injured, and to keep their defense from falling, he turned back. Then he realized it would be much harder than he had imagined. When it was all over, they injured sat by the sacred stone. The boy was okay. Meanwhile, the girl had a serious wound. Blood was flowing from her shoulder, and the injury was very deep. Yu Youngyu wanted to help her and bandage her wound. The main character understood that if things got worse, he would have to fight alone. They needed to regain their strength and eat as another attack was imminent. It was already dark and the people were resting and preparing for the next battle. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu approached the main character and thanked him. He was grateful that the guy had helped him and prevented the monsters from killing them. And he decided to repay him in this way. But it seemed that wasn't all. He started to speak but immediately fell silent. Kim realized he wanted something from him. As it turned out, Yu Youngyu just couldn't forget his words. He felt very ashamed for killing people. But he had no other choice. He was only defending himself as they wanted to kill him. Because of this, he felt bad, burdened by his own guilt. Then he started to cry. He didn't want to die, and if he hadn't taken that step, he would be dead by now. The main character tried to comfort him and thought he had been very harsh with him. But he kept crying. Suddenly, he noticed that there was no one else around. It was just the two of them, and it was unclear where the girl had gone. They searched the entire area around them, but she was nowhere to be found. Could she really have escaped? Most likely, she was scared for her life, knowing she could die in the next fight. But she couldn't handle them alone, as it would be incredibly difficult. Even her smallest support could have helped them immensely. There was hope that the number of monsters would also decrease. However, the situation was very tough and they needed to prepare for the worst. The main character believed they should think positively. Besides, he was counting on Yu Youngyu's support as he couldn't protect the charm alone. But Yu Youngyu wasn't planning to run away. He was curious about what would happen to them if the stone was destroyed. But most likely that would mark the end of their training. And they would die. Yu Youngyu had to take on 10 monsters. The main character would have to handle all the others. It was tough as their levels weren't the same. But Yu Youngyu's task was simply to buy time while Kim took them down. Soon, the fight was about to begin. It all started. There were no fewer monsters. They were holding up much better than he thought. The hero activated his ability again, which saved him from death. Moreover, he was fighting back and taking down enemies by the dozens. On top of that, his strength was constantly increasing, and he felt much better than in the first duel. For killing one monster, he earned 18 experience points. But he saw how hard it was for Yu Youngyu. They began to surround him, so the hero needed to help. He knocked one of them out with a rock. It was unclear how long he could hold out like this. But he was also gaining strength and experience points, which helped him a lot. Compared to that time in the cave, his points had grown significantly. And he was satisfied that he had chosen such a difficult level. After a while, they managed to defeat all the monsters. Soon, they were supposed to receive food and other supplies. From his journal, he knew that training behind the red doors lasted the longest, and just completing it successfully could earn them a lot of points. Moreover, he would receive a reward and gain some skill. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu received one. It was called the Devil's Pact Plus, and activating it would increase strength and agility by 5 points. He gained the skill despite having killed very few creatures. The hero envied him as he had killed 98 and hadn't received anything like his partner. Meanwhile, the girl continued to hide outside the village. She had been sitting there for several days and was glad she had decided to escape. She was scared, knowing she wouldn't be able to handle the monsters. Moreover, she realized they were doing well if they could hold out for so long, and she didn't want them to be killed. After all, their lives depended on her own. So, she wasn't planning to return and help them. Meanwhile, the 4th day of their struggle was underway. Each day was getting harder, and Yu Youngyu was very tired. They were already fighting living trees, orcs, and rats. What awaited them next? Besides, he had an injury. The main character wanted to help him. To stop the bleeding, he pressed on the wound. Then, he began to bandage it. Yu Youngyu doubted he could hold out until the end as he felt his strength waning with each passing day. And this was only the 3rd stage. All the training was still ahead. But Kim tried not to think about that. He wanted to finish it all and just move on with his life. Moreover, His partner couldn't die, as that would doom the main character's life as well. He also had younger brothers whom he didn't want to leave without support. They were probably crying because he had been gone for so long. For him, this was especially hard. He started crying again. He was very scared. And then the main character remembered his wife and daughter. He recalled why he had participated in the trial in the first place. After all, it was his only hope of seeing them again. He also couldn't let his partner be killed, and he decided to protect him and the stone at the cost of his own life. After all, they had only a few days left, and then the training would be over. They would be able to become much stronger, and it would be much easier for them afterward. They needed to rest as another fight was about to happen soon. He remembered the birth of his daughter. He recalled how she turned over for the first time. With his wife, they were the happiest parents in the world, and they rejoiced at having such a beautiful child. They also loved each other, and they cherished every day they spent together. Suddenly, the baby started crying. It seemed she wanted to eat. The main character loved her more than anything in the world. He tried to spend as much time with her as possible. Moreover, she resembled his wife, and because of that, they constantly competed for her affection. After all, everyone wanted their daughter to look just like them. Yu Yoongyu noticed that he had become very sad. They had managed to survive 9 days, and the last one had arrived. The monsters hadn't appeared all day when suddenly, they heard a strange sound. A danger notification appeared before them. Right now, they were supposed to fight the level 3 boss. It was a giant, evil bull, and along with it came an army of skeletons. There was no time to hesitate or let them get too close. So, they needed to attack first. The main character was ready to take on the boss himself. Soon, the fight was about to begin, and everything depended on him. But he didn't stop. He charged straight at the bull. Blow after blow, he tried to injure it. But the creature was very strong and could resist. Meanwhile, Yu Yoongyu was also preparing to defend himself. After all, an army of skeletons in armor was in front of him. Before the fight, his strength and endurance had increased by a few points, and he believed he could help. Meanwhile, the battle between the main character and the boss continued. The creature had thick skin, but he managed to cut through it. But even after that, the bull continued to resist. It seemed the bull was about to throw him off. And that's when it started destroying buildings in the city. Everything was in ruins. However, the hero managed to survive. He was lucky, as he was able to leap off its back at the very last moment. But this wasn't the end. The creature was still alive and ready to attack again. Suddenly, he realized that the wound on his body had become smaller, and he watched as it regenerated. The creature was back to its initial level. The hero couldn't even imagine it would be this hard. Meanwhile, Kim Eun-ki was hiding in one of the houses. She couldn't understand what was happening in the city. Meanwhile, the fight between the main character and the boss continued. Yu Yoongyu was still dealing with the skeletons. The girl, who was watching from a distance, couldn't comprehend how they had become so strong. She was afraid to return to them, thinking they would want revenge for her escape. She was sure they wouldn't be able to forgive her and would seek vengeance. What was she supposed to do? Was the bull really immortal? After all, despite the massive number of blows the main character dealt, the boss remained unscathed. Suddenly, it struck the hero with its tail. But Kim dodged it again. In response, he struck back, and he chopped off the tip of its tail. But could it regenerate that lost part of its body again? And suddenly, it started happening. Its tail began to grow back rapidly. Did he really have infinite regeneration? And did it not drain his strength at all? His opponent was truly very dangerous. So all he could do was keep fighting to protect the stone. However, this time the monster was preparing to counterattack, and it met him with its own horns. The guy wasn't deterred and struck again, trying to crack its skull. But all his efforts were in vain. Yet he noticed a crack forming in its head, revealing a bright light. Could that be its weak spot? Suddenly, there was an explosion. But Yu Yoongyu managed to shield the hero with his own body and stop the flames. When Kim realized what had happened, he started screaming, and saw that his partner was injured. It turned out that among the army of skeletons, there were mages who began attacking them. Just as he was about to help Yu Yoongyu, he got hit by a tail. The blow was so strong that he flew several meters away. But this was not the end. Because the bull kept chasing him, the only way to protect himself was to use his superpower, which the hero did. But even so, it was incredibly hard and painful for him. Using it drained a lot of points and mana. He found himself trapped, pinned down on both sides. The bull wouldn't let him go, and at this rate, the main character could just suffocate. He was lucky to have acquired the skill that could save his life. And at that moment, he used it. He managed to escape the deadly trap. Reaching the stone on its head, he struck, and it began to crack. When the crystal shattered, all the skeletons attacking them fell apart. Was this a victory? Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen in front of them declaring that the boss was dead, and his entire army had perished. The attack was halted. At that moment, the girl left her hiding place, and Yu Youngyu was trying to find the hero, who was trapped under the debris of bones. Had he died? But then Yu Youngyu heard his voice. He had already started crying, but felt immense joy when he realized his partner was alive. Everything was over. He tried to approach him to help him out from under the rubble when suddenly, he stopped. He was crying, unable to believe that it was all over and they were victorious. Then the worst happened. Yu Youngyu's face was filled with pain. The main character realized what had happened, because right behind him was the girl who had fled the village after the first attack. She had returned. The girl stabbed him with his own sword. The wound was severe, as the sword had gone right through. Kim realized he was in big trouble. He had lost his friend and couldn't help him. But when Kim Eun-ki realized what she had done, she was terrified. Why did she do it? She was convinced they wanted to kill her and was trying to protect herself. Because she just wanted to survive. And she wasn't planning on dying in a place like this. After she killed the guy, she intended to do the same to the main character. After all, she could gain their experience points and become the strongest in the trial. And at that moment, she saw the guy stuck in the bones of the boss and unable to escape. So, she lunged at him to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, she realized she had made a mistake, because she felt excruciating pain and saw blood on her own face. The main character had managed to sever her arm. He wasn't dying and had plenty of strength left after the victory. He had gained a ton of experience points and was able to restore his strength and heal his wounds. The girl had made a terrible mistake and he had no choice left. So he was going to kill her. Everything was over. He was the only one who managed to survive the grueling trial and move on. But he wasn't going to leave his friend behind and approached him. He was still alive and the hero didn't want to let him die. So he had a special weapon. In the cave battles, he had obtained a potion that could heal wounds. And that's what he poured on his injuries. Immediately, his wounds began to heal. He felt a sense of relief. Because the low-level elixir could save a person once. In dangerous situations, he could have used it for himself, but he chose to give it to his friend to save his life. And he didn't regret it at all because during the trials, he had become his friend. But Yu Youngyu was burning up and didn't understand what was happening to him. After a while, his wound completely healed. And that saved his life. The main character felt bad about wasting the potion, as he wanted to keep it for himself. However, he remembered how terrified his friend had been, and the incredible efforts he had made to help him. He was even ready to give his life for him as he had shielded him in a tough situation. He fought for him and never ran away. So, he believed it was the right decision. Yu Youngyu started crying again and threw himself into the arms of his savior. This deeply touched him and the hero started crying too. He felt a very strange sensation, but Kim reassured him that it was just a passing emotion, as he was feeling unwell. He really did feel awful. His head was pounding, and he was extremely tired. But then a new notification appeared indicating that their training phase had ended. Soon they would advance to a new level and receive additional items and skills. They also had the chance to earn extra rewards. The main character gained a lot of experience points and leveled up. And because of that, he was able to become the strongest once again. He also received exclusive items. And strange armor appeared on his arms. He wanted to check how they worked and what their true purpose was. But he couldn't figure it out for a long time. They could also move to the next training location by passing through the doors that appeared before them. Now, this was definitely the end, and they had to move on. The men didn't want to delay, so they headed for the doors that had appeared before them. They found themselves in the same place where it all began. Also where other people were returning, including the same guy who had chosen the white doors. For him, time had stopped, and it felt like he hadn't even entered the doors. The thing was, the fourth stage began for everyone at the same time, regardless of which doors they chose. And while they fought for 10 days and grew stronger, for others that time had stopped. People who didn't choose a harder level and couldn't earn more experience points could only regret their choice. But not everyone managed to pass the trial. Many people died. Suddenly, he saw his evil enemy, the same guy who had tried to take his life at any cost. But had they really survived, just the two of them? Their clothes were stained with blood, and it seemed they had just been killing their comrades and stealing their experience. At that moment, when all the people were in one city, the rules of the fourth stage were about to be announced. From that moment on, all players had to form groups, and a confrontation between teams would begin. The camp that could kill more monsters would earn more team points, and the group that won would be able to move on. But for those who lost, there would be no next stage. Team points were awarded if they killed monsters behind the white doors. The black doors could provide individual points and personal stats. Additionally, every night at the same time, people had the opportunity to earn various items. And even if a team lost, the 10 players with the highest individual points could still move on. Most players saw no point in going through the white doors since they were already at the top of the rankings. Suddenly, everyone witnessed that the main character and Yu Youngyu were the first to enter the white doors. But why they made such a choice, no one could understand. After a while, they found themselves in a new place. Everything around them was covered in greenery and grass. The monsters there were very strong, and most players couldn't handle them. Moreover, there were too many of them, and they always moved in groups. Suddenly, a group of monsters that had been chasing a man was wiped out. He didn't understand what had happened. However, when he saw this, he was overjoyed, because the main character and Yu Youngyu were killing them, and it wasn't a tough task for them. The man was amazed. How could they be so strong? And then he realized he had made a huge mistake by choosing the white doors. Because of that, he hadn't gained any experience and was now too weak to fight. And the guys were thrilled to see him in such a terrible state. Moreover, the bracelet he received as a gift was quite good and helped him a lot, because it was simply an incredible item. It reduced his strength expenditure by 20%, and now using his skills was much easier. Also, when he used it, his power increased significantly. They wiped out every monster that appeared before them, even the strongest ones. With their immense power, they handled them easily. The first day of the fourth training phase came to an end. When the team scores were tallied, it was clear that the main character was once again in first place. He had a significant lead over everyone else. However, it seemed that Kim Do-hyung, his biggest rival, was also venturing into the dark depths of the forest. It was also evident that no one else was earning team points besides them. Moreover, they had amassed a huge number of points, leaving everyone else in awe when they found out. Additionally, the main character received a reward for surviving the day, coins that could be exchanged for prizes after training ended. He knew that items bought with these coins were extremely valuable in the journals. Therefore, he wanted to save them and planned to use them at the very last moment. Furthermore, he was trying to negotiate with others. When he stepped forward to address them, everyone was frightened, knowing he was the strongest. The main character had a way for all of them to stay alive. Kim Do-hyung overheard their conversation. He criticized the hero for what he wanted to do, unable to believe that everyone could survive. Moreover, the main character's behavior infuriated him. And at that moment, he began to shout. Everyone started watching to see what would happen next. But Kim Do-hyung was scared. He realized he was weaker and didn't dare challenge him. Kim Do-hyung was against it and didn't want everyone to unite as a team and work together to survive. He believed he could survive by just collecting individual points. But there was the final stage, and no one knew what would happen there. Perhaps they would need to combine their strengths again. And this was a great opportunity to prove himself. He wanted everyone to first start pooling their efforts and earning team points, after which each could decide what to do. He also thought that earning 1,000 points a day would be enough to get by. Personally, he planned to earn twice as many points since he was the initiator. It seemed everyone agreed to his terms. And Kim Do-hyung realized that everyone had sided with the main character. And because he had no support, he was extremely angry. Suddenly, he attacked the main character. But the hero didn't want to argue with him, believing it would only drive them further apart. Moreover, the man couldn't believe his words without a single piece of evidence. It seemed they would never be able to unite. However, there was no time to waste, and the main character wanted to go hunting again. But he understood that people needed to gather together and help one another. And he did this precisely because it was written in his journal. But was it really necessary to save everyone? Besides, after this stage, the team that earned the most points could receive a prize. So, without even resting, he headed to the white doors to continue racking up team points. Immediately, a fight broke out, for before him stood a gigantic monster ready to crush him. The hero's bracelet helped him, making his strike significantly stronger. Therefore, he easily dealt with it, and the creature was dead. Moreover, for killing it, he received a massive amount of points and experience. But he realized that, with one swing of his sword using the bracelet, he had lost half his stamina. So, he needed to conserve his strength and be much more cautious. After everything that had happened, Yu Yongyu looked at himself and the others, wondering who among them was the real monster. Sitting on a tree trunk with his exhausted body, he hesitantly asked Kim if they had ventured too deep into this dangerous forest. It seemed to him that each step brought them closer to death. But Kim saw no danger in it, only a challenge. For him, risk meant progress. His confidence was unshakable. These words stirred something deeper in Yu Yongyu than mere surprise. He paused for a moment, gathering his courage to say something important. He began to acknowledge that for Kim, this had long ceased to be just a fight for survival. Kim silently continued his thought. His gaze was directed at the sky, as if the answer was hidden there. And indeed, what next? Just a return to the old, familiar world? Or something more? Yu Yongyu stood silently, feeling a wave of emotions rising in his chest. He tried to hold himself back, but everything he had bottled up burst forth. Kim just looked at him, saying nothing, but understanding was evident in his eyes. Suddenly, Yu Yongyu could no longer hold back. He rushed to Kim and hugged him tightly. This gesture was so sincere that Kim couldn't contain himself, tears welled up in his eyes. In that moment, he realized how important this friendship had become to him. And although pain and fatigue clung to his body, his heart was filled with warmth. But Kim felt something was off. His head was heavy and his body felt sluggish. His condition worsened with each passing minute, yet he tried to hold on. Inside, a strange, anxious voice emerged. Something was looming. The forest was enveloped in tense silence, broken only by the quiet voice of the boy who doubted whether they could win together. His thoughts were sincere, but uncertainty permeated every word. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an outside voice echoing from the darkness. People jumped in surprise. Someone unfamiliar was approaching the camp. It was Kim Do-hyung, the one who always appeared unexpectedly and left chaos in his wake. Smirking boldly, he assured them he didn't want to fight, though his blood-stained clothes told a different story. His words sounded calm, but something ominous, almost predatory, glinted in his eyes. People were on edge. Any move he made, they were ready to interpret as a challenge. Yet he responded with feigned sincerity, claiming he had come with a proposal. But no one believed him, for when Kim Do-hyung smiled, something dangerous always lurked beneath. Kim Do-hyung smiled as if the whole situation was part of his game. His voice, filled with self-assurance, only heightened the sense of danger. Meanwhile, the main character and his friend were trying to catch up to the fleeing figure. They raced through the underbrush, leaving a bloody trail from their wounds. Ahead, like a shadow, moved an unknown, fast, agile, and merciless monster. Its smile was twisted, as if it derived pleasure from this chase. But the pursuers were running out of strength, injuries, losses, fear, everything blended into one endless breath. Yu Yongyu stopped, breathing heavily, barely holding back his emotions. His fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. Rage consumed him. He realized they were being deliberately led to monsters to be destroyed. And now he had only one goal, to catch this freak, even if it took an eternity. It was clear this could be a trap, so they couldn't afford to take risks. Therefore, they decided not to risk it and turned back. Just then, doors appeared before them, through which they could enter and return. But he couldn't just let the goblin go, as he had read about it in his journal, so he promised to catch it at any cost. They turned back, and the second day of the fourth phase came to an end. The tallying of results for each participant and team began. Suddenly, the hero noticed that 6 people were missing. And it was clear that his opponent Kim Do-hyung had already begun executing his plan, killing everyone weaker than him. Moreover, he had managed to secure the support of others he had intimidated. And he realized that the opposing team had scored far more points than he had. But what had really happened, and why did they act this way? After all, they had agreed to earn 1,000 points each day. Yet Kim Do-hyung denied any wrongdoing. He, along with the others, didn't want to listen to him, believing that team points weren't that important. And then he accused the boy of not wanting to agree with him. It angered him that Kim Do-hyung could easily leave others to die. And then he began to approach him. The atmosphere grew tense as it seemed a fight was inevitable. Kim Do-hyung was furious with him, struggling to keep himself in check. Despite this, Kim remained calm. And then he challenged him. His friends stepped closer to him. Yoo Young-gyu tried to calm him down, knowing they couldn't fight against 10. Moreover, they couldn't force them to listen. At the same time, Yoo Young-gyu drew his sword and wanted to try to kill the main character. However, his partner stopped him. After all, they had indeed broken their promise and he shouldn't start a massacre. He explained that they wanted to earn team points on the last day, as individual points were far more important to them. However, Kim didn't believe a word he said. He had no choice, so he simply walked away. And his friend ran along with him. Yoo Young-gyu only allied with people to get rid of the main character and kill him. After all, he could never overcome him on his own. And everyone understood this. Moreover, his partner believed that without his death, they wouldn't gain any benefit. After all, they promised to save everyone and wanted to wage a real war. Because the main character knew how to sway people to his side. This could mean that the hero was deliberately avoiding conflict with them. And he was much smarter than they initially thought. All they could do was gradually move up and continue gaining experience and points. After all, it wasn't necessary to start with them, there were many others, weaker ones. The main character truly intended to fight them as he knew that sooner or later it would happen. So, he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. But even despite that, it was too much, even for him. After all, he was the one who had been against killing from the very beginning. But there was still something else that bothered the main character. Everything was as written in his journal and he knew that one team of 6 people would disappear. And it was Kim Do-hyung who took their individual points and experience. This was Park Seung-soo's team and they were the biggest threat. And Kim knew that the killings would continue and if this wasn't stopped, he would have no allies left at all. But this was very dangerous. And then he asked Yoo Young-gyu if he was on his side. After all, it was now dangerous to walk alongside the main character and they might also have to kill people to survive. Hearing this, Yoo Young-gyu began to shout. Kim was silent. He was very tense at that moment. And then he began to speak very confidently and seriously. A new day began. The main character and Yoo Young-gyu were trying to catch the goblin that was fleeing from them. After all, he knew that a very valuable reward could drop from it. Moreover, they couldn't catch it just by running after it. So, the main character came up with a new plan. And the goblin didn't stop, continuing to flee, it was faster. The goblin tried to escape. He was running, but the guy was right on his tail. He attempted to chop down the trees the goblin was jumping on. But nothing was working. The nasty little creature managed to get away and stay intact. He also tried to slow down the hero by throwing dirt at him. It worked as he was able to break free. Grabbing onto a tree, he stopped. And he started laughing, mocking Kim. But even it didn't make the guy give up, he was determined to catch him at any cost. Suddenly, Yoo Young-gyu warned him about a threat from the other side. Because right in front of him, a huge monster appeared. It turned out he had guessed right and the wicked goblin had led them into a trap. But Kim realized this could be his chance to defeat him. He prepared for battle. The monster was incredibly strong, easily uprooting trees. But at that moment, the goblin relaxed, thinking the monster would take care of the boy. So, he had only one shot. Gathering all his strength, he began to attack. He believed he could win. Yoo Young-gyu tried to warn him, but the hero wouldn't listen. A new threat appeared, a tree was flying straight at him. And with a single swing of his sword, he split it in two. After that, he was ready to take down the monster. And he succeeded. The path to the goblin was clear, and he managed to wound him with his own sword. It seemed like it was all over and his plan had worked. He caught him at the moment he least expected it. Yoo Young-gyu was impressed by his strength and agility. How did he handle such powerful opponents so easily? He felt ashamed for doubting him. Meanwhile, the day was ending, and the returning people noticed that many had not come back. A team of people was preparing to take a risk and venture into a dangerous area as they were falling far behind in team points. It was risky, but they had no choice. Despite their fear, they moved forward. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. And one of the kids felt a sharp pain, something attacked her. It became clear they had walked into an ambush. It was the enemy team of Park Seung-soo. And they were back on the hunt. They began to kill those who were weaker and couldn't defend themselves. Kim Do-hyung was taking them out because they had a lot of coins, and the man agreed to give up all the coins he would collect in exchange for his life. But Kim Do-hyung understood that if they survived, things would get even tougher. as he wouldn't be able to avoid a confrontation with the hero. The poor man started screaming, realizing he couldn't convince Kim Do-hyung not to kill him. Besides, he didn't want to wait. So he simply gave the order. After that, his whole team drew their weapons. And soon, a real massacre was about to begin. But why were they so brutal? Were they really that evil? People began to plead with them, but even that didn't help. And all the people caught in the trap were doomed. Suddenly, Kim Do-hyung stopped. He saw the hero moving in his direction. And that moment became pivotal as the tension was incredibly high. But everyone knew that Park Seung-soo's team had been killing everyone else from the start. And they would never stop, continuing until the very end. But the hero could put an end to all of this. And Yoo Young-gyu, who wasn't planning to leave his side, was with him. Yoo Young-gyu wasn't afraid, knowing that after the goblin's death, they would receive a very valuable reward. They got armor, potions, and many valuable items. The hero also tried to find a potion. And suddenly he spotted it. It was a liquid, yellow in color, and he was going to check how it actually worked. Luck was on his side as the liquid was very rare and hard to obtain. Yoo Young-gyu also started picking out different items for himself that he could use to become stronger. But Kim was the type to be satisfied with just the potion, letting him take everything else. He immediately drank it. After a while, all his strength was restored and his mana increased by 20%. He could also recover faster. He felt a pleasant warmth throughout his body, his wounds healed. There were also many other items. The things were truly valuable and they were lucky. Yoo Young-gyu wanted to try out the new weapon. He swung it and easily sliced a tree in half. He didn't expect to become so strong. After all, the skill he had gained was very rare and powerful. He couldn't believe that now they could be among the strongest participants in the trial. Moreover, they had rare weapons and armor. The hero also managed to gain additional power for his own sword. Yoo Young-gyu realized that his friend knew a lot about the world and all the monsters. After all, he never made mistakes and always made the right choices. It seemed to him that Kim could see the future. He didn't even understand how his words affected the hero. But they had one unfinished business. And at that moment, they were supposed to go hunting. But this wasn't an ordinary hunt, and Yoo Young-gyu understood this very quickly. They couldn't escape and had to fight against a larger number of enemies. Park Seung-soo's team tried to justify themselves, thinking that only by killing could they survive in a brutal world. The boy had never been this cruel in his life, and at that moment he was ready to kill him. The poor people began to flee. But Kim Do-hyung couldn't allow that and started chasing them. But the hero blocked his path. This was the moment when the fight was supposed to happen. But Kim Do-hyung mocked him. He didn't think he could harm him because he had more people. However, Kim wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was ready to take the risk. He wanted to do it for the sake of the others who would take his example. And then, he confessed that he had special abilities. His words made Kim Do-hyung nervous, as he couldn't even imagine that the hero could be that strong. And then, he ordered his team to attack. But the people were scared. None of them dared to go first. And after a while, some of them simply fled. Kim Do-hyung charged in and tried to injure the boy. He was very nervous and tried to give it his all. Kim saw this and remained calm as the man was no match for him. At that moment, he was ready to use all his abilities to win. Moreover, he had the advantage in strength, and he could easily handle his assault. Kim Do-hyung was shocked that the hero was able to resist him. Suddenly, he pushed him away, and Kim Do-hyung flew several meters away from him. At that moment, other members of his team began to attack him, but the hero was ready. So, he easily took them down. Additionally, Yoo Young-gyu wasn't standing still either. He was helping him. His opponent was the criminal's girlfriend, who had betrayed the hero. The fight continued and the enemy team was suffering heavy losses. One by one, people were dying. That's when they realized they had made a huge mistake. After all, they had no chance against the hero and his strength. Kim Do-hyung didn't understand anything, because this couldn't be happening. He couldn't believe that the hero could be stronger, so he charged at him again. Kim was ready for this and simply waited for him to come closer. And then he met him with a brutal punch to the stomach. Kim Do-hyung found himself on the ground. And the hero struck. He didn't want to kill him right away, so he first chopped off the man's arm. It hurt and he realized he had chosen the wrong path. Kim just stood there, watching his enemy bleed out. It seemed he was waiting for Kim Do-hyung to say something, and he began to plead for mercy. But it was too late. Kim wanted Kim Do-hyung to apologize to those he had killed. But the man refused and didn't want to do it. And then the hero was no longer going to hesitate. He killed him, brutally and coldly. He gained half of his experience and strength. His girlfriend realized she was next and tried to justify herself. After all, Kim Do-hyung had threatened her and forced her to do things she never wanted to. Her words made Yoo Young-yu stop. He pondered. And the woman continued to apologize to him. But she didn't know that it wouldn't help her, as Kim didn't believe her and killed her too. He didn't feel sorry for her, as he knew what she had been like from the very beginning. He also noticed how nervous Yoo Young-yu was. He yelled at him for stopping and not finishing her off. He needed to get a grip, as next time he could just die. Immediately, Yoo Young-yu felt downcast. But there was one more man who managed to escape, and at that moment the hero wanted to find him. As it turned out, the man from the enemy team had fled from the very beginning. He wasn't about to give up that easily and was confident he could come up with a plan to defeat him. The thief wanted revenge for his team and his fallen comrades. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him. And there it was, a gigantic monster standing before him. He had no chance of defeating it. So he planned to run. But then, blood from the monster splattered across his face. And he realized he had been sliced in half into 2 equal parts. But who could be strong enough to take him down so easily? Just as he began to fade away, he stopped, because he saw that it was the main hero who had found him. Kim wasn't going to let the man go again. He wanted to end this once and for all. His gaze was resolute and he looked incredibly dangerous. Immediately, the man began begging for forgiveness, pleading for mercy. He believed he could change and was ready to join Kim's team. However, the hero didn't give him a chance to finish. He killed him brutally and coldly, just as the criminal had done to others. After that, he turned back to Yoo Young-yu. But he noticed that the hero's face was somber. It was all because of the people who had died, and he regretted what had happened. He immediately began collecting the stolen coins. But Yoo Young-yu didn't want to do that. Kim insisted again, handing him the money because if they didn't take it, someone else would take advantage of it. They had to survive at all costs and get through this tough stage. The news that the strongest team of criminals had been wiped out quickly spread. Everyone knew that the main hero and Yoo Young-yu had taken them down together and managed to get their revenge. However, as the numbers dwindled, most people became very frightened, as winning was now harder. At that moment, the main hero interrupted a conversation among one of the teams. He believed that such a gap could be closed quickly. Even the 20,000 points separating them didn't seem like such a big deal. But how could they rack up points so quickly? In reality, it was much simpler than they thought. They just needed to keep fighting and killing monsters, and the hero promised to handle everything else. The man continued to slay monsters, racking up individual points for himself. But what did Kim mean when he said they could handle everything themselves? Yoo Young-yu couldn't understand his plans. Besides, they had been hunting monsters for over 10 hours, so they needed to rest. They were trying to catch up to their competitors and win, even by a small margin. So they left the room and were heading back to the hall with the others. Meanwhile, the 4th stage had come to an end and it was the last day of the stage. Soon, the results were to be revealed. Everyone was eagerly waiting for them, and they hoped their team would win and make it to the top. It became clear that only 10 would survive. So, most of those who participated in the training would perish. Kim had done everything he could, so he tried to stay calm. After all, he had killed the Golden Goblin and taken out the enemy team. Now, all that was left was to win the team competition and secure a prize spot based on points. Suddenly, a message appeared announcing that the points for each team were being tallied at that very moment. The main hero took first place in individual points. Yoo Young-yu was in second place right behind him. But the team points for all the opponents were equal. And everything happened just as Kim had wanted. Because no one had died and everyone received notifications that they had advanced to the next stage. People began to rejoice as it seemed his plan had worked. Because there were no losers, everyone had won. Immediately, the crowd started celebrating. They had all managed to survive and escape. And they did it. Suddenly, strange things began happening to the people and many of them started to simply vanish. The same was happening to them. Yoo Young-yu panicked. But the main hero promised they would meet again soon. And then he disappeared. The 4th stage of training had come to an end. Moreover, Kim's team had scored the best in team points. For that, he received a reward. He also found himself in an unknown place and couldn't understand what was happening to him. All his stats increased by 4 points. He hadn't worked so hard for nothing. Additionally, he received a lot of coins, and from that moment on, he could spend them on things for himself. He had a total of 162 gold coins. Immediately, a terminal appeared before him. It was a device through which he could spend money and buy various items for himself. However, there was nothing valuable there, just items he already had. But his attention was drawn to skills that could also be purchased. One of them was particularly interesting and caught his eye. And this skill seemed to be related to his bracelet, because they had the same name and seemed to complement each other. So, the hero didn't hesitate and chose it. Moreover, the skill was really good and could be leveled up. He bought the skill and then moved on to study it. Immediately, strange things began happening to his body and he felt a warm sensation. Furthermore, another bracelet appeared on his left arm. He examined it and realized it was just like his old one. From that moment, his 5th stage of training was about to begin. The reward for the next stage would also be determined after its completion. He also knew that the next level would be very tough even for him. Suddenly, large doors appeared before him. They were meant to take him to the next level. Without hesitation, he walked through. It was hard to imagine what awaited him ahead. He was breathing heavily. There was no turning back, so he had to keep fighting. He didn't care what monsters lay ahead. He was ready to do anything to see his family even just once. After a while, he found himself in a new place. Other people approached him, surprised by his sudden appearance. The boy had ended up in the middle of a medieval castle. At that moment, a battle was underway and many soldiers were trying to defend the castle from enemies. They also asked him for help, as they couldn't handle the enemy army on their own. And then the hero remembered that this was exactly what was written in his journal. Before him stood a massive army of the undead, relentless and unyielding. They wanted to break through and kill everyone inside the castle. This was what the main hero was meant to do. It was his mission. The people were trying to hold the gates to prevent the undead from breaking in. But there were so many of them that the defenders simply ran out of strength. Moreover, the dead felt no fatigue or pain. They had no fear. Suddenly, a sword flew into the head of a skeleton that was almost squeezing through a gap. It was the main hero ready to take on the fight. At that moment, he charged toward the undead, preparing to battle an entire army by himself. Immediately, he began to take them down by the dozens. It was tough, but he didn't stop. Many enemies fell and he managed to buy some time. The people had the chance to close the gates and prepare better. Suddenly, one of the skeletons managed to get close to him and grabbed his armor. After its touch, his gear began to melt and burn. Kim killed it. But he realized he couldn't let them get too close. After all, their bodies were made of poison, but they were very slow and weak. And if he was careful, he could easily defeat them. He also understood that the monsters might fear sunlight. So he just needed to hold on a little longer. And he managed to do it. When the sun came out, the monsters began to vanish. They burned in its rays. And that was the only effective weapon against them. After the battle, an unknown warrior approached him. It was Max, and he was responsible for the defense. The man thanked the main hero for his help in the fight, as without him, the undead would have taken the castle. He also didn't understand who Kim was and where he had come from so suddenly. But the hero didn't want to talk about it and promised not to interfere with the people in the castle. Max agreed and allowed him to stay, as he needed skilled warriors like Kim. He also had a request for the main hero. He explained that the castle had been under attack by the undead for over 10 days and they could constantly resurrect and appear in even greater numbers. The people only knew that they disappeared at dawn and were very afraid of the light. But where they came from and why they were trying to take their castle was unknown to anyone. However, they needed to hold out for just 10 days as reinforcements were supposed to arrive then. But the hero understood that holding out for 10 days against an army was far too simple. He knew this was not the end. Max pleaded for his help, realizing they couldn't handle the undead alone. In return, he promised to reward him generously. But suddenly, the hero stood up and walked out. Before starting his new task, he had some matters to attend to. Soon, evening arrived. And the undead were approaching the castle again, but now there were many more of them. Max tried to figure out where the main hero had gone, but he was nowhere to be found. For a moment, he thought the boy had simply run away out of fear. But they had to fight, and he gave orders to his soldiers to prepare and take their positions. Suddenly, one of the archers pointed down at the enemy army. He had seen someone fighting the undead alone. It was the main hero who had been one of the first to charge into battle and was trying to win. He was very focused, ensuring that the undead couldn't get close to him. However, there were too many of them and he decided to retreat to regain his strength inside the castle. But this was not the end. As the undead began to break through, they were trying to smash down the doors, forcing the people to hold them back. Suddenly, Max managed to find him. He yelled at the hero for fighting them alone. But Kim discovered the real reason they were appearing. He found a group of shamans hiding in the woods, summoning waves of the undead every night. So, the people and the bravest warriors set out to find them, ready to punish the criminals. However, the main character wanted to go alone, believing his strength would be enough to handle the enemies. He knew this was a training exercise and anything could happen, so he wasn't sure if he could protect the people walking alongside him. After a while, they managed to reach the very spot. They caught the shamans, but they said nothing and didn't confess to their crimes. By doing so, they only hastened their own deaths as Max and his soldiers were furious. But the other shamans were confident that the soldiers wouldn't be able to stop them. After all, it was about to get dark. And with the arrival of darkness, they felt completely different. Suddenly, the main character struck, hitting right at the center of their sacred circle. The ground beneath their feet began to crack. At that moment, the shaman realized that Kim was no ordinary soldier, and he wanted to take his power for himself. They needed to hurry. They began chanting spells, trying to summon monsters to aid them. At the same time, the people charged forward, trying to eliminate the mages. But could the mages really summon the undead even when the sun was shining? The main character had a very bad feeling, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. The shamans covered themselves with a protective dome, but the man managed to break through it. Soldiers eager for blood and revenge tried to slip through the breach. But suddenly they felt sick and could no longer control their own power. The shamans managed to invade their minds. Kim tried to do everything possible to save the soldiers and ordered them to retreat. But it was too late. Right in front of them appeared an incomprehensible creature summoned by the shamans. It was a true demon, beginning to devour the trapped people who couldn't move. The hero had never seen anything like it before. Was this really his training? It was incredibly hard to resist when he suddenly saw strange shadows in the woods. But the scariest thing was above. The creature that appeared could communicate with the shamans and was listening to them. They gave the order. The target of the monster was the main character. And then the demon got angry. He nearly crushed his master as he didn't consider the boy a worthy opponent. The monster didn't let him finish speaking and simply crushed him. The soldiers were terrified. After all, the monster was truly horrifying and dangerous. It was gigantic, had wings, and wielded deadly sharp weapons. The hero wanted to fight it one-on-one while the others dealt with the mages. Max didn't want to let him go, but he understood they had no chance. The demon mocked the boy, not believing he could be a real challenge. But the hero didn't back down. He was ready for what might be the toughest fight of his life. The moments before the battle were the hardest he had ever faced. He didn't feel fear, but he was trying to find the weak spots on its body. But this was truly a dangerous creature. He hoped that, by using all his strength, he could slice it in half with one blow, just like he had done with the orc and other creatures before. But the demon was much stronger, and it wouldn't be that easy. He had to wait, but the demon was already charging at him. The boy managed to dodge the powerful attack. It was as if the demon teleported toward him, moving incredibly fast. Another strike. But the boy managed to escape this time too. At the last moment, he dodged again, realizing there was no time to hesitate anymore. So, gathering all his strength, he struck. After all, he had to win before the sun set. Somehow he managed to sever its arm. And it worked, as he realized the demon could be wounded, especially since he hadn't been fighting at full strength. Suddenly, the demon stopped. He noticed the boy's bracelets. And then he understood that the boy was indeed not an ordinary human. At that moment, the hero also began to mock him. Suddenly, another strike. This time, Kim didn't manage to dodge and felt the full force of the demon. Was this the end? The people watching began to scream. However, the main character continued to stand his ground. His hands trembled as he exerted tremendous effort to resist. The demon couldn't understand why he was so strong, and he tried to crush him with all the strength he had. Suddenly, the boy's sword began to lift him up. It had developed many cracks. Still, he couldn't hold on and let go. But at the last moment, he jumped back. This time, he was incredibly lucky. Again. However, his weapon was broken, and he was left nearly defenseless. Kim was prepared and always carried another sword with him, which he intended to use. Suddenly, the demon was already behind him. He was indeed very fast despite his size. The hero didn't expect this at all and managed to shield himself at the last moment. However, the blow was strong, and he was sent flying several meters away. When the boy stopped, he tried to continue the fight, but he was exhausted, and his body ached. But the demon, despite its injury, remained very strong and was ready to tear him apart. It seemed the demon had exhausted all its strength and could no longer use its power or teleport as quickly. This was what the boy had been waiting for, and he immediately charged at it. The decisive moment of the battle had arrived. The demon tried to stop him, but it didn't succeed. Once again, the hero managed to dodge. Putting all his strength into it, he severed another limb. However, he wasn't planning to stop there. He wanted to keep fighting, taking advantage of the moment while the demon was weakened. But this time he aimed carefully. The strike had to be precise and powerful, right at the throat. And when he waited for that moment, he wanted to put all the strength he had left into it. The demon tried to resist. It wanted to throw the boy off of itself. But the hero waited. He continued to look for the right moment to attack. And he waited for the demon to expose its neck. Suddenly it happened. He was ready, and he struck. The blow was incredibly strong. With one sweep of his sword, Kim severed the monster's head. It was all over, and he rejoiced that he managed to handle it before night fell. The boy had won again, but it seemed the demon continued to breathe. Even without a head, it could still move. But this quickly passed, and its body fell to the ground. The boy exhaled in relief, realizing he had been a step away from death this time. Immediately, his new friends rushed to him, having watched the battle from a safe distance. The soldiers wouldn't have won without him, so they were grateful. However, the hero understood that he had just been lucky. As if it had been night, none of them would have survived. Suddenly, the severed head of the demon began to speak. It mocked the boy and the soldiers but acknowledged its own defeat. Kim wanted to put an end to this. So, he simply finished it off by stabbing his sword into its eye. At that moment, he received a notification that his training was complete. The hero gained a massive amount of experience and power. Max explained that the demon he had defeated was the god of death and could command an army of the undead. Then the boy realized that after completing his training, he would have to fight it again, but then the demon would be much stronger than now. Max didn't want to hold the hero back and intended to repay him for helping them win the war. But the boy refused. He simply thanked him and walked away. At this point, he was about to enter the very doors that had appeared before him, and move on to a new, much tougher stage of his training. He hoped that behind the doors, his beloved and daughter would be waiting for him. More than anything in life, he wanted to see them again. However, the place he found himself in was shrouded in fog. Because of this, he couldn't see anything and moved blindly. Suddenly, he saw a strange structure ahead. Most likely, he needed to go there, so he walked. On his way, he encountered a strange man who asked who he was and how he had found this place. The stranger looked like a god, as he wore very unusual clothing and was of gigantic stature. He also recognized the item on the boy's arm. After all, it had once belonged to him until he lost it himself. Moreover, the man knew why the boy had come to him. Kim wanted to find the king, and the man was his vassal. The boy explained that he had wandered in the thick fog until he saw the temple and decided to enter. Furthermore, the man didn't think he could lie to him, so he believed him. But he pondered. His eyes became fearful. He looked up at the sky. It seemed he heard someone. He began to speak with his king. The king liked the main character. Kim could gain great power from him, but it would be very difficult to handle. It could become a curse rather than a gift. Moreover, a person with such power bore immense responsibility. The boy thought deeply, but at the same time he immediately agreed. He didn't understand how powerful the force could be, but he knew he needed it, and it was only for one reason, so he could meet the people he loved dearly, for whom he was willing to do anything. It seemed the man understood him, but suddenly, he touched him, unwilling to let go and relinquish that powerful force so easily. He had to understand the price that came with wielding it. Only those who could endure it would be able to claim it and become invincible. Suddenly, the boy felt unbearable pain and couldn't keep himself on his feet. The pain felt lethal, and this was just the beginning. He needed to do everything possible to endure it and survive. And he tried. Tears streamed from his eyes, but he persevered. The boy attempted to rise, but he couldn't manage it. Overwhelmed by pain, he lost consciousness and couldn't get back up. The man began to doubt whether he could withstand it when suddenly the boy came to and tried to stand again. The man silently watched, not intervening. The boy crawled. He continued to fight against the pain, but it wouldn't relent. Blood flowed from his mouth. He was bleeding heavily. He was incredibly stubborn and ready to do anything to gain this power. He wasn't going to give up, as this was his only chance to reunite with his family. However, he realized he could no longer endure and wished for someone to just end it, as it was unbearable. Just then, he heard a voice. The voice was very familiar. The spirit reminded him why he had to keep fighting and survive. But he wasn't listening. His eyes began to close. It seemed he was dying. Suddenly, he saw his wife and daughter before him. He didn't want to leave them and tried to reach out, but they were drifting away. Kim understood he couldn't just give up, as he had promised to meet them again. Instantly, he managed to calm himself. The pain faded and he felt much better. Moreover, he hadn't died and couldn't understand how he managed to see his wife, as it was because of her that he was still alive. His body housed the heart of a king, despite being just an ordinary boy who accidentally stumbled into their world. The heart of the king was a reward for his training, but the protagonist felt that it wasn't that simple. Who was that king, really? He had so many questions. The man was about to answer him if he could. The boy asked who that king was, the one he had heard about. But the man couldn't provide an answer. And when Kim asked again, he stopped him. Because time had passed and the boy had to leave his world, taking with him the gifts the king had left him. After a while, he simply vanished. The man understood that the king believed in the boy's potential. Because he wasn't like the others. There was something special about him. The boy gained a wealth of experience and new skills and suddenly found himself in a new, unfamiliar place. Among the people, there were many foreigners, and he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was Yu Yoongyu, who was overjoyed to see him and rushed to hug him. Suddenly, armored figures approached them, looking like soldiers. But why had everyone been gathered in one place, unable to escape, surrounded by walls? Just then, the guard's voice made them quiet and everyone stopped talking. The man began to introduce himself to the newcomers. He was one of the training participants who had been trapped in this world for over 7 years. His name was Walker Alvin. Kim realized that among them were not just people who had come with him to participate in the trials. But why could mysterious individuals have entered this place much earlier and remained here? There were so many of them. They were also trying to escape the dome that surrounded them all. And they thought Walker Alvin might be responsible for trapping everyone. They wanted revenge on him once they managed to break free. The man couldn't stand their bickering and chatter, so he yelled at them to shut up. It seemed people were very afraid of him, so they didn't want to anger him. They had no idea what he had done for them, so the furious man was ready to take them all down. He drew his sword but quickly managed to calm down. He tried to explain that the wall was created for their protection, as this place was so dangerous that any step could be their last. And the newcomers, who lacked sufficient strength, could easily perish. So he promised to let them out, but for now they had to stay inside the dome. Besides, he wasn't afraid for his own life, as he was strong enough to handle all of them even if they banded together against him. The place they were supposed to go was the Village of Beginnings, and soon they would have to deal with the troubles and dangerous monsters that infested the area. For that, they needed to bypass the mountain range a few miles away. Beyond it lived real monsters who were incredibly strong. For there was an angel and a demon, and they were the most terrifying foes of humanity. They far outmatched all other monsters and would be very powerful. So, he warned the people to be more cautious and to stay away from the demon and the angel. However, the protagonist understood who they were talking about, as he had previously faced a demon and managed to defeat it. After a while, they reached the settlement where they were to live. The people were astonished when they saw the magnificent city and were impressed by its scale. From this place, the city was to become their home and everything was free for them. But only for 10 days. After that, they would have to find food for themselves and take care of their own safety. Moreover, they needed to remember that their safety depended on a very strong clan. After some time, the people settled into their own homes. They were all placed in very small and uncomfortable rooms that didn't resemble the other buildings in the city at all. But they had no other choice, as the dome surrounding them prevented them from going anywhere and forced them to stay with the others. So, Kim had no idea what to do. And in those 10 days something needed to be done, as it was unclear how they were going to survive moving forward. Besides, he understood he needed to stay alive, knowing that this level was one of the toughest. And he remembered his most important mission and that he wanted to reunite with his family. Meanwhile, Yu Yoongyu decided to take a shower. Taking advantage of his absence, the protagonist pulled out his diary. and he began to hope that the information in it had been updated. After all, he managed to find what he wanted to see the most. On one of the pages, it was written that they would soon be able to meet. Moreover, he noticed that pages that hadn't been accessible before were now opening, and he could read their contents. That's exactly what he began to do. But he didn't rush and carefully read every detail. The information was very important to him, and he tried not to miss anything. He had to read the pages several times as there were moments he didn't understand at all. Additionally, he did this very cautiously as he didn't want anyone to see him. However, after reading, he had many questions. Could it be that his greatest enemy was also in this place? Just then, his friend entered the room. The boy quickly closed his diary in front of him. But at night, he continued to read. Now, he finally understood how to survive in the new city, but there was no information about the demon and the angel and how to defeat them. Even in his diary, there was a lot of unknown information, and he realized he didn't have enough strength to fight them. Suddenly, a suspicious voice was heard outside the door. It became clear that people were looking for the protagonist. The boy stood up and was about to open the door, but he didn't know what would happen next, as nothing in the diary mentioned it. The voice outside asked him to open up, as she wanted to tell him something. It was Yu Yungyu who had woken up. He thought it was the owner of the house they were living in. However, the person began knocking on the door again, asking him to open it immediately. This all felt very suspicious, and Kim got scared. He grabbed his sword, ready to use it if danger arose. He froze and asked what the unknown person wanted from him. As it turned out, it was Dean from the clan in the city, and he had come to recruit the protagonist. The man assured him that he didn't need to worry so much and that he was under the protection of a powerful clan in the city. He also warned him that he was safe, as conflicts among the settlement's residents were forbidden, and he couldn't harm him in any way. The boy believed him and decided to let him into his room. Before him stood a polite and smiling guy who was happy to meet him. And when he saw that Yu Yungyu was in the room, he asked to be alone with the hero. He introduced himself again, stating his name and who he was. The protagonist also introduced himself and introduced his friend. He tried to find out how Dean had heard about him and why he had chosen him. In fact, everyone knew that the protagonist was very strong and had performed well in training. The clan needed people like him, and they were offering him to join them. Moreover, the clan leader wanted to meet him personally and discuss all the details. He also apologized for coming to him so late, as it was an urgent matter. But why was everything happening at night? Why couldn't it be done during the day? He didn't know what his clan was about, but he didn't want to go anywhere because he thought it was a trap. His words made Dean nervous, as he didn't want to return without him. At that moment, he became very angry and ordered the protagonist to follow him in a different tone. Yu Yungyu understood everything. Kim also drew his sword, as the situation was very tense. He understood everything and knew who Dean really was and what he wanted from him. He also knew that their clan was a lie from the start and that it was filled with ruthless killers and thugs. And he learned this from his diary, so he was very lucky. They were scum who lured people like him and forced them to kill others, innocent people. They could be responsible for his family's death, and he would never forgive them, let alone work with them. Dean couldn't believe the boy understood everything. So, he planned to take all their belongings, and if they didn't agree to hand everything over, he would kill them. As expected, the protagonist refused. He ordered him to leave, but Dean wasn't going to back down so easily. He didn't consider the boy a worthy opponent, but he didn't want a direct confrontation with him. To avoid drawing too much attention, he simply left, leaving them alone in the room. Suddenly, he reappeared, but now behind the protagonist. At that moment, he intended to stab him with his knife, but the boy managed to block the attack. Moreover, the enemy was very strong. After that, he vanished again as if he had teleported. Now, he was trying to attack Yu Yungyu. And at that moment, Kim noticed him and was ready to deliver a strong and precise blow. He missed as the man disappeared again. His house was in ruins. He was filled with powerful energy, making it very hard to stay on his feet. Dean's mana and strength were incredible. It was hard for him to resist. Moreover, the enemy understood that the main character wasn't weak and his power level was very high. Killing him would be much harder than he thought. So he vanished again. But did he really just give up and retreat so easily? That wasn't all. Dean could turn invisible, which is why the men couldn't spot him. All they saw was his shadow darting around the room, ready to strike at any moment. Dean was invulnerable, so he was planning to take them out. First, he wanted to kill Kim. However, something happened that no one expected. Because the hero stabbed him with his own sword. It hurt, and he couldn't believe he had been seen. Immediately, he disappeared again. Due to his abnormal level of mana, the main character could sense him. This only made him angrier. It became very dangerous, so he wanted to leave the house as quickly as possible, where he could die. But Kim wouldn't let him just walk away. And he finished him off with a blow to the back. Dean was gravely injured and couldn't breathe. Weak and bleeding heavily, he collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. When Yu Youngyu saw that Kim had managed to defeat him and was able to see him, he couldn't believe it. After all, he hadn't seen anything. They needed to figure out what to do with the guy's body, as it was clear they would be searched for soon. They didn't have a solid plan, so they had to think and act fast. But the hero calmed down. He didn't want to hide the fact that he had killed a man. The next day, news of this spread throughout the city. A warrior in armor approached the house where the main character lived. It was Max himself. He was trying to find Kim and Yu Youngyu, who were likely the killers. Finding nothing on the first floor, they began to head straight up to his room. The hero understood what was happening and calmly waited for him, while Yu Youngyu was extremely nervous. When he entered, he saw the body of his acquaintance in the room, and he knew that the deceased was a thug from a rival clan. However, he couldn't believe that the main character had managed to take him down and defeat such a strong opponent. Kim confirmed that he had beaten him in a duel. Then, he realized that he was standing before a very influential man, and he was quite important in the city, yet he didn't get angry over the murder. On the contrary, for the killing, he was planning to reward the guy with 30 gold coins. After all, the man was wanted, and only the main character had managed to deal with him and kill him. When Yu Youngyu heard this, he was overjoyed, as he hadn't expected things to turn out this way, especially since Max thought something serious had happened and that Yu Youngyu and Kim might have been in trouble. Suddenly, he turned to them with a proposal. He wanted the men to join his clan and become his comrades and warriors like him. This news shocked them greatly. Kim doubted the truth of his words, but the man was confident in his decision as he had never seen a rookie like the main character. Moreover, this offer was a great opportunity for him, because their clan was very strong and popular, and anyone would want to join. However, Max's partner thought he was rushing with his proposal. After all, first they needed to deal with the body of the dead criminal, and besides, the men were inexperienced. Moreover, they couldn't just take newcomers into their clan. But Max was really angry after hearing those words. It was hard not to notice that they were very strong and skilled warriors. And despite being newcomers, no one had ever defeated the dangerous criminal who was incredibly powerful. He wanted to recruit the main character specifically, since his friend wasn't as experienced as he was. He knew the guy was very strong and had performed well in the trials. When they returned with the offer, Kim turned them down, and that surprised them greatly. After all, being a clan member was a dream for everyone. It was a huge honor for him. However, the guy didn't even listen to him. Did he have much better options? Was he a newbie who had just entered their new world? Then he asked Yu Youngyu if he intended to join their clan. Yu Youngyu didn't respond. He just silently looked at the main character and also declined. They were impossible to convince, and the soldier resigned himself, promising to send them their reward in the evening. Besides, they needed to pay for the damages in the house. He also gave them some time to reconsider and accept his offer to join the clan. After all, he wanted to see them by his side and fight alongside them. After a while, their reward was brought to them. For the first time in their lives, they saw such a large sum of money. If they could get this money in real life, they would be very rich and wouldn't have to work for the rest of their lives. Yu Youngyu also wondered why Kim didn't accept their offer and didn't want to join the clan. But it seemed he had his reasons which he didn't want to share. As it turned out, the main character had an idea and was unsure whether he should join the clan. In fact, he wanted to meet the Supreme Mage, and he wanted the guy to go with him and help him. While walking, the men managed to reach the central square of the city. It was there that they encountered a strange man. He allowed them to use the portal for 50 gold coins. But they had a completely different proposal for him. They had come for something else entirely and had an offer for the mysterious man. Kim promised to find the location of the laboratory. But after those words, the man looked at the guys suspiciously. As no one knew about the laboratory except for him, the guy offered him his services and promised to find the lost laboratory so he could work there. It seemed the offer intrigued the old man. After all, having his own laboratory was the dream of his entire life. Moreover, he realized that the hero was not an ordinary soldier, as he had rare items and armor. The bracelets on his arms looked very familiar. Abram pondered over his proposal. Still, he agreed, but due to his oath, he couldn't leave the portal and go with him. However, if they managed to find something, he promised to reward them. He also warned that if they tried to deceive him, they would feel pain worse than death. Those words scared them, but the hero agreed. Yu Youngyu couldn't understand how the main character found out about the secret laboratory. Moreover, by searching for the laboratory, they could no longer claim membership in the clan. It was known that the laboratory once belonged to the old man, but he lost it. There was a legend that he killed people and used their bodies for his magical experiments. He even had a nickname, and scary tales were told about him to children. Yu Youngyu began to feel in danger, but Kim reassured him. After all, the man was bound by his oath and couldn't leave the square, so he couldn't harm them. Cool, he found a strange place in the mountains. He saw a huge opening that could be the entrance to an underground laboratory. So they needed to climb up to take a closer look. If the words from his diary were to be believed, the laboratory had caused a lot of trouble in the city. Moreover, it was located near the settlement and was very well hidden. Also, the laboratory concealed a huge reward within it. And the effect of the materials he used during his experiments could be very powerful. Upon entering the underground, the guys saw a notification that they had discovered a new location. Also, by exploring the underground, they could unlock a new reward. And he understood that if he joined the clan, he wouldn't be able to claim the trophy. They moved on, trying to be as careful as possible. After all, there could be terrifying monsters in the cave and they couldn't draw attention to themselves. Also, Abram couldn't find his laboratory because he remembered nothing. There had to be some reason for this, but the hero didn't know what had really happened to the man and why he had forgotten everything. Perhaps it was related to his oath. Or he could have lost his memory due to some powerful spell and ended up becoming the guardian of the portal. It was also very strange that the man had been trying to find the laboratory for many years but hadn't told anyone about it. Suddenly Kim stopped. Yu Youngyu did the same and was very frightened. After all, in front of them were the bodies of slain men from the skyscraper clan who had tried to find the laboratory's treasures many years ago. There were also many bodies of ordinary people and they could be the ones Abram had experimented on. Because of this, Yu Youngyu was very angry. So he realized that the man was a true criminal. Suddenly, an earthquake began in the cave. The bodies of the people started to come to life. And after a while, all the dead rose and were ready for battle. Now it was clear why no one had managed to find the laboratory and why it was so dangerous. Kim prepared for battle. Yu Youngyu also drew his weapon. Suddenly, the monsters charged at them as they had to protect the secret place. The fight began. The monsters were very strong and hard to defeat. Moreover, they were almost immortal. All of this was due to the magic cast on them by the mage, as it was his magic that made them so powerful. The guy tried to fend off the monsters surrounding him. But there were too many. Suddenly, one of them managed to sneak up behind him and bit him. However, Kim used his skill and saved himself from death. Moreover, he was about to kill the monster, which he did immediately. Besides, the skin of the creatures was tough, so cutting through it required a lot of strength and energy. Still, they managed to win and all the enemies were dead. Yu Youngyu examined the bodies of the slain people, and he was shocked by the torture they had endured. Moreover, he noticed that in the body of one of them was a strange stone that shimmered. Kim tried to extract it. However, when he realized what it actually was, he couldn't believe his eyes. After all, it was an impulse, but how could it end up in the body of a monster? This was the very stone the mage used when he tried to create chimeras. So he decided to take it with him as a trophy and hoped it would come in handy in the future. Several days had passed since they entered the cave. However, their search yielded no results. They tried to rest and continue searching, wandering through its endless labyrinths. Each time they had to fight with monsters which kept multiplying. Still, they found a door and hoped it would be the entrance to the laboratory. That was where the reward they had been searching for so long was supposed to be. However, they realized that the door was locked. Yu Youngyu was about to chop the lock with his sword. And with a strong blow, the lock shattered, the door was open. Now they could calmly enter inside. The doors were very heavy, so they had to open them together. And still, after a while, they succeeded. A bright light shone from the laboratory room. What secrets did it hold? That was what they were about to find out. Upon entering, they saw a huge room filled with tools the man used for his horrific experiments. Inside a shell, there was the body of a man who had mutated. This was how the monsters were created, which then killed people. Meanwhile, events shifted to the main building of the skyscraper clan. Walker Alvin received a letter with important information. So he read it carefully, trying to make sense of everything. But after analyzing it all, he couldn't believe the information was true. After all, there wasn't a single word about the mysterious laboratory and the secret of the old man. It became clear that they were also searching for the laboratory and had spent a lot of their own effort on it. And the information they brought was just trash, completely useless. The letter mentioned an approximate location of the laboratory, which they had been searching for 2 whole months, but their search had been fruitless. The man simply couldn't believe that the solution had been so close to him all along and that it was actually very easy to find. He was furious at his servant for not being able to do his job and bringing him a false letter. In fact, the soldier just couldn't believe he had been wrong all along and searching in the wrong place. He also wondered if the main character had reconsidered joining his clan. He also asked about his friend Yu Yungyu's decision, but there was no information about them either. When the workers entered the new office, he exhaled heavily and leaned back in his chair. Could he really be mistaken? Meanwhile, the main character continued to examine the mysterious laboratory. It became clear that the laboratory was a place for research and the most terrifying experiments. Moreover, they reached the main room of the laboratory, as there were no more doors ahead. So, the hero carefully examined and began searching for what they had come for. Immediately, his attention was drawn to a huge cabinet filled with books. So when he approached it, he tried to open the doors to find what he needed. Additionally, he saw a huge number of test tubes and equipment used for conducting experiments. It was there that he found a mysterious potion that could come in handy. After all, this potion was the result of the scientist's research, and it could be very useful to him. Furthermore, his attention was caught by a purple bottle containing an unclear liquid, as nothing was mentioned about it in his diary. To be safe, they decided to take everything, and with that, their goal was complete. Suddenly, they noticed that the person in the test tube was no longer moving. It seemed he was alive. To check this, they approached him and began to observe, waiting for any movement. However, the unknown man did not move. But unexpectedly, after a while, he opened his eyes. After looking around for a bit, he closed them again. When the heroes realized that the creature was alive, they didn't know how to handle it properly. They decided to leave it as it was, since they weren't sure if it was a person or a mutated monster. At the last moment, Kim decided to break the glass with his sword because he wanted to find out who the mysterious creature really was. After a while, they returned to the old man, who was still sitting in the square, guarding the portal. He didn't expect it at all and was very surprised when he realized that the guys had found his laboratory. He just couldn't believe it. How did they manage to do that? The man was eager to learn about the whereabouts of the laboratory. But the main character wasn't in a hurry to tell him everything. He wanted to hear what the old man had actually been working on and how he was involved in all the experiments conducted in the lab. Abram didn't want to share and tried to deny his guilt. It seemed he didn't even know what was happening in his own laboratory, especially about the man in the vial, since it was unclear how long he had been there and how his body and mind had changed during that time. Moreover, the man remembered nothing and didn't know what specific experiments he had conducted or how long ago it was. But then why were they trying to find the laboratory? The reason was that the old man considered the lab his home and wanted to return at any cost. But how could he return? He was tied to the square and forced to guard the portal. As it turned out, he could leave it for a short time, and that was enough for him to find the laboratory. Then the main character began to speak. He described the place where he found the entrance to the caves in detail. It seemed the man started to remember everything. He could now recall in detail how he tried to disguise the entrance. The boy continued to speak, and the man kept recalling more information and details. Still, he rewarded the boys for their work. They received very valuable attributes and a sacred ring. With the attributes, the boys could teleport anywhere at any time. The ring given to him by the man was also very valuable and was under special protection. Moreover, the items were several levels above all those they had received at this level. It became clear that they had received a very good reward for their efforts and didn't regret risking it to find the hidden place. Just then, the old man laughed and was about to leave them. He promised to meet them later. And at that moment, he headed back to his laboratory. The boys were happy to have received such a valuable reward, but worried about letting him go so easily. However, they hoped that the old man wouldn't remember anything and would lose his memory again. Still, they hid from him the fact that they had stolen the most valuable items from the lab. After all, those potions could be the reason the old man was trying to find his base. When Abram teleported, his eyes sparkled with joy, and a wide smile spread across his face. Back in their own place, the boys talked about what had happened to them. They were pleased that they had managed to obtain rare items and were living in much better conditions. Besides, they planned to go to the Skyscraper clan and inform them about the underground laboratory, as they could be generously rewarded for it. They also needed to decide what to do with the potions they had stolen. After all, they had no idea what was in them and what would happen after they drank them. Moreover, the system couldn't recognize the potions or tell them about their properties. The only way to find out was to drink the potions one by one and see what would happen to them. The main character was sure that this could enhance their strength and help them survive. Yu Youngyu didn't trust him, but he had no choice and began to drink. First, he drank the blue vial, just as Kim had instructed. After that, he immediately started on the red one. He quickly noticed an incredibly strong energy spreading through his body. Suddenly, they felt an excruciating pain and burning throughout their bodies. The pain was so intense that they could barely stay on their feet. But gradually, their stats began to rise. It became clear that they couldn't drink it all at once, as its effects were incredibly powerful. The boy felt like his body was burning from the inside, yet his level was gradually rising and he was becoming stronger. He also remembered the suffering he had gone through in the past to increase his strength, and this effect was much weaker than what he had to endure before. His entire body was racked with terrible spasms, but he could control it and endure the incredible pain. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu was having a much harder time and was screaming in agony. After a while, it all passed, and they exhaled in relief. They managed to survive the ordeal. Yu Youngyu didn't realize how much time had passed. The boys regretted drinking all the potions at once as it nearly killed them. They also noticed that after drinking the red potion, their health stats immediately increased and restored. Their stats and other attributes also grew several times. The scientist who developed these potions was a true genius. But why hadn't he drunk them after preparing them? He would have become incredibly strong. The boys had very little time left and were planning to head to the Skyscraper clan's house. They were going to go despite it being very late and dark outside. But after thinking it over again, they decided to wait until morning. Also, to ensure the correctness of their decision, the main character took out his diary to find out what awaited him next. He carefully began flipping through the pages, searching for new lines that might have appeared in the diary. Suddenly, he found another page that hadn't been turned before. The boy read each line carefully, going back, when suddenly he began to panic. But after a while, his face changed completely and he looked very frightened. After that, he grabbed his sword and rushed outside, urging Yu Youngyu to run with him. Yu Youngyu was shocked by his behavior, but he had no choice and ran along with him. After a while, they stood in front of the Skyscraper clan's house. The main character tried to knock, but no one answered for a long time. He realized that everything was going wrong and that there was very little time left. So he started shouting, hoping that one of the soldiers would hear him and open the door. Suddenly, a servant appeared before him. The hero insisted on seeing Walker Alvin, but the servant assured him that it was impossible. He needed to schedule a meeting in a few days, but when the hero mentioned the location of the laboratory they had found, the servant's expression changed. So he insisted again that Walker Alvin come out to him. Upon learning what was happening, the soldier appeared immediately. He thought the men had decided to join his clan and wanted to inform him of their decision. He also heard the hero's terrible scream and came to his voice. But when he found out that the boys had managed to find the laboratory, he couldn't believe them, as how could two novices find what he had been working on his whole life? Then he realized that the boy before him wasn't an ordinary person and possessed an incredible strength that no one else had. Moreover, he believed it wasn't a coincidence. Kim explained Abram's plans and what he was trying to achieve by finding the laboratory. After all, he was preparing for an attack on the city and intended to kill all its inhabitants. Furthermore, the old man was about to acquire a new body, the very one he had been growing in the vial for so long. The servant couldn't believe what he heard. Suddenly, a stranger approached them, interrupting their conversation. No way. Could it really be Abram? But how could he move into a new body so quickly? There was no doubt about it. It was indeed him. There was no doubt that it was really him in a new body. Kim realized he had made a huge mistake. After all, at the last moment he had hesitated to destroy the laboratory. And that decision played a cruel trick on him as his enemy stood right before him. Suddenly, he began to attack the main character, trying to deliver a fatal blow. Walker Alvin couldn't understand why the stranger immediately began to attack. But Abram wasn't interested in the soldier. He wanted to deal with the main character and his friend. The boy understood everything, but he had already drunk the potions and had no intention of returning them. Therefore, the opponent wanted to take his magical items and promised to kill him if he resisted. After all, he immediately noticed that the boy wasn't an ordinary person and he was intrigued by his personal belongings. Suddenly, strange things began to happen, as the creature started pulling all nearby items toward itself. Suddenly, a bunch of stone swords appeared in the air. They immediately flew toward the main character. However, Walker Alvin wasn't going to stand by and decided to join the fight, realizing that the unknown was very dangerous. He understood that this was the old man who had been chained to the square, but how had he managed to lift his own curse? Abram remained silent. However, the soldier didn't expect to hear an answer from him. Right now, he was preparing to fight him and he promised to talk to the boys later. But Kim rushed forward, ready to confront the enemy. The soldier couldn't believe he was capable of winning and tried to stop him. Abram began to use his own power. He directed an electric charge at the people, thinking it would be enough to stop them. Walker Alvin stopped, realizing he could die. However, the hero continued to move forward. He had a special weapon that Abram knew nothing about. With the help of his own ring, he could use his weapon against him. He managed to redirect the electric charge and send it back to the opponent. But the lightning passed by and only grazed the enemy. And then he realized what a huge mistake he made by giving the main character the ring. Walker Alvin understood he was wrong. After all, the boys weren't novices, they were experienced warriors. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was distracted, his servant circled around him. He delivered a powerful blow to his back. The hit was so strong that the ground beneath them cracked. However, there was no enemy there. At the last moment, Abram managed to escape. He realized that without the elixirs the boys had stolen from him, his body was too weak and he hurried to engage them in battle. Suddenly, he found himself trapped as a chunk of ice covered his body. It turned out to be a girl who had come to help. She couldn't believe that the old man she had seen guarding the portal was right in front of her. Very soon, a huge crowd gathered outside, along with the entire skyscraper clan. Abram made a huge mistake when he decided to go against all of them. After all, each member of the clan was a very dangerous warrior with special abilities. Therefore, he needed to retreat to prepare better. This wasn't the end, and very soon he planned to return again with new strength. And just like that, he simply vanished, leaving a mountain of ice floating in the air. The woman couldn't do anything as the man had the ability to teleport and even her strong magic couldn't hold him. Still, Walker Alvin wanted to figure out what was really happening. So he ordered the boys to follow him, as he wanted to talk to them. Kim explained that they had managed to find the laboratory and drink the magical potions made from hundreds of human lives. The man realized that all this time they had been mistaken as the solution was so close. They also realized that the guys weren't skilled as they had drunk the potions that the scientist had made for himself. The potions could elevate a person to an incredible level. If a thief drank them, he would be unstoppable. Now everyone understood the criminal's plan. It became clear why he had been trying to find his own laboratory all these years. It was also known that the old man had always hated people and was trying to unleash his aggression while gathering the necessary ingredients for his magical potion. But how had the old man managed to lift the curse and return to the laboratory? The main character had no idea. They realized that Abram would now try to make new potions for himself, so they needed to stop him. Besides, Walker Alvin knew the old man and understood that he wouldn't be stopped easily. He also knew that, without the potions, the criminal wasn't that strong. He wanted to thank the main character because it was thanks to him that they had a chance to stop Abram. Suddenly, he stopped. He couldn't understand how the main character knew about the oratory and that the man would seek revenge. Then Kim realized he had revealed too much and feared that Walker Alvin might start to suspect him. He didn't know what to do. Should he tell him about the diary? Just then, a soldier burst into the room and ordered Walker Alvin to follow him immediately. The soldier was terrified and couldn't explain what was happening. But after catching his breath, everything became clear. At that moment, a wave of monsters was rapidly approaching the city. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the city. All the people who could hold a weapon took up arms to defend themselves. They tried to stop the wave of monsters that had begun to break into the city and were killing people. But there were too few of them, and they didn't have enough resources. Suddenly, a massive barrier covered the city, preventing the monsters from getting inside and killing people. People realized that the skyscraper clan had taken up the defense of the city. The situation was extremely critical. A girl was putting in tremendous effort to protect the people. She also sent out a warning and ordered everyone to grab weapons and defend themselves. Yu Yongyu protected her while she held the barrier, but he knew he wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, the main character and other clan members were outside the city. They had to take the brunt of the attack and try to stop the massive wave of monsters. The main character charged into battle first, starting to take down everything in his path. One by one, he destroyed the monsters. However, he realized they were very weak. Could the potion have affected him? But soon he saw another massive wave of monsters. It was moving straight toward them, and it was a real army. At that moment, the hero decided to try out his powerful weapon. But Walker Alvin beat him to it. With a single sweep of his hand, he attacked the beasts and unleashed an explosive wave. The entire army of monsters was wiped out in one blow. Kim had never seen such power before. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was as if the man had sliced through the air with a single motion of his hand. Walker Alvin was an incredible man and very strong. The boy didn't want to fall behind and started to move after him. They were trying to find the entrance to the laboratory to stop the criminals. Meanwhile, Abram was in his own laboratory. He was trying to brew a potion, but the ingredients were coming together very slowly. Thanks to the main character, his plans had been thwarted and he couldn't become strong so quickly. He hoped to create at least one potion and knew he needed to hurry, because they would be showing up very soon. The main character had spent weeks searching for them to lead them to the laboratory. They needed to finish in 2 days, and on top of that, they were constantly being attacked by waves of monsters. There were so many that they just wouldn't stop. But the people could quickly handle them with their own magic. With a single wave of their hands, they could destroy dozens, if not hundreds, of creatures. Watching them, Kim realized that all these people were at a much higher level than he was. And he was confident they would definitely win. Moreover, they noticed that the monsters contained strange crystals inside, just like the special stone the boy had found the day before. It was a special gem that allowed the creatures to live and move. But it was unclear how it had gotten inside the monsters and who was behind it. However, there was no doubt that it was the work of the criminal, who had been preparing all along and had created a real army for himself. But how he managed to do all this remained a great mystery. They needed to move on, as they were wasting too much time fighting the creatures. Meanwhile, the boy continued to keep his stone, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, a battle raged in the city. One by one, Yu Yongyu was taking down the monsters, protecting the girl. However, one of them managed to sneak past him and attack from behind. He didn't even notice it. But he was lucky, because if it hadn't been for the woman and her magic, he would have died. She also noticed how exhausted he was. But Yu Yongyu dropped his hands. He understood he didn't have enough strength and couldn't help them stop the villain. He tried to be better, but nothing was working out for him. He constantly compared himself to people who were much stronger than him and progressed much faster. So he made a decision. He dropped his weapon and walked away. The boy didn't want to be a burden to them. Understanding how hard it was for him, the girl felt very sorry for Yu Yongyu. Meanwhile, the skyscraper clan and Kim managed to find the laboratory. They entered and saw Abram, who was busy brewing potions and had managed to recover. He had indeed managed to brew a potion, and now he was much stronger than before. This was his laboratory, and he felt especially powerful there. Soon, a tough battle was about to begin, and the boy could already feel his incredible strength and that it wouldn't be easy at all. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the cave. The sounds of fighting and screams reached the outside. All the clan members felt an incredibly strong dizziness. Their ears were ringing. They simply couldn't resist and stand up to the power of the unknown criminal. Walker Alvin was trying to hold on, but he couldn't take it anymore. Unlike his comrades, he remained conscious, but he couldn't get to his feet and continue fighting. The criminal smiled, knowing that his plan had worked and the potion had taken effect. Then, the people realized that such a criminal was only a chance for the city to gather more ingredients for brewing potions. After all, he wanted to take human souls, which he needed to transform them into monsters that could become his army. Walker Alvin understood that the man was indeed a very serious opponent, as he could take human souls and use them for his own purposes. Very soon, he was going to brew a massive amount of potions for himself and become a true supreme mage. Then, no one in the world would be able to stop him. The first to die was supposed to be Walker Alvin, as he was the one Abram wanted to kill the most. And then, he used his own magic. He was already starting to say goodbye to the man, and Walker Alvin accepted that he was going to die and couldn't believe that this was how his life would end. He braced himself, because he understood that it was going to hurt a lot. There was an explosion and the whole room was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, the main character managed to sneak past his enemy and attack from behind. He struck and was able to seriously injure the man. It was so unexpected that the enemy was even frightened. His wound was very serious, and he couldn't believe that his magic hadn't worked on the main character. This was supposed to be the final battle. The boy understood that the opponent was very serious, and he prepared himself. He was also shocked that Abram's magic hadn't affected him. Could it all be because of the potion he drank? After all, he felt nothing at all. Maybe it was because of his ring or the armor that protected his body from the magical force. Suddenly, he noticed that Walker Alvin was still alive after such a strong blow. Walker Alvin was conscious and trying to get up, but to no avail. Kim realized that Walker Alvin was just trying to buy him some time, as he noticed he could still move. So, he had a chance as the enemy wasn't looking his way and he couldn't miss this opportunity. He had one more potion that he planned to use at that moment, fearing he wouldn't be able to win. Suddenly, the enemy noticed him. He also realized that he hadn't noticed how the boy had managed to get close to him, and it was because he had spent all his strength on the Skyscraper clan. He also understood that he was in a trap as the two men could attack him simultaneously and he couldn't afford to be distracted by either of them. Suddenly, the main character lunged at him. He managed to hit the enemy, but at the very last moment, the enemy managed to teleport away and save his life. It was the same moment when he found himself behind him, and he tried to deliver a powerful blow. The boy was thrown back by the explosive wave, but in the last moments he managed to use his protective shield. Walker Alvin, who had managed to get to his feet, realized he didn't have the strength to continue fighting and decided to leave as he wanted to save his own life. Moreover, his people were unconscious and couldn't help him. He couldn't believe that the main character was still standing and continuing to fight as now their lives depended on him. Still, the battle continued. Kim was trying to kill his enemy. To speed up, he had to use his own magic. Because of this, he was expending a lot of energy and could tire out soon. He had to keep running as he could use his own power and was trying to hit him with lightning. However, Abram was just waiting for his strength to run out. Suddenly, chains appeared around the boy's legs. Because of this, he couldn't move and found himself trapped. He began to panic, trying to shake them off. But nothing was working. Now he had no way to dodge the man's attacks. At that moment, he unleashed his main weapon and wanted to launch sharp stones at him. Was this the end? Abram was delighted, as he considered it his victory. Suddenly, he noticed that his spell had stopped working. The chains around the boy's legs were broken and he could no longer control him. Moreover, he collapsed to the ground, feeling an unbearable headache. He understood that his soul had been consumed by the magical circle, but how could this happen to him? In fact, it was the potion that the main character had managed to drink before the battle that had worked. Abram didn't understand anything. He was stunned by this turn of events. But Kim simply threw an empty potion bottle at his feet. It was the most dangerous potion the criminal had ever possessed. It was thanks to him that he could control the minds of others and steal their souls. This was his most powerful weapon. Now the man could not resist. He understood that this was the end. Moreover, the boy had coated his own sword with poison, which was meant to return the old man to his own body. However, the criminal tried to fight back. First, he planned to stop the magic circle and attempt to return to his old body just to stay alive. But he couldn't move at all. The boy approached him and was about to strike. He had managed to invade his consciousness and control all his movements. He could easily kill him and take his soul. Suddenly, he struck with his own sword. As a result, the criminal lost his own hand, the one with the ring. With it, the man could control his own power and was planning to attack the hero after he stopped the magic circle. Kim noticed this and knew the man wasn't going to give up easily. So he struck him again. As a result, the criminal lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the boy was preparing to help his friends regain their senses. He also planned to destroy the entire laboratory of the man to prevent him from continuing his work. For a while, he managed to pull everyone out of the lab. But they didn't come to their senses and remained unconscious. Only Walker Alvin could speak and understood everything. He felt terrible that they were powerless against the mage. But Kim could handle it himself and promised to return very soon. Walker Alvin felt very bad for not being able to help. Meanwhile, the boy decided to conduct an interrogation. He was curious how the man had managed to regain his memories, knowing it was impossible to do alone. He wanted to find out who that villain was who helped him recover his memories and find his own lab. But he quickly realized that it was thanks to him that Abram was able to find his old home. He struck again. And this time he severed the other hand. Only after this did Abram start to talk. He spoke of a stranger who had given him a piece of paper long ago and left quickly. It seemed Abram was telling the truth, as he had no reason to lie anymore. Next, the boy wanted to know how he had managed to brew potions and how he had hidden it for so long. Suddenly, Abram began to talk about the armor and bracelets on his arms. Because the person who taught him magic wore the same. It could be the king himself, as only he had the same armor as the hero. Then the hero realized that all the legends about the king and his treasure were true. But he didn't finish, he still had many other questions. He was curious why the man had created an army for himself. Was he preparing for war and wanted to kill everyone to become an invincible criminal? This question surprised Abram, because in reality he was pursuing a different goal. He just needed to find many subjects to conduct his own experiments and brew potions. From the very beginning he hadn't intended to use people for his experiments, but the emergence of the clan forced him to do so. After these words he began to scream and curse the hero and the skyscraper clan that had interfered with him. Kim silently watched him. He understood that the man was insane and there was no helping him. Moreover, by killing people, Abram gathered the necessary ingredients for his potions. And then, he enjoyed it so much that he began to kill for pleasure. After these words, the boy struck him again. The blow was so strong that the ground cracked beneath him. It was very sad for those people who died and became part of his experiments. After all, each of them had a family and they all wanted to live. He saw no reason to keep such a villain alive. So he decided to kill him. This would rid the world of one more bad person, and he hoped that this decision would save many lives. Meanwhile, on a hill, people in black cloaks were sitting. They knew that Abram was already dead. It happened much faster than they expected. They knew how powerful the Archmage was, but realized that someone was much stronger than him. So, they needed to return as they could be next. They began to flee to save their own lives. After all, opportunities would arise for them in the future, they just needed to prepare better. Meanwhile, the wave of monsters didn't end, and Yu Youngyu stood on the city's defense. He had very little strength left, but he continued to fight. Suddenly, the monsters stopped. They turned around and began to flee from him. Yu Youngyu didn't understand anything. He had never seen anything like it before. What had really happened? The next day, it was all over and the people managed to survive. There were many casualties, as about 20,000 people had died. Moreover, most of them were recruits, so they couldn't defend themselves. Additionally, they were extracting crystals from the bodies of the chimeras to sell them to another district of the city. Furthermore, the people from the skyscraper clan couldn't recover after the battle in the lab, as even the next day they had headaches. However, physically, the people were unharmed. Unfortunately, some of them never regained consciousness. The woman who had been with them couldn't come to her senses, and it seemed that the mage had taken her soul. Walker Alvin realized he had made a huge mistake by bringing people with him. However, he couldn't even imagine that their enemy would be so powerful. Walker Alvin understood that they had managed to survive thanks to the hero, and he couldn't even fathom what would have happened to them if it weren't for him. When it was all over, Kim and Yu Youngyu were planning to go somewhere else. The clone in jeans didn't want to let them go, hoping that, with their strength, they would join him. However, the hero again refused their offer. He wanted to go his own way. They could change their minds at any moment and return, as they were always welcome in the clan. Everyone in the city knew their names, so they could feel safe and not fear being turned away. But where were the boys supposed to go next? Next, they had to head to Darkmium. And when Walker Alvin heard where they were planning to go, he got scared. After all, it was a place that had thrived just a few years ago. But now, there was no life there, as a particularly dangerous clan ruled. A clan of assassins, the city was lawless, filled with murders and constant crime. But even this didn't stop the hero, and he didn't reconsider going. Moreover, he knew well what was happening and how dangerous it was there. The risk was too high, but he simply couldn't turn back. He also didn't want to put Yu Youngyu in danger, so he suggested he stay behind. But he refused and promised to stay with him until the very end. After all, this was now his life too, and whatever happened to them, he wanted to experience it with the hero. Even the skyscraper clan couldn't dissuade him. Suddenly, a soldier mentioned their reward, which he was going to present for helping them save the city. He pulled out 2 rings, which were the most valuable among what they had. They were teleportation rings. They were needed to restore the portal. The clan couldn't give them more as all other resources were needed to restore the portal. Kim began to examine the ring closely. It was of very high quality and the master who made it was none other than Abram himself. Moreover, the ring could regulate time and he didn't know what that really meant. For the first time in his life, he saw such a valuable A-rank item and was very pleased. So, as a farewell, the Skyscraper clan wished them luck and didn't want to hold the boys back any longer. They hoped that one day they would be able to meet them again. It was already time to hit the road, so the boy pulled out the specifications to teleport to another city. Reading the incantation, he began to move. And after a while, he and his friend disappeared. Walker Alvin felt sad when the boys left him. Suddenly, a woman grabbed him by the ear. After all, he was supposed to give the boys only one ring, while the other was the property of their clan. Those items were very valuable, and he made a big mistake by giving them away so easily. But he thought he had done the right thing, as it was thanks to the boys that they managed to survive and defeat their greatest enemy. After his words, the woman blushed, realizing she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, the boys found themselves in a new place. However, there were no houses or streets around them. The weather was terrible, yet they were exactly where they needed to be. But when they entered the settlement, they realized that this place was much larger. It was quite frightening, and Yu Youngyu asked why they had really come here. The hero had been searching for that very man for a long time, and he believed that the culprit might be in this settlement. It was the man who had killed his family, and he was ready to do anything to find him. This was what he had seen in his diary, and he understood that the time had come. He was ready for revenge. That very night, he had a terrible dream. He was working at his job and living a normal life. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his beloved. He was running late from work but promised to come home soon and finally meet her. But in response, he heard her begging him to save her and come help quickly. The boy tried to shout back to her, but she didn't respond anymore. His hands trembled as he thought the worst had happened. Immediately, he left his office and rushed home. He was in such a hurry because every minute counted. Suddenly, he woke up. It had all been a dream. He was in his own house and went to check where his wife and child were. But when he entered the room, he saw their bloodied bodies lying on the floor. They were dead, and his dream had been reality. He constantly thought of his wife's friend in various places, and it wouldn't let him live in peace. Nightmares haunted him constantly, and he could never calm down. He knew his wife had pleaded for mercy and begged the killer not to do this to her. He also knew that the killer had taken pleasure in killing them. He remembered that day for the rest of his life, as it was the worst day of his life. The death of his loved ones was a true shock to him. He would never forgive this. The horrors tormented him constantly. And even that day, he woke up again as he saw the terrifying scene before his eyes once more. The hero's hands trembled violently from the sweat. He tried to pull himself together, but Yu Youngyu noticed something was off with him. Yet, Kim didn't want to share anything. Yu Youngyu began to worry about him, especially since strange things had been happening lately. He also spotted a mysterious note under his door. The note revealed that all members of the assassin clan were supposed to gather that very day. It became clear that the guys were invited to the town square and that their presence in the city had been discovered. Therefore, they needed to pass their entrance test and try to capture their leader. After a while, they arrived at the town square. Among the crowd were many dangerous individuals, all contenders for joining the clan. The leader of the assassins noticed that a large number of people had gathered. Finally, the event began, and he stepped up to give a speech to all the hopefuls. He was thrilled that his clan was still popular and that so many people wanted to join. But the crowd wasn't listening to him. Furious, he ordered everyone to shut up. When they ignored him, he demonstrated his own power. At that moment, everyone realized he was not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to challenge him would be killed. This terrified everyone present, and they began to listen attentively. He started explaining the clan's rules, revealing that members of the same clan could not kill each other. Moreover, a person's life meant nothing in this context, and the commander didn't care about his comrades. After a brief introductory speech, the test was about to begin. It was quite simple, and everyone was handed flyers. They needed to bring back the head of the person shown in the photograph, and only those who brought the head along with the photo would pass the test. This person was located in a huge city, and while it seemed straightforward, there was a catch. Besides the test participants, the photo featured faces of people living in another city, so they had to search very carefully. With that, the task began. The clan leader disappeared, leaving the people to fend for themselves. The main character suggested they withdraw and no longer wanted to stay in such a place. He couldn't imagine how to find the right person among such a massive crowd. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu noticed one of the participants starting to snatch flyers from others, robbing them of their chance to pass the test. This made him furious. Yu Youngyu thought the test was unfair. It just wasn't right. Perhaps the man the main character was trying to find was also participating in the test. But it all felt very strange. How could anyone emerge victorious from such a large group? The guys moved calmly through the city streets, completely unaware they were being watched the whole time. He recounted how after the death of his wife and daughter he had quit his job and was searching for the culprit. But at some point he gave it all up and returned to the company. Now he wanted to catch the killer again, even at the cost of his own life. Besides, he still had memories of the killer and knew that the culprit had entered this world and was also taking the test. He also knew that the killer carved the letter X into the bodies of his victims, which was how he could be caught. The killer was truly evil, committing his crimes with particular brutality. Yu Youngyu believed he absolutely had to pass the test to find the murderer. After all, their targets could be innocent people. Especially the woman featured on the main character's flyer. She looked so sweet and didn't seem like a criminal at all. Just then, they were surrounded by unknown individuals. They pulled out sharp knives and blocked their way. The men thought they were dealing with rookies, so they figured it would be easy prey. But the main character was ready for this and prepared for a fight. When he drew his sword, the criminal was taken aback, not expecting him to resist or show no fear. The head of the assassins was at his own house. After all, he was the one behind the ambush planned against the main character by armed thugs. He was simply curious to see who would win in a deadly duel. He didn't actually know that the hero was no novice. The woman thought it was impossible for them to win, as they seemed more suited to the assassin participants. The clan leader was eagerly waiting to hear who would be the first to complete the tasks. Meanwhile, the clash in the street continued. The main character asked if the guys had encountered the killer who left his mark on the bodies. But this angered the thugs, and they decided to attack him to kill him. The boy prepared to defend himself, yet he remained calm. He easily dodged the first strike. The thug thought he was lucky and became even angrier. He tried to injure him, but each time the boy evaded. Still, this couldn't go on forever. So, his partner threw his own sword to help him. But even that was something the main character anticipated. He simply blocked the attack. They couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't expected the boy to be so skilled. Next, Kim was ready to punish them and swung his weapon. He managed to hit one of the thugs. The thug immediately flew back several meters. The other, realizing what was happening, gathered himself and tried to kill him. This was the main thug, the most experienced of all the criminals. However, the boy didn't even try to dodge his strike. He simply unleashed his superpower, making his body invulnerable. With the help of his ring, he could control time and saw all of the man's movements in advance. For him, everything slowed down, making it easy to dodge the thug's blows. However, the use of the superpower was limited to just a few minutes. Due to the excessive use of power, he couldn't rely on it for too long. So he struck back. His attack was so powerful that it immediately stunned the attacker. After the strong blow, the enemy flew back several meters. Yu Youngyu also dealt with them easily, as the thugs were true amateurs and posed no threat to him. After the fight, he approached their leader, who lay on the ground unable to get up. He asked again if he had encountered the killer who left his mark on the bodies of his victims. After all, the boy knew that the thugs were also searching for this man, as he was the reason for the real series of murders in the city. He began to choke him, wanting the thug to spill everything. The boys helped him with threats. The man revealed that the serial killer left a letter on the bodies of his victims, but he had come to the city only to take the test and become a member of the clan. He didn't know anything more and hoped that Kim would let him live. The boy agreed with him and promised to spare his life. With disbelief, Macbeth looked at him. He continued to speak, for he knew that the maniac could also be taking the test. And he was hunting the main character, which is why he hired assassins to save himself some time. The thug was at the location where the serial killer had stopped. There was a mountain of corpses marked with his symbol. The boy listened intently. And after the man finished speaking, he ordered him to take him to that place. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the serial killer's house. In one of the rooms, he was torturing his victims. Terrified people screamed in pain and agony as they endured their torment. They begged the man to let them go and allow them to live. However, he didn't listen. Murder was a true pleasure for him, and now he simply couldn't stop. His victims were ordinary people who couldn't resist or defend themselves. He killed the man's daughter right before his eyes, making him weep. It was a horrific death, and he never felt remorse for anyone. The poor man screamed but couldn't save his own daughter. The killer left his symbol on her body. He did it with brutal precision. After that, he did the same to the man, killing him just as viciously. Blood splattered across his face. From this, he felt truly happy. He was a sick individual who killed for pleasure. He reveled in his victims, and he had no intention of stopping. He also examined a photograph of the main character and was already planning how he could kill him. And that would be the day they could finally meet again, at last. Meanwhile, the thug was leading the people to the house where the maniac might be hiding. Yu Youngyu, the main character, was extremely tense and felt unwell. He didn't want to talk to him and was very serious. They continued walking in silence. After a while, they arrived at the house, and the killer lived on the 3rd floor. Kim felt that this moment was very special for him as he had been working towards this goal for years. So, he was ready to enter the house. But just as he was about to open the door, something unexpected happened. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. So, he opened the door and tried to step inside. That's where he hoped to confront the criminal. Suddenly, he heard a strange whistle behind him. He noticed the thief attacking him, trying to stab him with his own knife. But the main character's reaction was quicker, allowing him to dodge and strike first. However, the thug grabbed his arm. He began to fall, pulling Kim down with him. Moreover, there was an unsettling energy within him, and soon he was about to explode. Kim realized this, so he ordered everyone to lie on the ground. He intended to shield the man with his own body to prevent a larger part of the city from being destroyed. After all, he had a special superpower and hoped it would save him. Soon, a loud explosion rang out. A fire broke out in the city and the flames quickly spread to other buildings. All of this was observed by the participants of the trial. Among them was the very man who had been hunting Yu Youngyu. He was thrilled to have found him, but now realized that he probably wouldn't survive, as he was caught right in the explosion's epicenter. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. It was the same serial maniac who had invited him to join his team. He was the one who had set the fire and planted the bomb in the man's body. Moreover, he didn't want to stop, and the guy drew his own sword. He understood that he was in danger. Immediately, a bunch of other people appeared behind the killer who were his guards. However, they didn't attack, as the killer could clearly see the boy's power level and knew he was strong. But his strength wasn't enough to defeat him. So, he decided to handle it himself and didn't want to risk the lives of his mercenaries. He lunged at him, grabbing him by the neck. He used his magical power to force him to obey his commands. Now, the boy was one of his servants and would remain loyal to him until death. Besides, the criminal watched the fire. He couldn't even imagine that killing the main character would be so easy. After all, the mercenaries' attack had been meticulously planned, and he was behind everything that had happened. He wanted the man to lead them to the house where a trap awaited them. He began to regret killing them so sneakily, as he wanted nothing more than to look him straight in the eye, just like he once did with his wife and child. However, for a moment, he paused. Then he started laughing. He sounded deranged. His laughter was hysterical. He had seen that people managed to survive after the explosion. Yu Youngyu and the main character were trying to escape the flames. But how did they survive such a powerful blast? However, Kim was severely injured. He had lost too much strength and could no longer move without help. Thanks to him, Yu Youngyu had stayed alive and was now helping him. Moreover, the hero remembered something. They entered the house across the street and were planning to regain their strength there. The thug didn't want to let them go so easily, so he followed them. After all, they knew the hero was weak and this was the best moment to kill him. They drew their swords and began to enter. He also wanted Yu Youngyu to become his servant and planned to absorb his soul. The man thought it would be very easy. He would be the first to pass the trial so quickly. But it turned out that the main character and Yu Youngyu were waiting for them. They had understood everything from the very beginning and knew they were being watched. And then the thug realized he had made a mistake. He had trapped himself and the wounds on Kim's body had vanished. He was completely unharmed. Finally, the hero could confront the killer of his family and now he wouldn't let him go for anything. In fact, the main character had suspected from the start that he was being watched. So when he entered the house, he understood he had little time. He needed to regain his strength urgently, so he began to use his own skill. With this, he could quickly heal his wounds and restore his body. But he was using too much mana. In any case, they were relieved to have survived the massive explosion. It was all thanks to the main character's skills. as they had saved their lives. Moreover, after the explosion he had gained something valuable. When everything was happening, he had shielded Yu Youngyu with his own body. At that moment he realized that his power might not work and he was taking a huge risk. However, he couldn't abandon his friend. Suddenly he gained a new skill and his defense improved by several levels. So it could be said that this was what saved him and Yu Youngyu. Moreover, Kim didn't know why he had gained these skills, but it pleased him. It wasn't just a magical defense. Thanks to it he could change his form as he wished. Additionally, the hero revealed that he could remember something. In fact, there was a picture of a person on his letter, the same one who had been hunting him. Moreover, he knew that he was the killer of his family, there was no doubt about it. And he was his main target and he had spent many years searching for him. But Yu Youngyu didn't understand how the main character had figured this out. After all, such things were impossible to forget. Yu Youngyu was confused. It seemed Kim was hiding something from him. Could it all have happened because they had leveled up? In a new world? Moreover, the boy had already encountered him before. After all, after he left the company, he dedicated his life to finding the culprit. Just a few weeks later, he finally managed to find him. Upon seeing him, the killer began to flee, but he chased after him. He managed to catch up and throw him to the ground. He called the police. At that moment, he took his knife. Kim craved revenge. He desperately wanted to kill him as brutally as his family had died. But at the very last moment, he was stopped. It was the police who had arrived at the crime scene just in time. They saved the killer's life. After that, he heard nothing about him. But the funniest part was that no one but him believed in the existence of a serial killer. His crimes were extremely brutal. But everyone quickly forgot about them, and even his colleagues and friends paid no attention. And he simply returned to work and began living a normal life. Moreover, he tried to forget about it, but the killer was constantly in the news. Hearing about new murders, he immediately remembered him, and now, seeing his photo on a flyer, everything came rushing back. Yu Youngyu decided that they had to catch him at any cost. He drew his sword and wanted to set off in search of him. But the boy stopped him. After all, Kim knew he would try to find them himself as he had seen his wounds and would use that moment. So they just needed to wait. And when the thugs came to the house, the serial killer realized that he would never be able to kill the main character. What happened to his wounds? Why was he healthy and unharmed? Kim wasn't going to answer his questions. He just wanted to kill him. But the man didn't take his words seriously. He couldn't believe that the goal of the entire trial was his death. Kim felt his fear. After all he could do was kill those weaker than himself. It was much easier. The killer never took risks and carefully chose his victims. They were his wife and daughter. After those words, the boy couldn't keep his composure. He wanted Yu Youngyu to deal with the other thugs, as they were all weaker. And he intended to kill the main one himself, as this was solely his revenge. Moreover, he planned to do it slowly to inflict the most suffering. As soon as the criminal sensed danger, he wanted to flee, leaving his servants to fight them. He thought the men would be able to distract him. But Kim couldn't let him get away so easily. Next time, there wouldn't be one. He wanted to end it right here and now. So, he managed to quickly close the distance to the man and deliver a powerful blow. The thug couldn't believe that the boy could be so strong and teleport to him. And then, he tried to shout to his servants to help him and stop the main character. Immediately, they obeyed his command and rushed to confront the main character, trying to stop him. However, Yu Youngyu wanted to hinder them. He began to kill them, one by one. Moreover, the thugs were ordinary people and had no abilities, so it was very easy. Then, the thug realized that it was all over, as the boys were much stronger than he had thought. When he tried to get up, Kim struck him again. Now, the blow was much stronger. And finally, the criminal understood that it was a trap. After all, the boy knew he would come to him. However, the thug tried to resist. He tried to save himself, and when he was about to strike the boy, he managed to teleport again. After which, he continued to beat him. The thug dodged again. He understood that each blow could be his last, and he was very close to death. But where did he get such incredible strength? After all, he knew that Kim had only been in his world for a month and couldn't believe he had become so strong in such a short time. Kim understood that the thug had nowhere to run, so he was going to use his greatest power. That blow was meant to be decisive. The man understood this, so he tried to shield himself. But even his sharp sword broke. He had no chance. Suddenly, a powerful strike. From this, he was guaranteed to die. The main character prepared himself. And now he had managed to hit the target dead on. After all, he struck him right in the face. The impact shattered his skull. The man had no chance of surviving. He begged him to stop because the pain was unbearable. He didn't want to die so soon and started pleading for him to let him go. But the hero just laughed. He had no intention of stopping. This was just the beginning. His hands trembled. He was avenging not just his loved ones, but all those who had fallen victim to this monster. Each of them had wanted to live and had begged for mercy. He vividly remembered the day his wife, terrified and in tears, called him for help. He ran, but he didn't make it in time. The criminal never let his victims go. He even killed children and never stopped. Another blow even stronger than the last. The hero didn't stop. Tears welled up in his eyes. And Yu Young-yu silently watched what was happening. He understood how hard it was for the hero, and the criminal's screams echoed throughout the city. When the man was dead, the boy broke down, staring at the bloodied face for a long time. Finally, he had found him and could atone. However, he couldn't waste any more time on this. He needed to move on and finish the trial. The boy also carved a letter into his body. After what had happened, he couldn't calm down or collect himself for a long time. Even Yu Young-yu couldn't help him. He could see how hard it was for him. Suddenly, he noticed a strange notebook in his hands and realized it was the hero's diary. It had been a gift from his own wife. So it was the most precious thing to him. Yu Young-yu left him alone so Kim could have some time to himself. He began to read, hoping that after killing the culprit, the entries in the diary might change. Finally, he had taken his revenge and wanted it to bring him closer to his own family. Killing the culprit had been a long-held dream he couldn't fulfill in real life, and now that it had happened, he felt truly happy. After this, things would be much easier for him. But it wasn't so, he cried. All the memories of the deaths of his loved ones began to haunt him again. Because even killing wouldn't bring back his wife and daughter. In reality, his death changed nothing. He didn't see any new pages in the diary. But he hoped that eventually they would appear. After the hero calmed down, Yu Young-yu dared to enter his room. Even though he wasn't crying anymore, Kim remained angry and didn't want to talk. Still, the boy smiled at him, unsure how to support him. It seemed he felt better as he smiled back. That day, they were very lucky. They had taken down a dangerous criminal and had also completed the task. So a reward was just around the corner. The boys had no idea that the hardest part was yet to come. The next day, others also began bringing in the heads of their victims and received rewards. Many people tried to activate the system, but they failed due to strict checks. The man responsible for evaluating the tasks was barely awake, as there were very few who managed to succeed. Suddenly, the boys approached him, holding packages with the heads of their victims. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could they really have completed such a tough task so quickly? But he decided to check their letters. And when he looked inside the bags, he realized they had indeed completed the task. Moreover, they were the strongest, and he was very surprised they had done it. He had no choice. Everything was above board. So, they passed the trial. To become full-fledged members of the clan, they had to take some pills. Besides, they couldn't verify if it was safe and had to rely solely on their instincts. However, there was no turning back, so they decided to take the plunge. The man assured them it would give them a surge of strength and energy. After they swallowed the pills, they became official members of the assassin clan. Suddenly, Yu Young-yu spit out his pill because it tasted terrible. Moreover, it had a special name and was considered the seed of the devil. They were given special tokens that indicated their full membership in the clan. Kim didn't want to become one of the killers, but there was nothing he could do. It was part of the trial. Suddenly, strange things began happening to his body. He didn't manage to swallow the pill as he noticed Yu Young-yu hadn't done so either. When he held it in his hand, he felt an enormous surge of energy release from his body. Also, his sacred armor began to break down. He tried to stop it, but nothing worked. Moreover, it caused him intense pain, as he couldn't remove the bracelet that was constricting his wrist. It seemed his bracelet was starting to transform. He tried to take it off because it hurt so much. Suddenly, he saw a system notification and received a new characteristic of demonic energy. His bracelet was enhanced and he gained a new superpower. After a while, the pain subsided and he felt better. Furthermore, the bracelets had fused into his skin, but his strength and abilities had improved. Yu Young-yu breathed a sigh of relief as he had been very worried about the hero. Additionally, he noticed that the seed had changed color, indicating that his body had absorbed its energy. Now he wasn't sure everything was okay. After all, he couldn't understand anything. But he hoped that soon everything would become clear. His seed could be considered spoiled, but they still had one left that belonged to Yu Youngyu, and he was ready to give it to the hero. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the skyscraper clan. The clan leader was very anxious as he read the latest news. However, he was pleased that the evil scientist and his monsters had been destroyed and the city was saved. Moreover, the woman in his office had managed to deal with a serious problem. Walker Alvin tried to remain calm but couldn't hide his excitement. Suddenly, a knock at the door. He allowed them to enter. A servant announced that Kim and Yu Youngyu had come to see him and wanted to talk. Walker Alvin was thrilled to hear this. He hoped the boys had changed their minds and were ready to join his clan. They began to talk. Recently, the fate of the skyscraper clan hadn't changed. Everything was just as it had always been. Then the girl asked why they had decided to return. At that moment, the boy startled them with his words. He showed them his badges, and that meant he had joined the clan that was their greatest enemy. Walker Alvin couldn't believe his eyes. Immediately, he thought the hero was a traitor and had been deceiving him all along. Moreover, he was furious that the boy had rejected his offer and joined another clan, one that had always been their enemy. He also explained the mandatory rule for those who joined the mercenary clan. They had to consume the seed, which could boost their strength and skills, and thus the strange seed spread throughout the world. It was believed that it was the key to becoming strong easily and quickly. Because of this, everyone began hunting for it, consuming it, but the seed took root in the human body. A slow person would turn into a monster and no longer resemble themselves. After a while, their body would start to mutate, and they could never control themselves again, becoming a demon. Walker Alvin tried to calm down, as he couldn't believe the boys had taken this step. He also knew that his victim was the killer of his wife, and by completing the task, he could obtain the seed. Walker Alvin felt sad. He didn't even know about the hero's difficult fate. Suddenly, he pulled out the seed of the devil he had brought with him. Walker Alvin examined it closely to understand what it was made of. Then he realized the boy hadn't eaten the seed and everything was fine with him. Suddenly, he took it in his hand. After that, he crushed it. Demonic energy began to emanate from it, quickly filling the room with bright light. Inside was a small creature, a demon's offspring, and this creature occupied the body of the person who had swallowed the seed. Then it devoured its host's body. Walker Alvin suspected that his enemy's clan might be involved in something like this, but he never thought it was actually happening. But how had the hero managed to find out all this? He understood that the boy wanted revenge, and passing the trial was the only way to do it. However, he couldn't figure out how he had managed to gather all this information. Then the hero prepared to tell him his biggest secret. Mana began to emanate from his body. But what did he want to do? Walker Alvin couldn't understand his intentions and watched in surprise as things unfolded. The hero demonstrated his demonic energy, something they had never seen before. He had never seen anyone control energy like he did. On his wrist was a special bracelet that absorbed his demonic energy, preventing it from entering his body. Could it be that the hero had absorbed demonic energy and could now control it? After a long conversation, Walker Alvin was convinced that the boys were not traitors and didn't want to harm him. Moreover, the situation was very serious, and what was happening could lead to war with the clan. All the while, Yu Youngyu was extremely anxious and couldn't breathe easily. However, when he returned to his room, he finally managed to relax and rest. He worried about the possibility of a future war, as they were officially members of the assassin clan, which meant danger was looming over them. But the hero wanted to reassure him and tried to explain that they were not in any danger. He also promised to protect him at the cost of his own life. After all, he had never left him in trouble and was always ready to defend him. Meanwhile, the woman from the skyscraper clan headed to a meeting in the capital. This was very important for her, as a huge number of influential people had gathered there. She entered the room last and swung the door open loudly. Everyone was already gathered and looked at her in surprise. They were discussing important economic issues and contemplating the future of the country. There were also representatives from various clans presenting their interests. She thanked them for coming such a long way, and she wanted to get straight to the point, as everything was very serious. At that moment, she presented evidence that the killer clown had allied with demons and was preparing for war. No one could believe her words could be true. But when she showed the seed and what hatched from it, no one had any doubts that it was real. But when she showed the seeds and something hatched from them, there was no doubt left in anyone's mind that it was real. Everyone braced for the worst, as it was clear that a war with the criminals was unavoidable. The girl had no intention of explaining how she had come by this information. She didn't want to put the main character in danger. She understood that it mattered, but she wasn't going to say anything. She was expecting an urgent decision as war could break out at any moment. No force would be able to stand against the demons that would slaughter innocent people and destroy their cities. For a moment, the room fell silent. Everyone listened intently, but no one dared to speak. At that moment, she announced the start of the military operation. During the state of emergency, the main character was to be under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, to keep him and Yu Youngyu safe from enemies. But he wasn't afraid, he was ready to fight alongside everyone else. However, battling demons was vastly different from fighting ordinary people, and the main character couldn't let himself be revealed. Yet Kim wasn't listening to him. The man had no idea that he had already defeated a demon in a duel before. He recognized that the boy was a strong warrior, but he hesitated to take him into battle. Suddenly, the main character asked him for a favor. In truth, he wanted to test how strong the head of the Skyscraper clan really was. So, he challenged him to a fight. He gladly accepted the challenge, curious to see for himself. Moreover, they planned to set some rules to ensure their duel was as fair as possible. Walker Alvin didn't see him as a serious opponent, so he promised to use only his right hand, while allowing the boy to use all his strength. The boy was confident in his abilities and believed he could easily defeat him. However, Walker Alvin was no ordinary soldier. Immediately, Kim charged into battle. Meanwhile, the woman continued her speech at the meeting, trying to persuade the men to join the war and help them fight. Their mission was to destroy the enemy clan, and they couldn't know how many people had consumed the seeds. Besides, she knew that people who had eaten the seeds could have infiltrated the assassin clan. However, others couldn't believe they had enough strength to wipe out the entire clan. They also couldn't just attack them, and they couldn't skip the preparations for war. They needed to surround the enemies and eliminate every last one to ensure no one escaped. No one had any objections, so everyone agreed and began preparations. The operation they were about to undertake was highly classified, and everyone needed to keep quiet. The military actions were set to begin in a week. In the meantime, the main character continued to fight his opponent. But the man easily deflected his attacks, even with one hand. He also attacked Kim, not wanting to spend the whole time just defending. Moreover, he tried to hit with full force so the boy would understand who he was dealing with. One such blow was incredibly powerful, and Kim found himself on the ground. He needed to pay attention to controlling his mana and using his skills. That day, they finished up planning to continue training the next day. But that wasn't enough for him, and he decided to try again. After all, during the fight, his skills and strength had increased, especially his defense level, and he hoped that would help him win. Walker Alvin agreed, but this would be the last fight of the day. Yu Youngyu was exhausted and just watched what was happening. Walker Alvin tried to give the main character tips as he wanted to teach him. He needed to think through every step, as he was using his mana heavily and risked losing against a serious opponent. So, Kim listened to his advice and began to move erratically, making it hard for him to be hit. It worked as he managed to get closer to the man. Suddenly, he jumped, trying to strike in midair. But Walker Alvin anticipated it and calmly blocked his attack. Yu Youngyu realized that in midair, the boy was vulnerable and it was very risky for him. Suddenly, the boy used his skill and a shield appeared before him to protect him. He tried to close the distance with his opponent. However, the man easily destroyed his defense, and the boy found himself airborne again. Kim tried to rise higher, and when he succeeded, he pushed off and lunged at the man. He attempted to use his passive defense skill to become faster and push off. However, even this time, the man managed to block his powerful attack. He dodged. Then he delivered a new, much stronger blow. The main character found himself on the ground once more. He understood that Walker Alvin was a true monster and that he had no chance of defeating him. However, he was glad he could train and use his skills. Walker Alvin praised him, recognizing how hard he was trying and how much he wanted to win. Moreover, for the first time, Kim managed to use his enhanced defense skill and could now control it even better. Suddenly, Walker Alvin replied that this wasn't the end. He wanted to fight Yu Youngyu. But as soon as he heard that, he started to run away. He was terrified of fighting him, having seen how strong he was. The man continued to train until evening. They needed to rest as the next day they would continue doing the same. The soldier was curious why the main character was so eager to join the battle. But he had personal reasons for it and he felt a special anger towards the criminals. He also believed he needed to avoid all the bad things written in his diary. After all, he hoped that this would help him reunite with his family. This was his only chance, so he was ready to risk everything for it. Walker Alvin also asked what the main character planned to do after the war ended. He learned that the boy intended to go to a city that was constantly attacked by criminals and try to protect it. It was very dangerous, but his decision was unchangeable. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and it became very quiet. Yu Youngyu didn't understand why the war hadn't started earlier and why the criminals had been allowed to live for so long. However, the situation was much more complicated than he thought, as the assassin clan ranked among the top 5 clans on the entire continent. They had tried to back out several times, but nothing had worked. Walker Alvin believed that the war could unite all clans against a common enemy. He believed that only war was the way to change things. And he left, promising the guys he would meet them the next day. Soon, a great battle was about to begin. All the assassins were to be destroyed. Meanwhile, the main character and Yu Jungyu were in the city. They moved along with the other soldiers. But the men didn't trust them, as they were newcomers to their clan. They tried to speak quietly so the boys wouldn't hear them and understand their terrible plan. Yu Jungyu couldn't hide his anger, but the main character tried to calm him down. The man was acting very arrogantly and didn't believe that the newcomers could be of any use. But the main character shut him up. Although Jekyll was too rude to them, the man understood he was right and that their skills were indeed too weak. After all, there were many people who wanted to join their clan, so he didn't want to show that he didn't like the main character and his friend. He suspected that the boys might participate in the war, so he needed to be careful with them. Also, he didn't see them as a serious threat and hoped they wouldn't bother him. Kim tried to calm the boy down. They didn't need to stir up trouble or act rudely. They couldn't reveal their secret, so they had to endure. After a while, they entered the territory where the assassin clan's domain began. They needed to proceed very cautiously and stay calm, as danger lurked at every turn. Once inside the territory, they began to move further toward their goal. The leader also sensed an unpleasant odor. This could be dangerous, so he ordered the group to stop. They needed to carefully examine the intersection before them. They split up and went in different directions to reach their goal faster. 2 boys went with the leader, and Jekyll was even happy when he realized he didn't have to be near them. Yu Youngyu was also glad he wouldn't have to endure him any longer. He had a particular anger towards this criminal and wanted to kill him personally. Meanwhile, they found the building from which the strange smell was emanating. So, very cautiously, they decided to go inside. And upon opening the door, they realized what was causing the stench. There was a huge number of bound people in the room, begging for help. There were also gas bombs, and soon everyone would suffocate. The leader realized this was the work of his enemies, who were using drugs to kill people. So he began to destroy the gas bombs. After all, they were releasing toxins into the air that everyone was breathing. The boys had to get the victims out of the assassin clan's territory and provide them with all the necessary help. But when he was about to go up to the next floor to check if anyone was there, he saw bloodstains in the room. Turning back, he understood everything. Right before his eyes, the main character had killed one of the women. He couldn't understand why he did it. He rushed at the main character and grabbed his clothes. The leader was furious and didn't notice the women preparing to attack him. But at the last moment, he managed to use his power and block their attack. In fact, these weren't victims. Kim had saved him, knowing it was a planned operation. The people waking up were trying to kill them. The leader hadn't anticipated this and realized he was mistaken. Suddenly, a massive number of soldiers appeared before him, hiding and watching him. They couldn't understand how the criminals had figured out their ambush. Now, they would have to fight a strong enemy. Yu Youngyu and the main character charged into battle, trying to overcome the mercenaries. The leader realized he might be experiencing hallucinations. After all, he had also inhaled the air from the candle and could be under the influence of drugs. So, coming to his senses, he prepared for battle. He easily fended off the attack from 2 mercenaries. He also realized that the main character had saved him, and he wondered if he really was a newcomer. Then he recalled Walker Alvin's words as he had advised taking them along. He understood everything. But why hadn't the smell of the candle affected the main character? Did he have some special abilities? But right now, the most important thing was to figure out how the criminals had learned they would come to the house and set their traps. He understood that the clan members were in danger, as the criminals already knew about the war looming over their country. Suddenly, they heard a strange scream. The city was not at peace. Everything had begun. But not at all as expected. Walker Alvin realized their plan had failed, and they hadn't managed to win so easily and quickly. Returning to his own city, he saw a massive pile of human corpses. These were the villains from the assassin clan who had taken advantage of their absence and attacked the city. Then Walker Alvin understood that there was a traitor among their clan, as the criminals had learned about the attack they were preparing and managed to kill all the people. Moreover, this could be happening in other cities as well, so the number of victims was much higher. It didn't seem like the criminals had been preparing for their attack for just a day or two. It seemed they had been preparing for a long time and wanted to engage them in war. Moreover, they could expect even more supplies, so they needed to attack quickly and be as cautious as possible. It was incredibly dangerous, but they had no other choice. From that moment on, the members of the assassin clan became the greatest enemies and a threat to all humanity. Walker Alvin was ready to take on the city all by himself, but the other clan leader agreed to fight alongside him, wanting revenge for all the innocent lives lost. So, they began preparing for battle and devised a new attack plan. The leader understood they were trapped, so they urgently needed to leave the danger zone. The newcomers started to run, but they continued to fend off constant attacks from the criminals. They tried to escape the danger zone as quickly as possible and wait for backup. Moreover, their other teammates might be in danger, they needed help. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. It was a cry for help. It became clear that the men from the other group were also under attack. So, they rushed to help. The guy was injured and surrounded by a massive number of mercenaries. He had been hurt and was preparing for death, unable to fight back. He never expected anyone would come to save him and thought the same fate awaited the others. Was this really the end? He closed his eyes and awaited his own death when suddenly the hero appeared before him. They arrived just in time and there was a chance to save the man. The bandits were taken aback when they saw them. Thinking they were easy targets, they also wanted to kill them. The injured man couldn't believe his eyes. How had the newcomers managed to survive? They readied themselves for battle and drew their weapons. The bandits began to attack. There were just too many of them. It seemed the odds were stacked against them. Meanwhile, the leader tried to hide, knowing he had no chance of defeating an entire army of mercenaries. This was a planned operation, and the bandits knew they would come to their city. There was no doubt someone had betrayed them. He had already lost hope of seeing anyone else alive. However, he heard the sound of battle on the next street. He felt a surge of hope, thinking it was reinforcements. In reality, a brutal fight had broken out between the hero and the mercenaries. He managed to hold his own against the overwhelming number of enemies with surprising ease. And Jekyll, who was watching, couldn't believe his eyes. He realized he had been gravely mistaken. The guys were not newcomers as he had initially thought. On the contrary, they were swiftly taking down a large number of foes. Moreover, the hero moved through the air and the enemies couldn't reach him. When it was all over, he stopped right in front of Jekyll. Kim was very serious at that moment, remembering what Jekyll had said about him. Jekyll panicked, thinking the guy would want revenge on him. But there was no time for that. He was the only one who had managed to survive. The bandits were closing in, so they needed to leave the city. There were just too many of them. A new plan was needed since Kim was quickly running out of strength. He ordered the injured man to leave the city and call for backup. But at that moment, there was no one left to defend their own city. The hero also understood that this was a trap. Their entire army had long been wiped out as it had also fallen into an ambush. Kim wanted to buy some time and try to stop the criminals. He wasn't afraid. He was ready to face a massive number of strong enemies. Jekyll was frustrated because the guy wasn't listening to him and was going to do what he thought was right. But he had no choice. So, he agreed with him and promised to do everything as he instructed. Jekyll started to run while the others stayed behind, preparing to fight. They couldn't just flee, as it depended on them whether the reinforcements could reach the city. All they needed to do was try to hold off the criminals for a little while. Jekyll needed to leave the city and get to the support. And when he prepared for battle, he realized he simply couldn't move. The guys were stuck in a hard shell of super strength. Then he understood that there was a much more serious enemy among the mercenaries. They needed to come up with something immediately, as they had become easy targets for the attackers. Suddenly, he spotted a man in the crowd who began to approach them. It became clear that it was him. The man in the suit was a very serious opponent and an incredibly strong warrior. His name was Jeffrey, and he was ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. A fierce battle had begun. The guys were trying to dodge his attacks because the enemy was incredibly strong. He used a very dangerous sword dancing tactic, and the boys had never fought such a powerful foe before. Moreover, his attacks were nearly invisible. Even the main character's defense wasn't helping him, so he had to retreat. He couldn't fully block the enemy's strikes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the leader appeared and joined the fight. He tried to unleash his strongest weapon to attack the criminal. As a result of his powerful blow, the nearest buildings on the street were destroyed. He wanted to wait for reinforcements, but he realized he didn't have time to hesitate. However, he saw that the guys were engaged in battle, so he couldn't just stand aside. Despite being weak, he joined the fight. The enemy realized this was very dangerous. At the last moment, he managed to dodge an attack and understood that there were still survivors in the city. But the man had exhausted his last strength on his attack and didn't expect the enemy to evade. He was astonished that the main character could stand up to such a dangerous criminal, as legends were told about his strength. He was a well-known figure in the assassin clan, not to mention a formidable warrior. The man would eliminate those weaker than him and then devour their bodies. They had to catch him because if they fled now, the people who would come in their place could get hurt. However, Jeffrey no longer wanted to hesitate. He was eager to start the fight, confident in his abilities and thinking he could easily win. Plus, he was hungry and dreamed of eating human flesh. So he immediately began attacking the men. They didn't see it coming, but at the last moment they managed to dodge. They needed to unite to try to defeat him, as none of them could do it alone. With his last ounce of strength, the Skyscraper clan leader tried to use his superpower to defend against Jeffrey's powerful blows. But it wasn't enough, and soon he could die. He realized he couldn't manage without the guy's help. But gathering his strength, he attempted to attack him. He wanted to get close to try to wound him. But Jeffrey met his strike with his own weapon. With one strong blow, he managed to stop him. The man felt a sharp pain all over his body. Jeffrey was satisfied with his work. However, he realized this wasn't the end. The warrior managed to hold onto his weapon with his own hands, saving his life in the process. At that moment, Yu Youngyu was preparing to attack him. Despite being terrified, he couldn't stand aside and tried to do everything he could. Jeffrey realized he was in a very tough spot as he was being attacked from all sides. The boy also used his superpower, and his sword became gigantic. However, that still couldn't break through Jeffrey's defenses. Jeffrey put in great effort to protect himself, and he managed to do it. But he didn't even notice how the main character had crept up behind him. With one swing of his sword, he ended their confrontation. Because Jeffrey was dead. His defense had weakened and his headless body fell to the ground. After the battle, the city was left in ruins with piles of dust swirling in the air. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived. They tried to save the leader, but he had lost too much blood and couldn't move without help. However, with his last strength, the man replied that it wasn't his merit and he would never have managed without the newcomer's help. But Jekyll didn't believe his words. He couldn't accept that the boys could handle him. Yet it was hard for the man to believe that too. After all, it was the first time Walker Alvin had made such great sacrifices for the newcomers. These boys were true monsters. Despite having spent only a short time in their world, their level was much stronger than those who had been there for years. And he couldn't even imagine what they would be like in a few years. However, after the battle, they disappeared, and he wondered where they had gone. He wanted to discuss a few important things with them. Jekyll decided to find them as it was thanks to them that he managed to call for help and stay alive. But they were nowhere to be found. He felt ashamed for having had a low opinion of them as it was impossible to tell from their appearance that they were good fighters. The man ordered him to find them immediately as he urgently wanted to talk to them. He didn't want anything to happen to them, as Walker Alvin would kill him afterward. He prayed, desperately hoping they would stay alive. Meanwhile, the boys had entered an underground labyrinth. There lay the greatest secret of the assassin clan, and they wanted to unravel it. Yu Youngyu had never heard anything like it, but he trusted the main character and went into the cave with him. There was no evidence of the treasure's existence, but he wanted to find it. The main character knew that something terrible had happened in the cave, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He could no longer allow a tragedy to repeat itself. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu struck him with his sword. The boy felt it, but he was too scared to turn around. At the last moment, he managed to dodge. Yu Youngyu struck again, but this time he managed to leap back. Kim couldn't believe his eyes as he had only escaped by a miracle. But why did Yu Youngyu do this to him? Was he a traitor? Why was the boy trying to do this? However, when Kim looked at his face, he saw that something was wrong with him. It seemed he had gone mad, and his eyes had turned white. Yu Youngyu was having hallucinations and lunged at the main character again. Kim tried to defend himself, but he didn't want to hurt him. He also saw an incomprehensible smoke in the cave. But could it be because of him? This was very untimely, as they were losing precious time, and there was very little left. To bring Yu Youngyu back to his senses, the boy slapped him. However, nothing worked. He got back up and continued to fight him. They needed to come up with something else. There had to be an effective way to bring him back to reality. Suddenly, he heard the real voice of Yu Youngyu pleading for him to save him. He was trying to fight against the hallucinations and the effects of the strong drugs that had taken over his mind. But he began attacking the main character again. Blow after blow, Kim blocked his attacks. Suddenly, he remembered their training. He knew that Yu Youngyu got tired very quickly and needed more time to rest. However, Walker Alvin didn't give him that chance, as he wanted to make him a true warrior. He saw how hard it was for him, but he was preparing to attack again. And Yu Youngyu was ready for anything, as he couldn't afford to stand aside. The soldier praised him for his efforts, as he and the main character were very good warriors together. This motivated him, so he raised his sword and was ready to continue the fight. He impressed the man with his endurance and behavior. After a while, he charged forward, determined to defeat him. The main character understood that he couldn't keep dodging and running from him for long. Sooner or later, he would land a hit, and he didn't know how to bring him back to his senses. Suddenly, he remembered that the smoke contained demonic energy, and for that, he had a special ring that could completely absorb it. This was his last chance, so risking it all, he threw Yu Youngyu to the ground. After that, he pressed the bracelet to his neck and hoped it would work. The boy resisted, but his strength wasn't enough. Suddenly, everything began to work, and gradually, the demonic energy started to leave his body. Slowly, Yu Youngyu began to regain consciousness. Very soon, he opened his eyes. Rising from the ground, he couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, Kim slapped him on the forehead. He began to remember how he had almost killed him and tried to stab him with his own sword. His face was bruised from the numerous blows and strikes. He became very angry at the main character when he realized it was he who had beaten him. But after a while, he managed to remember everything. He felt very ashamed of himself and almost cried, realizing how lucky he was that his friend had survived. Suddenly, he asked the main character to kill him, not wanting to be a burden and complicate his life. He broke down in tears, considering himself weak. Suddenly, Kim hit him again. He didn't think it was the right decision and would never kill him. After all, they were friends and had to protect each other, even at the cost of their own lives. And he didn't care what Yu Youngyu thought, as he wasn't going to abandon him and was ready to go with him to the very end. The boy was the only close person to the main character, who had always supported him and stood by his side. So he forbade him to consider himself a burden. Moreover, he had a special bond with Yu Youngyu. He treated him like a member of his own family. Suddenly, the boy started crying again. The main character's words had touched him deeply. He realized he had been wrong, and Kim had become like a brother to him. Took him a long time to calm down. The situation in other villages was the same, as the assassin clan was everywhere and had already destroyed a huge number of people. A few months remained until the new batch of seeds, and he knew their greatest secret had been revealed. He also knew the names of the main characters who had managed to uncover his secret. Suddenly, everything around him changed. The man who had informed him of this began to gasp for breath. This was his punishment for not keeping an eye on the main characters and allowing them to pass the trial peacefully. He tried to fix everything, but it seemed too late. Still, the main bandit took pity on him and allowed him to live. The man understood that with each passing moment, the situation was getting worse, as he didn't understand why there were so many sacrifices. However, the criminals were not satisfied, and he was planning to head to a new city. He had a bad feeling, so he wanted to check everything as soon as the situation became clear. They would move on. Meanwhile, the main characters had been wandering the caves for about 15 days, and they were lucky that the monsters there weren't very strong. Moreover, he was no longer tormented by hallucinations and realized that this effect was a one-time thing. They didn't know if they were heading in the right direction, but they could no longer turn back and leave everything behind. Suddenly, they stopped, as there were a huge number of possible options before them. They saw a large number of doors of different colors, but the main character was sure they needed the red one. The boy was amazed that he knew all the information and knew what to do. But as soon as he opened the door, he immediately stopped. Yu Youngyu turned back, as what he saw there frightened him greatly. He suggested that Kim take a look at what was happening there. In the room, a massive beast that resembled a bear was sleeping. Moreover, it looked incredibly dangerous and strong, and they were lucky it was asleep at that moment. So, they didn't have to fight it. Instead, they could quietly make their way to the door behind it. Therefore, they needed to move as quietly as possible to avoid drawing attention. The guys started to move. Step by step, they began to approach their goal. Suddenly, the creature started to stir. It seemed like it was about to wake up, so the guys stopped right in front of its nose to avoid waking it. However, everything passed and the beast settled down again. Taking advantage of the moment, they rushed past it. And they began to approach the door. Yu Youngyu carefully opened it and stepped into the next room. He was extremely nervous but relieved that they had managed to get through unnoticed. Suddenly, he saw a true wonder before him. It was a gigantic tree growing right in the underground chamber. In all his life, he had never seen such a massive tree and couldn't believe it was alive. Moreover, according to the main character, the tree wasn't sacred. On the contrary, it was demonic, as it was where the seeds used by the assassin clan for their evil plans were cultivated. And when Yu Youngyu looked closely at the trunk of the tree, everything clicked. Because these were the very seeds they had been given before their initiation into the new clan. It was demon seed. So, to prevent thousands of hatchlings from emerging from the seeds, they needed to try to destroy the tree. Given the tree's enormous size, this was going to be very difficult. However, they had no choice, and the lives of thousands of innocent people depended on them. The main character assessed the scale of the task ahead. He had never seen anything like it before, but that didn't stop him. Yu Youngyu was scared and didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the main character began to absorb the demonic energy of the tree. He did this with the help of his bracelet, and despite the plant's massive size, he managed to do it. Very soon, his skills and strength began to grow. He was able to absorb the power of the seeds, and as a result, he became much stronger. His demonic energy rose several levels. However, along with that, his health level began to drop and he soon started to feel it. It felt like his arm was about to break, but he didn't let go and kept holding on. And when it was all over, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He needed to rest for a while since he had absorbed too much demonic energy and his body couldn't handle it. Yu Youngyu wanted to help him. He hoped he still had enough strength left to chop down the tree by himself. Kim didn't interfere, he just watched what he would do. He wasn't worried as his health had only dropped temporarily and would soon recover. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu approached the tree and prepared to strike. For this, he needed to exert a lot of effort as this was no easy task. So he used all the strength he had. Yu Youngyu wielded the power of his gigantic sword. The guy swung with all his might. Blow after blow. It was incredibly tough, but he didn't stop. The tree began to sway. But would they be able to chop it down? Meanwhile, in the Skyscraper Clan city, a new meeting was taking place. Despite suffering significant losses, the operation could be considered a success. They still needed to deal with the other bandits who had managed to escape and stay alive. The only one with enough strength to embark on a new mission was Walker Alvin, so they wanted to send him again. However, Walker Alvin had left the city to rescue his friends who had been defeated, so he couldn't be counted on. Suddenly, a man burst into the room with urgent news. He announced that the main criminal had left his city and was heading to war. But for them, Schiffman's absence was very good news. It was a new opportunity to strike, but where had he gone and what were his true intentions? Also, the captured members of the assassin clan were in bad shape as they all had some mysterious illness with the same symptoms. They were severely nauseous and feverish. But that wasn't all. Along with the nausea, devil seeds were emerging from their bodies. So, they didn't understand what had really happened and what the cause of it all was. In reality, this happened because of the chopped-down tree which had given life to the seeds and demons that hatched from it. To chop it down, Yu Youngyu exerted an incredible amount of effort. Blow after blow, he spent his own strength. But he didn't stop, and after a while, he managed to do it. And the enormous tree fell to the ground. The main character was thrilled that he had succeeded and that they were able to accomplish what they had worked so hard for. Yu Youngyu's sword was badly damaged and had suffered more than he had as he had been striking the tree for almost the entire day. As a result, he needed a new weapon as his old sword was completely out of commission and unusable. Suddenly, he noticed something strange happening. His friend had just fallen through the ground right before his eyes. The earth beneath him collapsed and he found himself in a deep pit with no way to climb out. Yu Youngyu needed to descend to help him get out. Below ground, there were many valuable items. It was a true treasure that the guys had stumbled upon. They considered it the biggest secret of the assassin clan and couldn't believe so many precious treasures could fit in such a small space. Among everything there was a weapon, and the guy chose the best sword for himself. Additionally, the new weapon was enchanted and had immense power, and it was incredibly sharp. But to become even stronger, it needed to absorb human blood. The main character also chose a new weapon for himself. Its enchantment level was also very good, and it could be powered by demonic energy. But that wasn't all. Right in the chest before them lay a magical liquid. It was an elixir that had appeared during training and which the head of the skyscraper clan had mentioned. It couldn't fall into the hands of criminals as its power was immense. With it, any wound could be healed. This find became a true jackpot for them, as the potion was legendary and could even resurrect the dead. After they collected all the valuable items, they needed to head back. But they didn't forget about the bear and hoped it was still asleep. But as soon as the guy decided to check and open the door, he saw that the creature had woken up. He quickly closed the door to prepare for an attack and come up with a new plan. Besides, the main character's strength hadn't recovered and he couldn't effectively fight it. Fortunately, they had new items and armor that they could test right now. So, they entered the room with the bear and tried to defeat it. The creature looked much larger and stronger than they had initially thought. It was an unusual monster. With every attack, the beast released a massive amount of demonic energy. The main character couldn't understand what could be causing such a strong effect. Was it because of the cave? But they had no choice and had to fight it. They planned to use their regular attacks to wear it down until it got tired. Their new weapons were supposed to help them significantly, and they tried to make the most of them. They also didn't forget their old skills and did everything they could to win. But the creature was incredibly strong, and even after they set it on fire, it didn't die. On the contrary, they only angered it more, and the beast tried to injure them. Yu Yongyu was very scared, but he understood that he couldn't just give up. He tried to do everything within his power and didn't want to get close to the enraged creature. After a while, the beast's speed and reaction began to slow down. If they kept going, they would soon be able to defeat it. The main character wanted to figure out how best to use the demonic energy he had absorbed. It seemed this weapon was very effective against strong creatures. Suddenly, they noticed that the beast had stopped. Something very strange was happening to its body. It began to swell to incredible sizes. Additionally, a massive amount of light and energy radiated from its mouth. And then there was an explosion. Kim managed to grab Yu Yongyu and saved him from the flames. It became clear that the beast was trying to attack them. But where did it get such a huge and powerful weapon? It seemed the beast had been storing up energy all this time and was now using it in battle. It didn't stop and began preparing to shoot flames from its own mouth again. The guys had nowhere to run, so to stay alive, they needed to use enhanced defense. Outside, an earthquake began, and the ground near the city started to collapse. The evening began to cave in, and the guys risked being buried under a massive pile of rubble. But at the last moment, they managed to escape outside. Their faith was very powerful, and they survived only thanks to the main character's enhanced defense. They finally managed to climb up, as the beast's attack had pushed them back. They could only hope that the beast wouldn't be able to reach them on the surface, as they thought it had perished under the rubble. Suddenly, someone approached them. The stranger asked what they were doing down underground. Moreover, it seemed he had seen them somewhere before. As it turned out, it was Shiftman, who sensed that something had happened with the tree. The main character panicked when he saw him, as at that moment he had very little strength left to try to defeat him. The main character didn't want to talk to him and didn't answer his questions. Shiftman knew they were newcomers in his clan working for him. The guys were extremely nervous. They couldn't come up with answers to his questions, and Shiftman just waited. Suddenly, Kim had an idea. He replied that they had been sent to monitor the situation in the underground. Furthermore, Shiftman realized that they were aware of his injuries. And then the main character understood that they wouldn't be able to deceive him and needed to come up with another plan. So he replied that they had accidentally woken the beast. The thief asked if everything was all right with the tree, but he decided to check it personally. So he went straight into the cave. The situation became very tense. It seemed Shiftman hadn't realized anything, and while he was in the cave, they could simply escape from him. The guys watched every step he took. They didn't dare to say a word and prepared to flee as soon as he started to descend. Suddenly, the man remembered where he might have seen them. After all, they were the ones who killed Dean and betrayed his assassin clan. Now, they found themselves in a very difficult position, as the criminal wouldn't let them go so easily. Meanwhile, the soldiers launched an attack on the criminal city. continuing to eliminate all enemies in their path. The absence of their leader presented a golden opportunity they simply couldn't ignore. Mr. Turner had personal matters to attend to, so he had to leave his army behind. However, his soldiers were grateful to him for standing by them since the war began and fighting against their foes. To them, he was a true hero and a role model. But he never shared his secret plans with anyone. Suddenly, he found himself entering the bandits' hideout. The bandits needed to hide because if the demon seed had truly been destroyed, they risked losing the war. They also hoped that the leader of their clan could fix everything. After all, he had gone to personally check on the tree and hadn't returned. It seemed like something had really gone wrong. Turner was dissatisfied with his work. His job was to conceal the existence of the tree with the seed to prevent anyone from finding and destroying it. But only the leadership of the assassin clan knew about the tree, and they suspected there were spies among them. Turner didn't like the guy's tone, so he threatened him. But Kim Tae-han didn't back down. He suspected the man was the traitor. He also felt that the clan leader's deal with the demons was about to go into effect, and they would soon take action. So, he needed to wait for the leader's return and discuss everything with him in person. Meanwhile, the main characters were preparing for battle, as they had nowhere to run. And Schiffman wasn't about to let them go easily. He hadn't expected to find them in the cave and realized they were among the few who had managed to navigate the labyrinth and come back alive. But he didn't need them to tell him anything. He was planning to extract information by force anyway. Immediately, a bloody fog enveloped them, capable of killing them even without weapons. The guys felt it was getting hard to breathe with the overwhelming concentration of blood in the air. But thanks to their high level of self-protection, they managed to endure it. Meanwhile, the enemy tried to attack them, but they managed to dodge. Yu Youngyu wasn't as quick, so he got injured right away. The man realized that these guys were unusual newcomers as they were the only ones who could withstand his bloody fog for so long. Yu Youngyu was in severe pain, and due to a serious shoulder injury, he couldn't stay on his feet. The main character found himself alone against a powerful enemy, but wasn't about to reveal what had really happened with the tree. He needed to distract the man, so he started talking. Kim claimed that the tree was gone and that he had killed a bunch of his men who tried to take the city. At that moment, the enemy got furious and tried to strike him again. Schiffman delivered a powerful blow. However, at the last moment, Kim managed to dodge. Only the tips of his hair were singed. But that wasn't the end of it. Because at that very moment, a massive barrage of sharp arrows was flying toward him. With tremendous effort, he managed to evade the danger and stay unharmed. He realized he needed to take advantage of the time stop. Moreover, even his magical armor couldn't protect him from the injuries inflicted by the sharp arrows. The enemy managed to get behind him and was preparing to strike again. Kim didn't even notice how he had done it. But at the last moment, he was able to block the attack. It was incredibly difficult to hold his ground, but he tried. Yet his strength wasn't enough, and he was sent flying several meters from the powerful attack. The enemy sensed the demonic energy radiating from his body. Schiffman couldn't understand how the kid could be so strong, considering he was a newcomer in his world. The main character was much stronger than anyone he had fought before. Schiffman wanted him dead and wished for him to die in agony. The battle raged on, and neither man wanted to stop or give up. The main character continued to dodge all of Schiffman's attacks. He was exhausted, and he had almost no strength left. But he wasn't going to stop as his friend's survival depended on him. Schiffman saw that he was tired and wanted to take advantage of that to finish him off. Time control wasn't helping the hero, and his magical armor couldn't withstand Schiffman's powerful attacks. None of his powerful skills were effective against him, and the fog wasn't dissipating, making it hard for him to breathe. But he still had one last hope. He knew that his new sword and demonic power would only be effective when he used blood. He tried to distract the enemy and bombarded him with questions. Meanwhile, he prepared for one last attempt to strike. Schiffman chose his side and would forever remain loyal to the demon's power, worshipping it. Kim was ready. He took a deep breath. In that decisive moment, he recalled why he had come such a long way. And he understood that he simply couldn't give up and had to keep fighting until the very end. But the bandits were tired of fighting him and were planning to end it all very quickly. For that, they put all their strength into one final blow. It happened so suddenly that the main character didn't expect it and couldn't dodge in time. Drops of blood appeared in the air. But fortunately, he wasn't injured. Opening his eyes, he saw that Yu Youngyu had saved him once again. He arrived just in time, as the hero was on the brink of death. Schiffman was astonished that the kid could still move after such a severe injury. He realized he needed to put in more effort to kill him. But the kid managed to activate his sword's ability. He did it with his own drop of blood and finally understood how to use it. This match was perfect for battling a strong enemy like Schiffman. Absorbing blood, the sword became sharper and could cut through any armor, even the strong one Schiffman wore. In his hands, it was a very dangerous weapon as the sword could absorb the blood present in the bloody fog. Now, the heroes had a chance at victory again. They wanted to combine their efforts to finally defeat him. But the enemy wasn't giving up. On the contrary, he became even angrier and didn't want to stop. He began attacking them again. They needed to prepare for defense. The guys were exhausted, but they couldn't retreat and had to do everything possible to protect themselves. They covered for each other. However, they didn't have enough strength to launch attacks. The hero was especially fatigued, and his mana level had dropped significantly. Suddenly, there was an explosion and they found themselves at its epicenter. Meanwhile, soldiers from the skyscraper squad were trying to locate them. A lot of time had passed since the search began, and the leader was worried, fearing something terrible had happened to them. But he noticed a strange glow behind him. He knew it was the bloody fog and hoped they were still alive. He ordered Jekyll to contact the squad immediately and call for backup. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. The guys were so exhausted that they could no longer stay on their feet. After the attack, Yu Youngyu couldn't get up. Moreover, he was struggling to breathe and collapsed to the ground. The hero couldn't understand what had happened to him, but he didn't respond to Kim's pleas to get up and keep fighting. Kim tried to shout to Yu Youngyu, but he realized it was all in vain. Yu Youngyu could no longer hear him. He was dead. His sword had also absorbed its master's power, leaving the kid with insufficient strength to survive. Schiffman approached him, preparing to kill him too. For the first time in a long while, tears appeared on the main character's face. He recalled all the moments that connected them. He also remembered the killer who had brutally tormented his wife and child. He knew he couldn't die. He also knew that Yu Youngyu had a family and wanted to see them again. He had to save him at all costs and bring him home. After all, he was the only one who could do it. He remembered his promise to keep him safe and protect him. But now he looked at his face and lifeless body. He felt an immense pain inside, realizing he was powerless and had broken his word. However, the hero wasn't going to give up and managed to gather his strength to keep fighting. This became his motivation, and he was able to unleash his demonic energy. As a result, he became much stronger and was able to restore his endurance and health. His mana and demonic energy mixed, making him far stronger than before. Kim felt that this moment had to be decisive as it was his only hope of defeating Schiffman. He looked into his enemy's eyes. Demonic energy continued to emanate from his body, and even the thick fog wasn't as dangerous to him anymore. At that moment, he finally managed to gather himself and his strength. His power and regression increased several times, and the opponent didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the kid found himself right behind Schiffman. Schiffman couldn't foresee this, but at the very last moment he managed to turn around and block Kim's powerful attack. Kim continued to strike. However, the man blocked all his blows. But the hero didn't stop. He was behind him again. His teleportation skill worked perfectly in this fight against Schiffman. So, he managed to graze him with the tip of his sword. Blood appeared on Schiffman's body. He was astonished that the kid had not only gotten close to him. He had managed to hit him and pierce the armor protecting his body. But despite that, the wound wasn't deep enough. Blood flowed from his mouth and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. This didn't penetrate Schiffman's physical defenses. His strike was blocked. Even though he had wounded his body, the internal organs remained intact and unharmed. There was a vast difference between their levels, and even using all his strength, the kid couldn't get close to him. Schiffman wanted to hear his last words. But Kim had no intention of giving up. So, Schiffman wanted to continue. But suddenly, everything changed. Out of nowhere, reinforcements appeared that the main character definitely hadn't expected. It was a man who wielded the power of heavenly thunder and managed to pierce the thick fog. Seeing him, Schiffman was taken aback. The main character felt joy upon seeing him, as he couldn't believe he had managed to find him. But Guan Jiahuang wasn't alone. He had come with others, and when Schiffman saw them, he was filled with fear. After all, standing before him was his greatest enemy and the only one who could defeat him. It was Walker Alvin, and for him it was an honor to face off against a criminal. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and launched an attack. The enemy managed to dodge the first strike. He proposed that they leave the main hero out of it and fight one-on-one. This made the bandit pause, as he had dreamed of this moment his entire life. Moreover, the man refused help and ordered the others to tend to the wounded and leave the battlefield. Shifman didn't want to fight him, but he couldn't admit that he was simply scared, so he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Meanwhile, Guan Jiahuang was trying to assist the main hero. He also alerted the skyscrapers as soon as he noticed they had disappeared, which is why they were able to arrive at the battlefield so quickly. Kim thanked him for that, but at that moment he was worried about something else entirely. He needed to try to save his friend. When Walker Alvin saw his lifeless body, he realized that the worst had happened. Therefore, he steeled himself, wanting to end this as quickly as possible. Shifman wished for the same. So, the strongest must prevail. The battle began, and Walker Alvin was ready to unleash all his power. Wings sprouted from his body, transforming him into an angel. His enemy didn't want to hesitate either, so he began to transform as well. In no time, he morphed into a true bloodthirsty demon. Their power was so immense that the ground beneath them began to crack. Everything for miles around turned into hell. However, neither dared to strike first. They were evenly matched in strength, making it hard to predict who would come out on top. The main hero and Guan Jiahuang hoped that Walker Alvin could win, as he was the only one who could. Everything kicked off, and the two incredible forces charged at each other. When they collided, an explosion of unimaginable force erupted. The bright light and flames could be seen for miles. A few days later, Walker Alvin sat in his castle. All this time, he couldn't calm down and was deeply worried about the fate of the main heroes. With each passing day, the casualties of the bloody war grew more and more. He understood that this needed to end as quickly as possible, but they didn't have enough strength. It was hard for him to watch his people suffer. He knew that everyone was struggling right now. He didn't know how to put an end to it. Moreover, it was the day when the newcomers were supposed to arrive, and it had already been a year since their last visit. That same day marked exactly 9 months since he had left. The woman knew that he would have to go through a long and difficult journey before they could achieve the long-awaited victory. But they had no other option, and the war needed to end quickly because people were dying. Besides, they hoped that the guys would stay alive, as it had been a whole year since they appeared in the city, and a full 9 months since he had left. She spoke as if he had died and would never return to them. But, in reality, no one knew what had truly happened, as he had ventured into the Devil's Forest. The woman desperately wished for no one else to die or suffer serious injuries. But that was impossible in any life. The war raged on endlessly with no end in sight. Yet, she still wished for situations where people died to never happen again. Meanwhile, the wounded were brought into the city, and efforts were made to help them. The men had severe injuries, and it was unclear if they would survive. She tried to find out what had really happened. She was terrified when she realized they had fought the head of the assassin clan. Everyone had sustained serious injuries, and it was uncertain if they would even make it. After a few days, the men began to feel better. The best doctors were tending to them, trying to heal all their wounds. However, they were in a lot of pain, but they managed to stay alive. She was furious that Walker Alvin had been so reckless and hadn't avoided direct combat. But she couldn't stay angry at him for long, nor did she regret what had happened to him. Walker Alvin was truly in pain, but she didn't want to dwell on it. The woman was genuinely scared for him, and when she saw him lifeless with such terrible wounds, she broke down in tears, not knowing if he would survive. Suddenly, the guys walked into the room, feeling better but still bearing serious injuries. Walker Alvin had saved them from death, and it was thanks to him that they were still alive. They came to check on how he was doing. But the man had been unconscious for 2 days and had only woken up a few days ago, so he needed a lot of time to regain his strength. The main hero and Yu Youngyu also felt much better. Kim worried that they wouldn't fully recover, but now everything was okay. For the first time in his life, he thanked the man for saving him, as it was because of him that he was still alive. He also apologized for not listening to him and deciding to act on his own, which had put many lives in danger. He also apologized to Yu Youngyu. However, Walker Alvin wasn't angry with them and was just glad that everything had turned out well. But he warned that the main hero should never take on such a huge responsibility again and try to win the war alone. Moreover, Shifman had also survived. He was shackled with massive chains and his magical powers were sealed. He was allowed to live because he knew valuable information that could come in handy. In any case, they managed to deal with the devilish tree and captured the main enemy, so now they could rest. Suddenly, the heroes exchanged glances. Kim understood that it was all over, but he couldn't rest just yet. The guys needed to leave for a while as they were heading into the Devil's Forest. His decision was final. He couldn't be convinced otherwise, and it was also a good opportunity to hide. Walker Alvin couldn't believe his words as he knew that no one had ever returned alive from that forest. It was a true hell and it was extremely dangerous. The forest was a tangled maze where finding an exit was impossible. Plus, powerful monsters appeared constantly, immune to superpowers. Even considering the hero's strength, the man believed they had no chance of surviving in the Devil's Forest. However, the hero believed that by defeating monsters, they could become much stronger than they were now. Walker Alvin was very angry, but he realized they were speaking the truth, as in the Devil's Forest they could indeed become much stronger than they were now. However, the guys weren't sure they would survive, but they simply had no other choice. Still, they weren't planning on dying without a fight. Walker Alvin liked their line of thinking and he agreed to let them go. They also knew that the Skyscraper clan had an item that could help them return from the Devil's Forest. So, they wanted to ask him for it, as it would greatly assist them. Walker Alvin agreed and promised to keep their venture into the Devil's Forest a secret, but the woman didn't agree with him. But for that, they had to promise something. They absolutely had to return. He promised to take revenge if anything happened to them. Kim and Yoo Jung-gyu were satisfied. They promised they would come back. However, a whole year passed without a word from them. People were very worried, as they realized they could have prayed for allowing them to go into the Demon Forest. But Walker Alvin hoped that they were okay, as he knew well what they were capable of and what strength they possessed. Moreover, it was beneficial for them, as the appearance of the two guys in the city could raise a lot of questions. Meanwhile, the guys continued to survive in the Devil's Forest. They tried to kill the monsters that appeared every day. Over time, they managed to become much stronger and their power level increased several times. At first, it was very difficult for them, but then it became routine and any monsters posed no threat to them. Still, the forest was dangerous. Danger lurked at every turn and there remained one beast they couldn't defeat yet. That beast was death itself, but still, they managed to overcome it each time. They tried to help each other and covered one another's backs. Hundreds of times, they saved each other's lives. They also realized they had been in the forest for a long time and wanted to return soon. They were aided by the mysterious item they received from the Skyscraper clan. It was time to go home and they were thrilled at the opportunity. After some time, they managed to reach neutral territory. People who were also wandering in the forest felt fear as they approached a place where strange things constantly happened. Many were anxious and wanted to turn back. They also tried to map out the forest. They realized they were on the path to a dangerous area filled with many monsters. They needed to gather themselves and keep moving forward, as having come such a long way they couldn't turn back now. This was their way of earning a living and it was the only thing they had done their entire lives. If they returned empty-handed, the clan leader simply wouldn't pay them. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds ahead of them. The leader ordered everyone to stop, as it could be dangerous. The strange sounds began to draw closer to them. Many people started to panic and drew their weapons, preparing for a fight. They took combat positions and braced for the worst. Just then, they saw that the danger was right in front of them. After that, none of them managed to survive and their cries for help echoed throughout the forest. Meanwhile, in the Skyscraper clan's house, the latest news from the forest became known. Everyone was aware of the mysterious deaths of the cartographers who were making very important maps for their clan. All of them had been killed. Now, they had serious problems. They needed someone else to embark on a journey and finish the map. The head of the Skyscraper clan, who was a golden lion, ordered Walker Alvin to go into the forest and search for their bodies. But when the man heard his command, he had many questions. He understood that the prepared fighters who were supposed to go with him wouldn't survive. However, the golden lion didn't care. He wanted the maps at any cost. Even human deaths couldn't stop him, and he wasn't going to cancel the order. The man asked to go into the forest alone, but he couldn't convince the golden lion. Still, he refused the task and couldn't take responsibility for their lives. Therefore, the golden lion wanted to meet with the main heroes, as he thought they would be perfect for this task. But he quickly realized that it was impossible to contact them. He wanted to talk to them after they returned and continue exploring and mapping the forest. Walker Alvin was furious, but he had no other choice. He understood that the clan leader was mistaken, but he didn't want to argue with him. So, he agreed to carry out his order and left his room. The leader was left alone. He continued to drink. He also pondered Walker Alvin's words. and he realized that something was being hidden from him. Finally, the boy's journey came to an end. They managed to return to their hometown, which had changed a lot. It had become much more beautiful and began to flourish after the victory in the war. Yu Youngyu considered the city his true home and was glad they could return. Finally, they could eat proper food, take a warm shower, and rest in a real bed. They were planning to take a well-deserved break and head back into the woods to build their strength. They also wanted to return to the spot where they first encountered Walker Alvin, as it was much more dangerous than the forest. They understood that during their time in the woods they had become significantly stronger, and even that wouldn't pose a serious challenge for them. After a while, they found themselves standing in front of the main building of a towering skyscraper complex. However, they were met at the entrance by security who wouldn't let them inside. They were ordered to show their identification. The guys complied immediately. However, their badges looked quite strange. The guards were taken aback when they saw that they were from the reserve. They had no idea it even existed. But they quickly realized that these were the newcomers brought in by Walker Alvin, the ones who had managed to defeat Schiffman and end the war. They continued to discuss the guys, but they didn't want to wait. So, they interrupted their conversation, and soon enough, they were let through. It seemed like they had become local celebrities, as everyone knew about them. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar figure. It was Lois. When she heard a familiar voice, she turned around to see who it really was. She found herself face to face with the main characters, whom she had long given up hope of seeing again, thinking they were dead. She couldn't believe her eyes and was utterly astonished to see them standing there. Without hesitation, she grabbed them and started pulling them along. The guards watching the scene were completely confused. The heroes were just as bewildered. Where was this woman taking them? However, she was overjoyed to realize they had returned, but they couldn't be seen by the head of their clan. At that moment, the guys exchanged glances, completely lost. Just then, they encountered Walker Alvin on their path. The woman started shouting at him. But that turned out to be her biggest mistake. Because her voice caught the attention of the clan leader, the Golden Lion, who stepped out of his room at that moment. He realized that they were indeed the reserve of their clan. He introduced himself and stated his name. At that moment, the man began to smile. He immediately invited them into his room and wanted to discuss his future plans and what they were supposed to do. He wanted all of them to head into the forest and planned to send a cartographer along with them. The main characters were surprised, but Walker Alvin interrupted their conversation. He couldn't go with them, but Urchun wasn't listening and suggested the guys have a drink. However, the guys declined. And Urchun realized it wouldn't be easy to convince them, as they knew that the neutral territory was a very dangerous place and no one had ever returned alive from there. After all, it was a place where demons and angels could be encountered, and it was considered a hazardous location for rankers. Walker Alvin believed that the clan leader wanted to get rid of the newcomers this way. He was ready to go to the dangerous place in their stead, convinced they wouldn't survive there. However, Walker Alvin understood he couldn't handle it alone. The leader turned to Lois, as she had been silent and hadn't said anything. She was also against it, as it was indeed very dangerous there. Walker Alvin expected the main characters to refuse and not want to walk into certain death. But suddenly they agreed to go. It seemed they didn't even realize where the clan leader was sending them. Walker Alvin got angry while Urchun was very pleased and couldn't stop laughing. But the main character knew that the neutral territory was far more dangerous than the devilish forest. However, they had some business to attend to, and in any case, they were planning to go there so they could accomplish their mission at the same time. Urchun was thrilled to learn they had already been to the devilish forest, because now everything was falling into place and he had found those who agreed to head into certain death. Soon, they were set to begin their new mission. A cartographer was to accompany them, whom they would have to protect. With that, their conversation came to an end. Very soon, the guys were to set off, so they began to prepare and gather their things. Walker Alvin was very angry and didn't even want to talk to them. Lois knew he was upset with the guys for agreeing to go to the neutral territory, but she didn't want to mention it to them. From the very beginning, the man had been against it, as it was extremely dangerous and no one had managed to survive. Moreover, he had always had a very poor relationship with the clan leader, and he was furious that he made such an absurd decision. In reality, he simply didn't like the first generation, to which the leader belonged. After all, the first generation were special people. They were the first to settle in the place where the city now stood. They were the founders, and because of that, their power was at an incredible level. And everyone who came before found it very difficult to even get close to them. Walker Alvin had a bad attitude towards them because they did absolutely nothing. Only people from the first generation could hold high positions and didn't participate in wars or serious matters at all. But he wasn't the only one. He disliked this situation. Among the clan members, there was talk of making him the new leader. However, they couldn't do that, as even united, they wouldn't have enough strength to win. After all, if everything went back, the first generation wouldn't be able to live the same way, and that was something they needed to try to change. For the last time, Walker Alvin asked if they really wanted to head into the neutral lands. But their decision hadn't changed. Walker Alvin couldn't allow anything to happen to them. So he wanted to go with them to be able to help and save them if needed. However, there was one very important condition. They needed to follow him. He led them into a huge room that was underground in the skyscraper complex. There, they could train and practice their strength and skills. In front of them was a tree of power that grew in the devilish forest. Due to its strength, it was used as a training tool. If someone managed to chop it down, it would mean that the person was truly very strong. However, the trees had low magical conductivity, so they could only rely on physical strength. He set the condition that if they could chop the trees more than halfway, then they could go into the forest. The task was not easy, as it required strength similar to that of rankers. The main character asked if Walker Alvin could chop the tree. But Walker Alvin could chop it down more than halfway, while the woman couldn't even hold a weapon properly. Walker Alvin was about to demonstrate this to them, so he took a combat stance. After that, he made a powerful swing. His strike was very precise and powerful. He managed to chop the tree down by 80%. That was the best result anyone had ever shown. Next, it was the main character's turn. He needed to prepare, as this was truly no easy feat. And if even one of them couldn't do it, they would have to forget about going to the neutral territory. The main character agreed to try first and then took his weapon. He stood a few meters from the tree and was about to find the best angle for his attack. He gripped his sword tightly in his hands. Kim was ready. Suddenly, a strong swing, and a large amount of dust fell from the tree. He managed to chop the tree down. And when his friends saw this, they were overjoyed for him. He had chopped it down more than a bell's length, which meant he had passed the test. Next up was Yu Yoongyu, and he also had to try to do this. The main character believed in him and tried to encourage him. However, it was really tough as he struck with all his might and couldn't even chop down half. Would his friend have enough strength to do it? He needed to give it his all, as it was very difficult. Yu Yoongyu approached the tree and prepared for the strike. Focusing, he swung and aimed. He managed to hit right on target. His face was joyful, and it seemed he had also succeeded. Because his cut, while not very deep, it was enough for him to move on. The man had never seen anything like it before, as he had trained for many years to replicate their results. So, the guys were truly unique, especially the main character. They were on par with the rankers from the biggest clans in the country. The guys handled the challenge well and managed to pass the test. Ahead of them lay a very dangerous trial. And they could set off any day now. They were also glad that the man was going with them, as he was a reliable companion who could protect them. Before starting their journey, they needed to rest well and regain their strength. So Lois suggested a brilliant idea. That evening, they were treated to a lavish dinner. They could eat absolutely all the food they saw in front of them, plus it was free as they deserved such treatment. The guys couldn't wait any longer, so at that very moment, they pounced on the food. They had been waiting almost a whole year for today, and finally they could eat properly. However, that was far from all that awaited them. They had a hot bath prepared for them, which they could enjoy. However, even there, the main character was reading his diary. Yu Yoongyu was worried that his precious diary might get wet and didn't want that to happen. However, the main character protected it with his magical armor. So, there was no need to worry about it getting ruined or anything happening to it. Yu Yoongyu pondered. He recalled the words they had discussed during lunch. After all, people had assured them that their greatest enemy, the head of the assassin clan, was dead. He had been killed while locked in an underground prison in the skyscrapers, and there were suspicions that a demon had done it. Moreover, they also believed that the deaths of cartographers in the neutral lands were the work of demons. It seemed this frightened Yu Yoongyu, as he seriously began to consider that it was indeed dangerous in that city. Furthermore, he was curious about who angels and demons really were, as they had been in this world from the very beginning and had fought against each other. However, Kim had already encountered a demon before. It happened during the last stage of his training. It seemed he had been summoned very suddenly, but despite that, he remained very strong. Den spoke as if he knew something about the world they were now in. And the main character couldn't quite grasp what his words could mean, but in any case he was an enemy. They had to kill the enemies that crossed their path, as it was only through this that they managed to stay alive and come this far. They couldn't take risks without reason and needed to protect each other. His words calmed Yu Youngyu. They had to complete this mission and change everyone's opinion of them. The boy continued reading when suddenly, his attention was caught by strange lines. The war against the assassin clan ended in their victory, but they still didn't know the exact number of casualties. Sometimes they weren't counted. Moreover, this was not the end, and the joy of victory was very short-lived, because the mountains that separated their city from the dangerous magical forest concealed the greatest danger that no one suspected. Monsters could easily cross over them and enter the city. Kim continued reading late into the night. He understood that they needed to go to the dangerous place and deal with them before they reached them. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Lois, but why was she here so late? Did something happen? Meanwhile, Archon was having a good time in his room. However, he wasn't alone, he had guests. They were playing a game that they absolutely loved. Archon hadn't seen the man who came to visit in a long time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Their game had dragged on and they had been sitting there for 3 hours already. It was the head of the neighboring clan Baekcheon. They opened the door and let the woman into their room. She didn't come empty-handed. She was holding a box of jewelry. This was their reward, and the necklace she gifted them had magical abilities given to them for dealing with the devil tree. But Lois felt that these gifts were not enough and that they truly deserved much more. But the guys were grateful to her for the gift, as they were heading to a very dangerous place and anything could be useful to them in battle. Besides, they really liked the accessories she had given them. They were enchanted and provided a certain level of protection that could save them in a critical moment. There were also many other useful features they could take advantage of. Lois was thrilled that they liked them. The clan leader had ordered them to pick some mid-tier items to gift to the guys, but they could choose the best from what was available. These items were specially crafted using the technology of the White Tower clan, and their value was close to the annual budget of an entire clan. The guys couldn't believe these items were now theirs. They could choose anything, as the clan leader wouldn't even find out. Meanwhile, Archon continued to sit in his office with his guest. He was saying that the guys were supposed to head into the forest the next day and he didn't even want to see them off. Besides, he understood that it would be awkward for them to take the items in his presence. Baekcheon didn't think sending the guys was a good idea. He believed it would be better to gather a prepared team. But no one but them could go, because the clan members were constantly being watched, and it was very dangerous for them. But even if they died, their lives meant nothing to him and he didn't care. Baekcheon thought the leader spoke so easily about it, it seemed he had no soul. Baekcheon believed people were in such a tough position because of them, as they were the leaders and took on the responsibility. The skyscraper clan leader didn't get it. Baekcheon couldn't understand him and disagreed with his opinion. However, neither of them wanted to talk about it anymore. The topic was closed. Archon suspected that Walker Alvin would go with them, and he was much stronger than any prepared team. His words made the man think. It seemed he believed him and agreed. Meanwhile, the guys met the cartographer who would accompany them and show them the way. It was Cheon Pyeongtaek, who had been working for over 10 years and was very experienced. The guys were happy to meet him and were glad they could become friends. In fact, Cheon Pyeongtaek underestimated them, thinking a year was far too little time to learn everything. But he was glad that Lois and Walker Alvin were with them. However, he was scared because he didn't want to go into the forest with rookies. But he had no choice and showed them the territory they needed to explore. He pointed out where the city and mountains were on the map, which separated them from neutral territory. Moreover, his map would be incomplete. This was because beyond that point lay unknown territory that no one had ever entered. Also, there was a cross on the map marking the exact location they were heading to. That was where the last team of cartographers had perished. Suddenly, the main character replied that from the very beginning of their time in the forest, he had been trying to find this very spot marked on the map. The coincidence seemed very suspicious and it felt like something was off. When the men finished planning, they needed to move. So, they prepared and were soon ready to set off. They had to pass through massive mountains on their way. Yu Youngyu had never seen such scenery before. He loved the views they were passing on their journey. But the men warned him that his mood could change quickly once they entered neutral territory. Kim wondered why they couldn't move through the air, as walking through the forest was much more dangerous. Besides, he believed there were people in the city who could fly. But there was another danger in the sky. Dragons lived there, and it was their territory. They were as strong as demon kings, and no one had ever managed to defeat them, which is why they never moved through the air. On the ground, there were also many different monsters, but none were as dangerous. He also knew that the main characters were aware of their existence and didn't want to draw attention to it. Neutral territory was a vast forest that divided the lands of angels, demons, and humans, so they could encounter any of them on their way. That's why they couldn't let their guard down. They always had to be vigilant. At that moment, they were about to enter enemy territory. The trees and other plants growing there were of incredible size, and the strongest armor and weapons were made from them. The tree they had been trying to chop in the training room was one of them. The cartographer wanted to test them and asked them to try chopping the tree. Suddenly, Kim struck it with his bare hand. A massive cloud of dust and noise erupted from his hit. Moreover, the other trees began to shake as well. After the strike, a huge mark was left on the tree trunk. He realized that the trees were indeed something special. Just then, he heard strange sounds behind him. Yu Yongyu panicked and started to get nervous. He didn't know what was happening. However, it was obvious that someone would definitely react to the noise that erupted after his strike. But why did the cartographer ask them to do that? Cheon Pyeongtaek smiled, as this was their test. He wanted to see their capabilities and assess their level of strength. Their opponents turned out to be enormous bears that could reach 4 meters in height. At that moment, many creatures, the most common monsters in neutral territory, were approaching them. Although they were considered the weakest types of animals, their teeth and claws could easily tear through the trees in the forest. So, they couldn't let their guard down. They had to do their best to stay alive and win. The beasts were indeed very strong compared to the other animals they had fought before. But this didn't scare them at all, and they were ready for anything. Cheon Pyeongtaek couldn't believe his eyes when the guys managed to defeat them all in just a few minutes. They didn't even feel it, as the monsters were too weak for their level. And then he realized that the guys were not rookies at all. But why hadn't they told him this earlier? He understood that their abilities were at a high level, and he had been worrying for nothing. Walker Alvin decided it was better to see everything with his own eyes, as many people didn't believe that these guys had managed to defeat Jeffrey. Cheon Pyeongtaek was even more surprised. He knew that fighting bears required at least 3 people, and he was planning to help them. But the main characters had become so strong in just a year. They didn't need support. The main character was especially strong, and Cheon Pyeongtaek noticed him right away. The guys didn't even feel that it was hard for them and couldn't believe that defeating the animals was so easy. They wanted more and were looking forward to facing much stronger opponents. Cheon Pyeongtaek remained silent. He just couldn't believe it and had never seen anything like this before. Walker Alvin interrupted their conversation, informing them that this was far from the end. After all, there were plenty of other dangerous monsters in the forest they could fight. After these words, the guy drew his sword. Lois didn't understand what was happening. Was he really planning to go back into the forest in search of monsters? But the more blood he absorbed, the stronger he became. So he tried to immerse it as much as possible in the blood of the slain animals. Walker Alvin knew that, with his sword, he could enter a berserker state. However, Yu Yongyu didn't have enough strength to do that. Moreover, the guy had tried many times, but unfortunately, nothing worked. Maybe it was because his sword had absorbed a huge amount of blood during the fight with the bandits, as when he used berserker, he couldn't control it. It was very difficult in the devilish forest because he couldn't control himself in that state. In that state, he completely shut down his mind and couldn't control himself. But fortunately, the effect was temporary, and he would soon regain himself. His sword was too powerful because it had absorbed too much blood, making it impossible to control. This was what the guy was trying to fix, wanting to become strong enough to finally control it. Meanwhile, they continued to kill a massive number of other monsters. They were still being attacked by bears, but it wasn't a serious threat to them. The main character didn't even break a sweat. He just kept killing all the monsters that approached him and moved on. They had been in neutral territory for a week, and the bears were becoming fewer. They were much weaker than the other monsters, so they couldn't survive deep in the forest. Moreover, the men were constantly being watched by many other monsters. They saw how they fought, so they were afraid to approach them, considering them a threat. Cheon Pyeongtaek stopped. He asked how the guys were feeling. However, Yu Yongyu just smiled, as they had spent almost a year in the forest and had already gotten used to the constant struggle against dangerous animals. Then the man understood that Yu Yongyu was very kind and could get along with anyone. Suddenly, he noticed that they had arrived at the same spot. Before him was a boundary, and beyond it lay territory that wasn't on the map. It was an unexplored zone. At that very moment, they were being watched. These were demons who controlled the unexplored territory and saw everyone trying to enter. They hoped this time there would be someone much more interesting and stronger, as the last group hadn't even tried to cope. Relesia was also very hungry. However, Ballad had already encountered the main character before. He showed him to Turner, thinking he might recognize him. And he wasn't wrong, as the man knew him very well. This was the guy who had killed their leader and created the devilish tree. It was because of him they lost the war. The man realized that the guys were not as simple as he had initially thought. After all, they were the only ones who had managed to come this far. Ballad began to plan and wanted to attack them. Meanwhile, Lois was haunted by a strange premonition. It hadn't left her since the beginning and wouldn't give her peace. It felt like she had experienced this before. She felt the energy of the forest bridge through her body and understood that they would soon start approaching. Perhaps a demon was nearby, and it would be very unfortunate if she couldn't feel free in the depths of the forest. They had to be ready to meet him, especially since his level was likely to be general level. Suddenly, they noticed a strange detail on the tree trunks. There were huge claw marks. But Cheon Pyeongtaek knew who these marks belonged to, yet he couldn't believe it, as these monsters lived in a completely different place. Had they relocated? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook, and they heard a strange sound. A terrifying monster was approaching them. It was a gigantic bear, much larger than any they had encountered before. Moreover, it was very aggressively inclined. It looked just like the other, smaller creatures, but it was about 4 times bigger. Cheon Pyeongtaek had never seen such creatures in this area. And he was sure it wasn't just a coincidence, someone had summoned it. Meanwhile, the massive bear continued to attack them. It tried to crush the people and wanted to stomp on them with its paw, but it was too slow, and they managed to dodge its attacks every time. Yu Youngyu didn't want to hesitate and jumped at it to deliver his own strike. But when his sword touched the bear's skin, he realized that breaking through his defenses wouldn't be easy. Just then, the beast launched a counterattack and its paw barely missed the guy. Staying close to it was incredibly dangerous, and the main character tried to shout a warning. But it was already too late, as the creature struck him. Lois was also trying to help. She was doing her best to freeze it. Despite the beast's massive size, she managed to pull it off. She saved Yu Youngyu just in time. If she had hesitated even a moment longer, the beast would have torn him apart with its sharp claws. With the help of ice, they managed to stop it and think about how to destroy it. This was the strongest monster they had encountered in the forest, and even a mid-level opponent would have struggled against it. But for Walker Alvin, it was a different story. He had taken down much stronger monsters and wasn't scared at all. Besides, he wasn't just an ordinary soldier. So, they wanted to thaw the monster to strike. For a moment, Lois stopped using her power, and as soon as the ice melted, Walker Alvin struck. After that, to prevent the creature from attacking again, they froze it once more. Everyone watched intently to see what would happen next. No one knew if their strategy would actually work. It seemed like they were getting nowhere, as they started arguing and blaming each other for rushing and messing things up. However, the main character was impressed by how effectively they could cooperate. Cheon Pyeongtaek couldn't understand how the creature could grow to such incredible sizes. Maybe they were mutants. Suddenly, he spotted a strange seed on the ground that caught his attention. He picked it up to see what it really was. It became clear that the devil was involved, and they had helped the beast grow so large. Because this was a devil's seed, and it was inside the bear's body, could there be a devil tree growing deep in the forest, where they could take advantage of the bears feeding on tree bark? They needed to find that tree and try to destroy it. Hadn't the main character read in his journal that monsters in neutral territory turned into mutants because of the tree? They were preparing to invade human territory soon. They needed to deal with this quickly, as he knew they would soon encounter other, much more dangerous creatures. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. He looked around carefully but couldn't calm down. Felt like someone was watching him. Out of nowhere, he drew his sword, and with a single swing, he ended it. He knew he was being watched. It was an eye that had been invisible, and he managed to destroy it. Now, the demons couldn't keep an eye on them. That ability was gone. Ballad was furious. The others were competing to get a closer look at the object in front of them. None of them except the main character knew what it really was, but it was clear they were being watched. Ballad couldn't understand how the main character had figured it out. But now they could relax, even though it was unsettling to think someone was spying on them. Kim could feel it as he had a heightened sensitivity to demonic energy. This was direct confirmation that a demon general was nearby and they could encounter him at any moment. Cheon Pyeongtaek was uneasy. He saw that everyone else was cheerful while he was the only one feeling scared. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds behind them again. They were coming straight from the forest, and the main character immediately turned his attention to them. It became clear that danger was approaching once more, and they needed to prepare for a tough fight. Right in front of them was a massive horde of killer bears ready to tear them apart. The beasts began to surround them. The guys tried to count them, but the number was overwhelming. There were about 40 of them. The fight would be tough. But they needed to retreat, as they physically couldn't handle such a huge number of enemies. So, in that moment, the people started to run. They needed to come up with a new plan, as the monsters would catch up to them soon. However, the main character stayed behind and didn't run with the others. Kim acted as bait, intending to hold off the monsters so the others could escape. Cheon Pyeongtaek didn't believe he could handle it. He was terrified, but he decided to stand his ground. He wanted to deal with the monsters chasing him, so he struck with his own power. Lois joined him, trying to freeze the creatures attacking them from all sides. The men also jumped in, trying to stick to the same tactic. But when they managed to defeat some, they realized that it wasn't over. Only a few monsters were chasing them while the rest were after the main character. He urgently needed help as he was returning to them even after a short while. Cheon Pyeongtaek didn't know what had happened to him, so he started to panic. Suddenly, he saw a shadow on the ground. It was a dragon. Meanwhile, Kim was left alone with the monsters surrounding him. He was trying to buy as much time as possible for the others to hide. He didn't want anyone to help him. After all, he had a necklace he wanted to test in real combat. With his new superpower, he couldn't take damage for a while and became a ghost. Thalid continued to seethe with anger. Even though he couldn't watch the humans, he knew they had left one behind as bait. He wanted to kill them for destroying his crystal circle, but Relesia also wanted them dead. But first, they wanted to see if the guys were strong enough to fight them personally. And he wasn't sure if the main character, who stayed behind as bait, would survive. After all, there were many different monsters in the forest that constantly hunted humans. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to escape from them. He activated his ghost effect, wanting to try passing through a tree. He succeeded, while the creatures behind him crashed into the tree. For a moment, he managed to stop them and realized that his superpower was very useful. With the necklace, he could pass through objects and even other monsters. Even their attacks didn't inflict any damage on him. Just when the beast tried to attack him, he felt no harm at all. When the bear raised its paw and didn't see the guy there, it was confused. The boy stood unharmed, having taken no damage from its attack. After that, he used another superpower, teleportation, to get closer to the monster. He delivered a powerful blow and the beast didn't even notice how it happened. He couldn't attack with the last reason, but he could cancel his power at the moment of attack. However, his mana was draining too quickly and it took a long time to recover. But he believed he could finish the fight and stay alive. After a while, he managed to kill all the bears and the demon general realized this. This meant that the main character was indeed very strong, and he understood that now. If he had so much power, it could only mean one thing. Turner thought that Walker Alvin had become the bait as he had become the strongest among humans. The demons knew this too, which is why Relesia wanted to kill him herself. And the general agreed, as he couldn't believe that even such a strong person who managed to deal with monsters here could defeat the demon general. It seemed he now understood why everything was happening this way. Nothing interesting had happened in his forest for a long time, and he was excited about the chance to finally test his strength in action. They wanted to let them find them so they could kill humans with their own hands. They waited, and soon enough, the humans managed to find their lair. But how did they manage to do it so quickly? Meanwhile, the main character found himself alone in the dark forest. Despite having defeated all the monsters, he wasn't at ease. It felt like he was lost and couldn't find the way he had come. Although his friends had left traces on the trees for him. But everything around was covered in marks from strikes and he couldn't sort through them to find the ones he needed. At that moment, he heard a strange sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive beast before him. It was a dragon. Just as he tried to attack it, a human hand stopped his strike. At that moment, the dragon transformed into an unusual boy. But he didn't want to kill the main character. He could easily do that to someone else. Kim couldn't believe that the boy had blocked his attack with just his bare hands, as he had put all his strength into it. The boy warned him that he didn't want to harm him so he could put away his sword. His words implied that the main character wasn't an ordinary human. Before him stood a true dragon. The boy showed him the path he needed to take to find his friends. He explained that there were very few dragons like him. He was several thousand years old and could tell a lot about the neutral territory. He was also very strong and could compete in strength with the demon himself. Moreover, he personally guided his friends to their goal, so he was convinced they were safe. But his behavior raised questions for Kim. After all, he knew that dragons maintained neutrality, so why did he decide to help them? But the boy felt an immense energy radiating from the main character's body. Besides, the ability to transform into a human body was very convenient, as it was uncomfortable for him to live in the air all the time. Just at that moment, he was about to answer his question. Because everything was not as it seemed. In reality, they were the ones helping him. The men stood before the entrance to a strange structure, unable to believe that something like this could exist in the Devil's Forest. It was a massive building with gigantic columns standing at its entrance. They didn't have much time and couldn't wait for the main character, so they decided to see what was happening inside. The cartographer had never seen anything like it and couldn't show them the way. But Lois could check the temple with the magical scanner she had. For the first time, the cartographer felt really bad for not being able to help. The people found themselves at the entrance of the building and the woman tried to scan it. She wanted to find out what dangers might await them inside. Lois was one of the strongest support mages and her power level was immeasurable. This would take some time, but soon they would be able to learn all about the temple's structure and the dangers it concealed. Meanwhile, she was almost finished. Her expression changed as it seemed she had seen something truly horrifying. She sensed that a devil tree was growing nearby. But it wasn't just one or two, this place could be called a small forest. In the adjacent room were 2 demons and 1 human, and if they were generals, they wouldn't be able to win. But who was the human, and why was he on the side of the demons? Suddenly, the woman began to lose consciousness from overexertion and using too much of her own power. But it wasn't the end, and she wanted to see much more. She felt that demons were flying straight at them. Suddenly, the entrance doors were broken down. Through them came the demon generals ready to kill the humans. They appeared very unexpectedly, causing the people to panic. Relizia was trying to find out who Walker Alvin was. He immediately responded, confused as to why she was looking for him. Suddenly, she launched an attack. He managed to defend himself and block her strike. She was incredibly impatient and wanted to kill him herself. Moreover, she sensed that the man was genuinely strong, which only pleased her. He kept watching and tried to strike back. However, he realized they wouldn't be able to defeat 2 powerful demon generals. Just then, he saw something that terrified him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a man approaching him directly. That's when he understood who the real traitor was and who was responsible for so many deaths. Furthermore, he was on the side of the demons and was collaborating with the assassin clan. The demons rejoiced when Turner allowed them to kill people. Walker Alvin was furious because he had trusted him. In any case, they found themselves in a dire situation, physically unable to handle 2 strong opponents. Initially, the demon wanted to kill the protagonist as it was because of him that their eye was broken. But when he saw that he wasn't with the others, he became very upset. At that moment, Kim was talking to a dragon. He was asking for help and wanted them to destroy all the devil trees, as the dragon was very displeased that the demons were claiming the forest territories that belonged to everyone. It also annoyed him that they were turning ordinary animals into monsters that killed. They couldn't leave things as they were, as the demons continued to multiply and every day the number of monsters grew. There was a risk that neutral territory would become demon territory. They couldn't kill the demons, so first they needed to get rid of all the trees. In exchange for this service, the dragon promised to show him the way and help him find his friends. Kim pondered his words. He didn't like that the dragon was unwilling to help him and join the fight as he had enough power to do so. Moreover, his friends were at risk while the dragon wouldn't do anything. Additionally, he realized that the future was changing as nothing about it was mentioned in his diary. Still, he agreed, promising that they would quickly find the tree and put an end to it. Furthermore, the dragon wanted to tell him about the temple where his friends were currently located. However, when he realized that the protagonist knew nothing, he just vanished. After talking to him, the boy had a lot of questions. He didn't even suspect that the dragon hadn't gone anywhere but was watching him from a safe distance. The protagonist he met was his key. And he didn't know how he was supposed to react to this. Suddenly, another girl appeared beside him, just like him. She also didn't like that the demons were trying to take over the lands. She came to tell him that something strange was happening on the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Realms, and she wanted him to come with her and see everything for himself. And just at that moment, she disappeared. The dragon looked at the hero, hoping that the boy could truly become the key and end the war that had been going on for so many years. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. The man was trying to resist, but the demons were indeed very strong. They were trying to corner him from all sides. For this, he had to use his own super strength. That was the only way he could save himself. Lois was trying to help him and wanted to draw the demons' attention to herself, continuing to block their powerful attacks. However, Ballad didn't interfere in their duel. He didn't want his partner to practice and be able to handle them on her own. Shion Pyeontaek was trying to strike Turner. He was furious at him for being a traitor and betraying the people, but the man was a very simple warrior and managed to dodge the blow. He didn't consider himself a traitor. On the contrary, he thought he was doing the right thing. After all, this decision was a matter of human existence. Walker Alvin was tired but wasn't about to give up. The woman mocked him, considering him weak, and she continued to attack him, each time hitting harder. The tail she had kept growing longer. He couldn't cut it off. Moreover, there were two demons, which was a real problem for him, as he believed he could handle one. There was one more thing. The demon's body instantly healed and they couldn't harm it. It seemed they were immortal. Additionally, Lois had used too much of her own strength and would soon lose consciousness again. But he didn't stop, and the demons tried to attack him again. Lois held on and continued to block all their attacks. However, it was hard for Walker Alvin as he was also tired and exhausted. He hoped that the protagonist could find them and help, because at this rate he wouldn't last long. Suddenly, another strike. This time, it was aimed at Lois. The demon's sharp tail managed to pierce her defenses. At the same time, they risked dying, as they saw the sharp weapon right in front of their faces. However, she was very lucky, as at the last moment the protagonist appeared. He caught the tail with his own hand and saved her life. Walker Alvin was glad to see him, as now they had a chance to win. Ballad was surprised to see him. Everyone was happy that he had come to help them defeat their enemies. Kim asked Lois if she was okay and if she had been hurt. After that, he wanted to join the fight. Ballad realized that he was the one who had broken his eye and destroyed the bears. Moreover, he had ruined all the demons' plans, starting with the secret laboratory and defeating the assassin clan. And so, he immediately began to attack him. This time, he intended to finish him off so that the protagonist wouldn't be able to ruin his plans again. Kim wanted to take him on. He was going to use all his super strength to try to defeat him. He managed to become invisible and avoid damage for a while, which allowed him to get closer to the demon. He was about to take a hit when he got closer, but Ballad jumped back. The items he used were really impressive, and the villain acknowledged that. Then he was going to use his own super strength and attack the protagonist. He released a demonic cloud from his mouth. It was hard to breathe in it, but he didn't even notice how the boy ended up right behind him. He managed to stay alive again and block him that way. He realized that he was facing a true warrior capable of defeating him, so he couldn't let his guard down. Moreover, the protagonist understood that his magical armor and strength weren't as effective against a real demon. He needed a different plan, but the demon felt a surge of demonic energy within him. He also sensed that the hero wasn't like the others and his energy was entirely different. This made him afraid, as he thought he might actually have a chance to win. For that, he needed to be more careful and had to kill him right now. Ballad was trying to use all the strength he had. For this, he set his own body on fire. The flames engulfed the entire room but quickly extinguished. In his place stood Ballad in a new body. This body was very uncomfortable for him, but he had no other choice. Now he was a rider with his own horse. His body radiated a massive amount of energy which he could use to restore his strength and become even stronger. His armor and weapons were perfect for killing people and other dangerous enemies. The other people continued to fight. Turner was trying to defend himself and blocked the strikes. The cartographer and Yu Youngyu were fighting against him. But the man was an experienced warrior and managed to stay alive constantly. The battle could drag on, and he didn't want to use his own strength, as after that he would lose his stamina. He needed to defeat the people before the demons could overcome their opponents. Yu Youngyu realized that Turner wasn't an ordinary person either, because at that moment his personal transformation began. Horns appeared on his body. Could he also be a demon? There was no doubt that Turner wasn't human, he was a monster and a true beast. Lois was having a hard time. she felt her strength leaving her. Her body wasn't obeying her at all, and she couldn't control it, as she had used too much power. Meanwhile, we continued to see how hard it was for her friends. However, she couldn't help at all, as she needed to recover. Everyone was trying and fighting for survival. She tried to gather herself and focus on recovering, as she could lose consciousness again. Turner was also very strong as he constantly fed on the devil's energy, making him a powerful warrior. He had chosen his path and could never return to a normal human life. But it was his choice, one he was ready to die for. He fought with all the strength he had and wasn't about to give up easily. He managed to seriously injure Cheon Pyeontaek, and he began to scream from the pain that engulfed his body. He flew back several meters and couldn't move. The boy tried to save him but understood that he couldn't afford to get distracted, because as soon as he glanced in his direction, he immediately took a very strong hit. Meanwhile, the soldier was trying to defeat the demon girl. She was quite strong, so it was hard for him to do so. Moreover, she was constantly healing her own wounds, and with each strike, she grew stronger. Walker Alvin was also trying with all his might. However, it was very difficult for him to do this without Lois's help, who could freeze her and block her attacks. So he had to retreat. He couldn't engage in direct combat as it was very hard to do. The opponents were too strong and he was exhausted. Relesia didn't even feel his strikes and wasn't tired at all. Her strength remained at the same level as before. He was mistaken as he didn't think she could heal her wounds all the time. She could regenerate her limbs and any injuries were not a concern for her. Her heart, head, and internal organs were impervious to his attacks. However, he wanted to try to target her brain, hoping that it could deal her significant damage. Relesia wasn't afraid of him. She considered herself invincible. Although she knew the man was very strong, she wasn't going to give in. But he was confident he could find her weak spot. The protagonist had the toughest opponent, fighting with all his strength. He was running in circles, trying to avoid his attacks and didn't want to get caught in the poisonous cloud. The demon taunted him and urged him to strike. But Kim stuck to his strategy and didn't want to engage him in close combat. The demon was trying to get closer to him and was doing so with all his might. The main character wanted to wait for the perfect moment to strike, and it seemed like that moment had finally arrived. Ballad didn't even expect the guy to attack him right then. But he managed to catch him off guard and unleashed a cloud of poison right at him again. It seemed like it was all over, but he didn't notice how the main character had escaped the toxic dust. He found himself right behind him, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. He poured all the strength he had left into that strike. The demon didn't see that coming at all. However, he noticed the guy approaching him, trying to hit him with his own demonic breath. To stay alive, he had to use his own armor. He understood that the demon was incredibly strong and his abilities were much weaker. He didn't even hope to win. However, he didn't want to give up and kept fighting. After all, he hoped there was some weak spot and it seemed like he could finally see it. He needed to try to get closer, using every skill he had. Ballad started to panic, realizing he was risking getting into a very critical situation. The main character aimed to break him down piece by piece and began attacking his horse. This way, he would leave the demon without his greatest advantage, speed. Ballad realized this and began to retreat, releasing poisonous smoke at the main character. But he was not vulnerable to it, as his body was filled with demonic energy. On the contrary, it concealed his movements. Because of the thick smoke, Ballad couldn't see him at all. It was easy for him to get close, and he tried to take advantage of that. Every attack the demon started with flames, and the guy realized this tactic was universal. Therefore, he needed to use the demon's own weapon against him, as that was the only way to defeat him. Kim felt a surge of confidence and began to mock the demon, who seemed to be losing. He tried to provoke him, knowing that would make his actions uncontrollable. He succeeded, as the demon gathered all his strength and attempted to deliver a final blow to destroy all his friends. The guy focused and tried to dodge the dangerous strike. If he did, his opponent would be left defenseless and he could strike back. He had to use his magical armor, after which he tried to close the distance. Moreover, he kept taunting the demon, as Ballad hadn't hit him even once, and all his strong attacks and even the poisonous smoke had been futile. Ballad was furious, but he didn't notice the true power that the guy possessed. With one strike, he managed to slice him in half. The demon didn't even have time to utter his last words before he was dead. In his rage, he overlooked the main character's true strength. The guy had easily tricked him and won. It was all over and he stood before his dead opponent who still sat on his horse. He felt satisfied, but he had spent a lot of energy and was exhausted. Ballad was finally dead. Kim started to laugh. It was dangerous, but he was thrilled that he had managed to win as it meant he was really strong. However, he couldn't relax as he needed to help the others who were still fighting at that moment. But looking at them, he realized they could handle it. Walker Alvin had finally found her weak spot and was preparing for the decisive blow. He noticed that the girl's recovery speed had significantly decreased. She was very surprised, unable to understand what was happening to her body, but the answer was obvious. Her movements had become completely different. It was very hard for her to control herself. The thing was, after his words, she tried to focus on protecting her really vital body parts. As a result, she started to let many other strikes through to her head and neck. Walker Alvin also began to mock her, and Relesia was deeply affected by his words. She could no longer control herself and tried to lunge at him, despite her wounds not having healed yet. That was exactly what Walker Alvin wanted. He was ready for her to charge at him. He delivered the final blow right to the girl's head. It shattered her brain and she was doomed. After that, he also sliced her in half, leaving no chance for her severe wounds to heal. Cheon Pyeontaek finally came to. But after his heavy blow, he was in a lot of pain. He saw Yu Youngyu fighting for him, not letting Turner finish him off. He realized that Yu Youngyu had activated his berserk mode. He made such great sacrifices just to save his life. Moreover, he knew that such abilities couldn't be used in regular combat and the guy risked dying as he simply wouldn't be able to stop. Besides, he couldn't join the battle as at that moment Yu Youngyu couldn't tell who was his enemy and who was his friend. It seemed like this helped him win. With every strike, he grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed like his energy was endless. And then the guy threw his opponent to the ground. He was preparing to deliver the final blow and Turner realized he was about to die. However, at the very last moment, he just stopped. Because Yu Youngyu had lost consciousness. It became clear that he had simply come out of berserk mode, giving Turner an advantage as he managed to push him away. There was a deep cut on his face, but he was alive. It hurt a lot, as the wound was deep and bleeding. Yu Youngyu couldn't let him recover and immediately started attacking. But he noticed that the man had simply given up and stood before him unarmed. He couldn't kill a person who wasn't defending himself and tried to force him to keep fighting. However, Turner understood that they had lost and didn't want to keep fighting as all his allies had been destroyed. Suddenly, the main character struck Yu Youngyu, and he lost consciousness. Turner was shocked as he didn't believe they could so easily defeat two demon generals. The people were ready to let him go if he could answer a few questions. But the enemy didn't believe their words, knowing he would still have to die. The people were curious why he was a traitor and what had made him switch sides. However, he was confident that people could never win the war and sooner or later their kind would be wiped out. And despite the fact that they had won that day, they would still lose the war. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. It seemed like he had shifted the flow of his energy, as that was one way of committing suicide. It became clear that he wasn't going to answer their questions, but what did he mean when he spoke of war and that people would lose? Maybe he was just trying to scare them? But it seemed like he meant something much bigger. Lois thought he was talking about them and began to worry that they wouldn't be able to return and escape the forest alive. However, now was not the time to think negatively, as they needed to keep fighting to try to stay alive and complete their mission. With all their might, they needed to fight and destroy the Devil Tree. So they immediately set out to find it. First, they needed to regain their strength, and only after that could they continue moving. Suddenly, Lois felt danger and ordered everyone to stop. Before them was a huge room that had troubled her from the very beginning, as the doors were sealed with magic, preventing ordinary people from entering. However, they decided to try and began to open the doors. They succeeded, and soon they found themselves inside. But what they saw shocked and even frightened them. Because inside was a very long room, its walls covered with strange drawings. It felt like the entire room was a picture whose meaning they couldn't grasp. It seemed like there was nothing special there, and all the writings meant nothing. But most likely, they had a hidden meaning that they just couldn't understand. Suddenly, Walker Alvin stopped. He noticed that something was off with the main character as he had a very strange expression on his face. It seemed like him had finally figured it all out. He realized that these writings were very familiar to him, and he could even read them. It seemed like it was thanks to his bracelet and the energy he was absorbing. It appeared that his bracelet had hidden functions that he was only discovering now. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu woke up and couldn't understand where they were. He felt fine, but remembered nothing except that his healing level had increased, allowing him to quickly recover from his wounds. He immediately noticed the strange paintings on the walls, but the man couldn't understand or read anything. The main character understood that it would take a lot of time to read everything. But to get into the room and deal with the devil tree, they simply needed to keep moving forward. The main character agreed to stay behind to decipher the writings. Meanwhile, the others had to keep moving to avoid wasting time. In the end, everyone agreed to this plan and decided to continue on. They would see each other again soon. Lois felt that the tree was growing behind the wall in front of them. The man was preparing to break through it with a strong blow so they wouldn't waste time looking for doors. Gathering all his strength for the strike, he managed to break it. The thick wall crumbled, and they saw a real garden of trees growing behind it. Moreover, there was another danger as the trees were guarded by monsters. So, it might not be easy to destroy the tree while defending against the monsters that would protect it. However, Lois managed to regain her strength, so she immediately froze the creatures. This made their task much easier, and for a while she could control them. While she did that, the men needed to focus on destroying the trees. Without wasting time, Walker Alvin approached the first one. He drew his sword and with one strong strike managed to slice it in half. Meanwhile, an unknown man sitting far atop a mountain felt that something was wrong. He had awakened from a deep sleep. It was the god of the seventh heaven, Kim Jin-suk. Opening his eyes, he saw that Archon had come to him. But the head of the skyscraper clan simply missed him and wanted to meet, and for that no reason was needed. However, the mysterious man didn't believe his words and wanted him to explain everything quickly. It seemed like he had found the key. Kim Jin-suk didn't believe him as he thought it was impossible. But it was true, and the clan leader wasn't joking, he was speaking very seriously. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to decipher the information on the walls. Even though there was a lot of text, reading it turned out to be much easier than he thought. The text spoke of people, demons, and angels. Very soon, these races would start a war to obtain the Holy Grail. Each race was supposed to receive a key that would allow them to find it. The main character could become that key, and the clan leader quickly realized this, as only he could fix the situation. The Holy Grail could only be obtained with the help of the key. The race that lost theirs would never be able to find it. They couldn't allow the main character to die, as then their chances of survival would be doomed. When the key became perfect and the hero was very strong, he would gain the right to obtain the Grail. But now, they could try to change the situation and gain some advantage for themselves. To do this, they needed to try to find the Grail first and seize it by any means. Because then, they could become invincible. And no one could stop them. The main character and the head of the skyscraper clan thought about this at the same time, and it seemed that from that moment on, they became rivals. Meanwhile, they continued their work on the trees. After a while, the entire forest was destroyed, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They all put in a tremendous effort to eliminate every tree, and at last, they succeeded. After that, they noticed that the monsters began to calm down, as it was the seeds that forced them to prepare and protect the trees. Now, they started turning into ordinary animals that posed no threat, and it seemed they had successfully passed the test and completed their tasks. Moreover, they had defeated some very dangerous enemies and survived, but they needed to rest before heading home. They all did a great job and put in a lot of effort, so they deserved a good reward. However, Cheon Pyeongtae continued to do his work, constantly trying to make changes to his map. After all, that was his main task. He needed to scout the area and draw a new map of the terrain. None of the people had ever seen how maps were drawn, and they were very curious to watch it live. Suddenly, they noticed that the main character had found them, but he was late, as they had done all the work themselves. Nevertheless, he managed to read the inscriptions on the walls and understood their essence. Cheon Pyeongtae was satisfied with his work. As everything was ready now, he was also curious to listen to the main character and learn about the secret hidden in the mysterious room. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the skyscraper clan circle. The servant couldn't calm down. He was very worried about the fate of the people who had gone into the forest, knowing it was extremely dangerous. More than a month had passed since their disappearance, and he hadn't received any news from them. But suddenly, upon returning, he noticed that the people were right in front of him, alive and unharmed. They had returned and managed to complete their dangerous mission. He was very surprised and happy to see them, but they urgently needed to meet with the clan leader, and there was no time for chit-chat. They tried to do this immediately after arriving and didn't want to waste a single minute. The soldier personally wanted to talk to them to convince them that the information they had was indeed very important. Lois couldn't relax as she was extremely anxious. Despite their return, she had a terrible feeling and understood that this was just the beginning. Moreover, the cartographer had left them after hearing the main character's story. It seemed he got scared and didn't want to participate, fearing for his life. The boy didn't understand who the clan leader really was, as he initially disliked him and found him suspicious. In fact, Lois didn't know him well at all. He had never participated in the city's affairs or made any important decisions. So he was a first-generation person who had done nothing in life. Even as the clan leader, he did nothing. Additionally, the girl from the assassin clan was also a first-generation person and had done nothing useful for the clan's development in her entire life. Therefore, it could be concluded that in real life, she was a thief who did very bad things while using her immense power. However, there was no evidence of her existence, and only legends were made about her, as no one had ever seen her with their own eyes. After a while, the head of the skyscraper clan returned to his room and was ready to talk to the people. He offered them drinks and wanted to treat them to food, but they declined. Still, he gave them glasses of alcohol as he wanted to create an atmosphere in the room. The main character didn't want to waste time on idle chatter and decided to ask him directly. After all, he thought the leader might be hiding some information from them. And Archon realized that the people while in the forest could have learned a lot today. The dragon had told the main character about him, revealing his biggest secret and who he really was. Archon understood that they had been in the temple where they could read this information. There was no doubt that Archon was hiding something from them, as he didn't even try to deny it. After all, if everything was as written there. He trailed off, lowered his head, and began to apologize to him. The people were stunned and couldn't understand his behavior. Archon apologized for lying to them. Everyone thought that if they killed the demons and angels and obtained the Grail, they could return to the real world, but that wasn't the case. After all, they were humans and could never win a war. But everything changed the moment the main character appeared. After all, he was the key that the people needed to try to survive the war and obtain the Grail. And the fact that he managed to read the inscription was proof that he was indeed special and not like everyone else. Archon wanted to tell them everything, as he understood that sooner or later they would find out on their own. This was a secret that the first generation had guarded. From the very beginning, they were very strong and had no problems in the world of humans. Back then, they also ventured into the mysterious forest and found the same temple where the main character was. They managed to find the same room and learned how the world was structured and who the true key was. They rejoiced, as they were confident that they could return their world if they found the Grail. It was there that they encountered the dragon. Feeling their advantage, they decided to engage in battle and attacked it without understanding anything. Still, they managed to defeat the dragon, but they paid a very high price for it. During this battle, they lost their only key, and with it, their chance to return to their own world. At that moment, they lost the meaning of survival. They were in despair and didn't want to continue fighting, so they decided to take the secret to their graves. After all, if the demons and angels found out that the humans had no key left, they might all be dead by now. This was what they promised to keep hidden from other people, as without hope on the surface, they would likely give up and stop fighting for their survival. They thought they could keep this up for a while and believed that very soon they would be able to reach their key. Years passed and the situation didn't change. The key was still missing, and so they stopped doing anything. From that time on, the first-generation people ceased to take an active part in public life, and to maintain order, they began to create their own clans. Only now did Walker Alvin manage to understand it. But what was the head of the skyscraper clan planning to do now? Archon believed that with the appearance of a new key, it was time for change. Now they had to do something, as all the people had hope again. Now they were united by a common goal. Walker Alvin even wanted to drink with him and raised a glass of beer. He was glad that now they had a real chance to change everything. However, he was angry that the man hadn't shared this from the very beginning. The first-generation people had given the others hope that had never existed and hid behind the facade that everything was fine. He didn't know if they were doing the right thing, but this was the only way to avoid chaos. Now they had to choose the right path and continue to fight. This was the only opportunity to change everything, and at this crucial moment all the people needed to unite their efforts. Archon was happy that now the people were on his side. He was grateful to them for this and sincerely happy that they had become friends and believed in him. Moreover, he offered the main character to become the clan leader, but he immediately declined. Meanwhile, the mysterious beings that resembled humans knew that a group of people had successfully completed their task and returned from the forest. Their allies were dead, which meant their plan with the devilish forest had failed. They also knew about the two newcomers, Lois and Walker Alvin. After all, it was because of them that their plan had been thwarted. It was the head of the assassin clan, Emily, and all her plans, which she had worked on in her free time, were now ruined, and they needed to come up with a new solution to a tough problem. She understood that now they needed to start hunting humans, as they would continue to interfere. They were also curious how long the demons could hold out, as the war was about to start very soon. If the humans could kill 2 demon generals, they would surely handle all the others. Emily remembered that she didn't need help from the man who was her partner. She lived just fine without him. Therefore, he became her competitor, and she decided to get rid of him. For this, she used her own power, as she wanted to kill him. She didn't let him finish speaking and sliced him into pieces. And it was impossible to tell who he was, as she killed everyone the same way. After all, given what had happened, she simply had no other choice. And she needed to find another way to prepare for the impending war that was approaching. The main character was very tired after the trip to the forest, so he rested in his room. He was asleep, but then woke up. He was awakened by a knock at the door, as someone had come to see him. The main character was very angry when he was woken up and not allowed to sleep. He was too lazy to get up, but he went to the door. It was Walker Alvin. He had come to him several times, but only now managed to wake him up. The man was worried about the boy, as he had been gone for so long, and he couldn't believe he had just been sleeping the whole time. Kim also couldn't believe that he had slept so deeply that he hadn't even woken up from his knocking. Was he really that relaxed? Walker Alvin came with news, as the clan leader wanted to meet with them and ordered them to come to him in a few hours. After that, Walker Alvin left his room. He realized that the clan leader wasn't just calling him for no reason. Most likely, a new task awaited him. He thought about his words and that he was indeed the key. His mission was to save the land. Suddenly, he noticed his hand. After all, his bracelet was now visible. Moreover, he had managed to acquire a new skill and his stamina had increased. Also, his mana was being consumed more slowly. Now he could use it freely without fearing that his powers would run out. Moreover, his powers could continuously accumulate. And because of this, their effectiveness would only increase. He understood that with each trial, he was becoming stronger, and soon he would be unmatched in the entire world. Additionally, his health was proportional to his stamina, and lately he had hardly leveled it up. His mana and demonic energy were at their highest levels, and now his attack power was set to increase several times, which meant he couldn't handle it without leveling up his stamina. Therefore, this became his top priority, and this was what he wanted to focus on. After all, he had no use for such a huge amount of mana because, due to a lack of stamina, he couldn't use it properly. Only now did he understand the meaning of Walker Alvin's words, who said that stamina was very important. It was necessary to maintain balance, as all skills needed to be at the same level, and only then could they achieve their maximum effectiveness. After all, any person needed a balance between stamina and physical strength. Because of this, the boy felt disheartened, but he tried to find the positives. And he realized that now he could lift other weights and gradually become stronger. After a while, the meeting began in the Skyscraper clan's house. The main character and Walker Alvin arrived on time but noticed that the people had already gathered. The main character's attention was drawn to a strange man he had never seen before. It was Kim Jin-suk, who was watching them closely but said nothing. Walker Alvin had never seen him either. And so, the clan leader introduced them. The main character realized that he had heard his name before, and he was the only first-generation person not listed in any of the rosters. He had outlived all the people in strength and had a completely different level. He was the only one whose power couldn't be compared to any clan. But why had he come here? Did he need help? The guys sat down at the table. Why would someone like him, who had always lived in solitude, decide to show up now? It seemed the key was the reason for it all. The gazes of the main character and the strange man met, and they carefully examined each other. As it turned out, Archon had told the first-generation people about the main character, and Kim Jin-suk was the first to come to them when he heard about his appearance, and he intended to teach the main character. Kim was shocked by what he had managed to hear. Kim Jin-suk explained that they could have problems if the main character died. Therefore, he took his training very seriously and wanted to make him a true strong warrior. Moreover, it was his choice and he could choose whether to learn or remain at the same level. Such an opportunity was a huge rarity, as a first-level person would never train a novice. Kim pondered. It was a tough level and he couldn't understand anything at all. But he understood that it was time to rise to a higher level, not just survive, and he needed to seize this opportunity. He also needed to maintain a balance between his powers, and this man raised a lot of questions for him. But maybe he was the one who could lead him to his goal. Suddenly Kim stood up. He placed his hands on the table and bowed before him. The young man agreed and wanted him to teach him. The clan leader and the man were pleased with this. His training was set to begin very soon. The main character was nervous, but the man reassured him. He was curious why the clan leader had chosen him and if he was afraid that someone might find out about their meeting. It became clear that he was trying to hide what was happening in Ukraine and didn't want anyone to know that the boy was the key. And then he told someone about Turner, whom they had managed to meet in a neutral area in the woods. By that point, he was no longer an ordinary person, but it seemed the man was aware of their biggest secret. However, this information didn't surprise the men. After all, they knew about Emily's existence and she knew everything in the world. Most likely, she believed that people had no chance, which is why she sided with the demons. Therefore, it could be concluded that everyone in her circle also knew the truth and that the main character was the key. Thus, it could be concluded that his existence was no longer a secret and there was a huge danger that other clans could find out about it too. Also, many people had made deals with demons. The problem was that such people were very hard to find. There were just too many of them. Right now, the clan leader was trying to locate them, but these people were very cautious and never showed themselves. They were trying to hide. So, they only wanted to cooperate with the main character. But if the newcomer and the clan leader were to meet, it